Welcome, welcome. It's all shut down. And here is the man of the hour, Hakeem, whatever his name is. No, not Hakeem Jeffries, the other one. What's his name? Don't know. Either way, it's a funny meme. Let's
Hakeem
watch
Jeffries.
It.
It's Hakeem Jeffries. Yes.
Oh, I'm thinking of someone else who it isn't. Okay.
Wizardry will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect the health care of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault.
So, Aiden, are you enjoying the memes of this political era, if nothing else?
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. However, it is also okay. I don't like when the president posts memes like this for some reason because it ruins it. I don't like it. It's not cool anymore. I do, however, have to admit I kind of like some of the Kirkinator memes.
I haven't
where
seen
he hangs
them.
out with Alex Jones. He goes out.
I saw one of them.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I sent you one because he and Alex Jones go to what's it called? The Aryan land underneath the ice in Antarctica.
Hyperborea?
Yeah, Hyperborea. And Hulk Hogan is there, and McAfee, and who's the guy who created white people in that one weird religion?
Oh,
with the giant head.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Yakub.
Yakub. Yeah, they're all down there in Agartha or whatever.
Oh yeah, someone makes a good point. Are we ready for the Kirkinator versus George Droid? That could be a good AI battle, actually.
It is definitely in the works if someone's not already made it. There's no way.
Fantastic.
It is the best time to be alive as a shit poster.
Yeah,
it is.
True.
It is. Well, I haven't streamed in a little while, so we have some stuff from a few days further back as well. Shall we begin with some memes? We don't always do, but we might as well. This guy says, how come realism in games only applies to shit that sucks and not, for instance, the fact that most flashlights do not actually run out of batteries after 3 minutes and good quality tools will literally outlive you if you take good care of them? If somebody sold me an axe that broke after chopping down 10 trees, I would go back to their shop and beat the shit out of them. True. No notes. I mean, it wouldn't be as fun. That's the thing. When you're making a game, yeah. When you're making a game, I often have thought in the past, like a long time ago when I was theorizing how to make a game, is okay, that's not realistic, therefore it's not as good. But then I realized at some point, yeah, but a game is not meant to be real life. Like, yeah, realism is a guide, and if you can achieve realism while still maintaining the fun, then sure, go for it. But
Johan Huizinga calls it the magic circle. And it's all like made up rules that are mimicking some aspect of reality in some way.
That's one way of putting it.
Like sports, war, or whatever, but it's
the magic circle
safe
is also a
magic circle. Is it? I didn't know it was a game.
Aware of it? It's sort of a video game industry referential like parody game, but it's quite good in and of itself as well.
I'm glad that that's exactly what it is, because again, that's reference to.
I believe it's
social science
games
so it might be, theory. It's Johan Huizinga is like 1917, so. It's not like he's pretty foundational for anyone who's ever studied the idea of what a game is.
Okay.
And why people play games. He's like the father of games studies.
As Will says, it's 100% accurate. Flashlights do run out really quickly and tools do break quickly because the game, like the tools, is made in China.
True. But also usually those games do simulating time passing on an extremely increased scale.
That definitely can happen, yeah. Minecraft is 60 times faster than real life, for example.
Yeah.
Just imagine that all of your tools you got off of Temu.
Yeah.
And then it all makes sense.
Then again, I've gotten some kitchen gadgets off of Temu that have worked pretty well so far. So.
See, then you're pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
Stay safe out there, Aiden. All right, next thing.
It's like a coffee frother and stuff.
Speaking of Aiden, you might have something to say on this one. There's a note that just says, men, please vent to women. They do care. To which the comment says, men's vulnerability is spiritual porn to women. They get off to the connection but feel disgusted in the aftermath. Is a desire for authenticity and connectivity without the capacity to take on the whole weight and responsibility of his feelings.
Oof, that's deep. Unironically.
Yeah.
In that, I think that probably is accurate. Thank you. That's a very interesting comment from Piss Fart 69 there.
Welcome to the 21st century, where some of the finest wisdom in the planet comes from men called Pissfart69.
That's not my experience, but again, I don't know. I've certainly seen a lot of women do that and have that exact reaction to it. So,
Do you want to know what the most fucked up thing about this is, though?
that
nail.
Oh, holy shit! What the fuck? Is that?
What the fuck?
What is happening?
Looks like 6 different infections at the same time.
What the fucked up painting?
Look, it's like bejeweled.
You know what happened? She touched an Indian.
I think that's actually a design. And I think that's like a bejewel.
I hope it is.
But it really looks like it's rotting.
It does.
Or it's like, I hope that's not like 17 different infections at once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something that you need to see a doctor about.
It does look like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
If you or a loved one has Indian nail, you may need to treat it immediately.
It's her thumbnail as well, so we can't necessarily blame the usual thing. Anyway, next meme. Hello, new employees. Today we'll be patching the rainbow flags out of our games. It is haram.
Why is he Russian?
Because that's the only accent I can do that's anywhere near the Middle East, Aiden, okay? You do better. You do better.
Fuck no.
There you go.
Mashallah. I did find that funny though. I thought they love Muslims. They love Islam. We should be happy. What's wrong? They're gonna bring more diversity to it. Fewer, you know.
Social justice loves their colonized version of Islam, like they love their colonized version of men.
Yes.
Someone says, "What's the design style of that nail?" Infection chic. But yeah, like, in case it's not fucking obvious, we've talked about this before. Venting to women is a dangerous fucking game. There are limits. If you know them really well, if you trust them a lot, you can vent a little bit and it's fine. But don't do too much. I mean, it's kind of like women sending nudes to men, except the men will be more enticed by that in the moment and after the moment. If you vent to women, they may be, as it says, enticed to listen to you in the moment, but it will do nothing long term. It will destroy any long-term chances with many, if not most, women.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of factors involved in that, I think. Like, how well do you know the person? How long have you known them? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, like everything, it's a gradient.
Yeah. I didn't know someone that well, and they like did a giant emotional drop on me, like out of nowhere. And certainly, you know, that would be if I was interested, that might be a major turnoff, I guess. But you know, it is individual to a certain extent.
At least you never had Abu in your DMs.
Yeah, did you have Abu in your DMs after he tried to shoelace himself?
What?
Chat, it equals kill myself, chat.
Yeah, that one. He would occasionally join my channel and then start spurting out about something completely unrelated. And when nobody would humor him, he would threaten to kill himself or kill his dad or some shit.
What?
That picture in live chat there, Aiden, that's Abu in a voice chat in Cabal, killing himself with a shoelace.
Yes.
Oh
that
he
was in
did not
response
succeed.
to Ronald saying that he should be deported.
Good. You know,
nothing more than that. Just you should be deported, and that was it. I set him off because I guess I'll kill myself then. Here's the shoelace. I'm gonna fucking do it.
There is a lot of that with people talking about remigration and deportation. I've seen a lot of them be like, "Well, I guess I'll just kill myself then." It's like, what? What the fuck?
Not asking you to, but you know, it would do more for this cause than less.
Again, yeah, like, okay, taking care of do you not understand that this, why would the people who want you gone be upset by that? I mean, maybe that you killed yourself is not exactly the way we wanted it, but
the first ever
problem solved either way.
The first ever racial genocide by voluntary suicide.
The thing is, when he said, "I guess I'll kill myself," then everyone started chanting, "Do a flip, do a flip."
Yeah, do a flip.
But see, then he broke out the shoelace, and Clover came in and started screaming at him that he's doing it wrong.
I don't know if there's like a neat little mnemonic
Wonderful.
like across the street, not down, or what is it? Down the hallway, not across the street. I don't know if there's a mnemonic like that for trying to strangle yourself with a shoelace.
With something that you wouldn't lose grip on as soon as you started losing consciousness, not with something.
Yeah, a Boy Scout.
It's kind of
not
difficult to
highly
garrote
motivated is a
yourself.
starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah, what he did was about as effective as trying to hang yourself with a belt by tying it across your chest and wondering why nothing is happening.
Right, yes. Yeah, that was equal to
Keep
kill
in mind,
myself.
he was talking and whinging while that was going on, and he'd only stay quiet for like a couple seconds and then continue talking with the shoelace around his neck. So it obviously wasn't even cutting off circulation.
It's like George Floyd saying he can't breathe, but like saying it. So he
Yeah,
clearly can
screaming
breathe.
it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I have mixed feelings on the EA thing with it's not the Middle East that bought it, it's a mixture of people, but I think the Middle East may have been the majority partner or a significant partner or something.
That's hard, yeah.
So Western companies are shit, mostly the big ones. They have become shit because the market itself is shit. It doesn't serve the people because of globalism, right? And that's bad and they deserve to fail. But foreign countries also want them to fail. Now, I want them to fail and be replaced by worthy companies, which is likely in a reasonably free capitalist market. So if they just fail, then they'll be replaced. Fine. If they fail, like something like Disney fails or whatever, then probably China and some other BRICS countries companies are happy about that because it's something great that stood in the West that through subversion has been destroyed. But as long as it's replaced, even if it takes a few years, I'm okay with that. Possibly the worst case scenario is BRICS just buys the company and runs it into the ground for a long time. I mean, I think it just extends the time where it'll be generating total shit without being replaced. So I don't know, this probably is the worst of both worlds. This specific aspect of it is funny, that if they keep making games, they'll have a greater tendency to remove stuff that the Middle East wouldn't like. But I don't know. In terms of Western civilization, I would rather it collapsed or was good, rather than was bought by foreigners. I think that might be the worst thing. And I think there is definitely an argument that there should be protectionist standards against foreigners buying Western companies, even through conglomerates or whatever. What do you guys reckon?
Yeah, I suppose so, but fuck EA.
Indeed.
Yeah, but this is the crazy thing is if this makes them better, then okay.
Yeah,
Okay, but that, again, it's a bar so low that Hermes Conrad couldn't limbo under it.
Yes, Pigsty, that's for slicing, but not for garroting yourself with a shoelace.
Right. Well, yeah, I got it mixed up though. Anyway, I got the mnemonic wrong. I was just saying I don't think there's not like a similar saying.
I
cute
guess
little
it is a
saying
mnemonic,
for how to
but
garrote yourself.
Is that the most macabre mnemonic in the world? That's not what mnemonics are usually used for. Yeah, I use this one for revising. I use this one for science. I use this one for killing mice.
Kids, in case you forget how to kill yourself, here's a cute little trick.
Try this one weird trick to kill yourself.
Guaranteed results.
I wish that were me. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know. It might make. Look, at this point, I understand the apprehension about Qatar buying it up, and I share some of that. Although China does that kind of shit all the time, but at the same time, it's EA, and nothing of value was lost.
Well, they're not dead. As I said, if they were dead, nothing of value as lost would be the thing to say. But they still exist. They just have more foreign influence over them now.
Yeah, and
honestly,
my point is it can't get any worse.
The preferable alternative to this is that all of their IPs get sold off to developers that are good and actually care. It kind of like a child protective services sort of thing, you know? They've
I mean,
abused the IPs for too long. I mean, look what they did to Skate. They turned it into always online live service slop and then removed most of the game's features. You're competing with a game from over 15 years ago, and you've somehow made one that's worse and has less going on. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You gotta like, you're obviously right about the live service stuff, but you gotta understand just how fucking profitable live service games are when they're successful. It's insane. I can understand why all these
Disgusting.
companies are going after it.
99% of the time, they're not successful.
That is true, but
They
if
still haven't
a
figured that
company,
part out.
each one a company gets successful, no matter what, you know, what they have to do to get it, it's going to be profitable. So I understand why they're doing it. I just wish they weren't. But just don't, like, I know your beloved IPs are being, their corpses are being raped, but just play indie games. Like, I don't play many games at all, and I know that my standards for this can be way lower because I don't play many games. Those of you that have expended the list of games that you can see, and you might want to expand it to include AAA games just so you have something to play. But there's loads of indie games out there, even if they're older, even if they're like 5 or 10 years old. You can have fun
I
just
don't play
playing
any
indie
recent games for the
Yeah.
most part. I mean, every once in a while I will. Like, I got Hogwarts Legacy when it came out. I played that immediately. I got Cyberpunk when it came out. Unfortunately, played that immediately. But yeah, I for the most part just, when I do have time to play games, just play old stuff. That's the thing. There's an enormous catalog of old games, and there's so many of them that I guarantee, even if you replay old games a lot, there's ones you've probably forgotten about.
Yeah, that's true.
And I do like that they're re-releasing, that they're doing more re-releases essentially of stuff. I've heard some weird shit. Well, I saw a really weird post about Final Fantasy Tactics because somebody left a bad review essentially because they got filtered by it being too difficult. It's Final Fantasy Tactics. It's not a difficult game.
But I too was a fan of Maxis, but for SimCity 2000 specifically. Did they also make The Sims? Because that would explain why a femoid is saying she's sad about them dying. 8-bit, now is your time to redeem yourself. Was it because of Sims, or was it because of something else? Hey!
SimCity.
Which SimCity?
Based.
Which SimCity 8-bit? Was it 2000, 3000?
What kind of SimCity fan are you?
I also played the 3000.
What, it was 2000 for you as well? That's my reason for liking Max.
I mean, I also love SimCity, although and it's 2000 for me too. But then again, I think I may have been in an MK Ultra program, and one of the things that they had us do was play SimCity 2000 over and over and over again, and then give us increasingly smaller plots of. I'm not even joking. This is something I had to do in school. In a tiny little room on the side, they took like 4 of us out of class every couple of days of the week when they would make us do stuff like that.
God, I wish I got that.
But it was really fun, so yeah, I didn't mind. They just let us play video games.
Man, when I was in school, you know what we got? We got, oh, you should feel bad because you have light skin.
It wasn't
Well,
special needs. It was not a special needs class. They told us it was like an advanced placement class.
Yeah. I think it was a special needs class.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, because it was that's where
Chat,
they put all the
press 1
autists.
if it was a special needs class.
It was not. It was an advanced placement class. No. It was an
advanced placement
class.
somewhere away from everyone else, where they can just do their own little thing and not.
When they didn't
people.
have it, when they didn't have us play SimCity, they would have us just do maths, like just increasingly more complicated math problems, and they never told us why. It was just that was the kind of they'd give us puzzles to solve and shit like that.
Yeah, I think you were being tested for. Are they high functioning or low functioning? Will they fit into society or just be a mental institution drain?
I actually do think that's what it was. I actually do think that's what it was. It was an autism sorter, maybe. Anyway,
can we apply these retards to some useful function, like building cities?
Advanced placement AP autistic person. Yeah, pretty much. Whoops.
Someone says, I think they were making the autists solve early crypto algorithms by hand. You were being fun.
I actually think that might have been what some of the weird shit they were doing, something like that. Not probably crypto, but I don't know. Why would you get a bunch of kids, like just a couple kids, and then have them sit there and do really advanced puzzles and not even explain why you're there or what the class is about?
Well, a lot of schoolwork
Advanced
you do
puzzles
is
for their
still
age.
unexplained.
Yeah, well, it does explain a lot of things.
Someone says so they're occupied. You may distract an autistic child with SimCity and puzzles.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Mm.
And then they took us to the zoo. It was really cool.
Look, you'll end up in here if you're not good. Right, next up. Largest religion in every European country. Now, I'm not sure why there are Adidas logos
Adidas.
all over this.
That's what, when I saw this, that was my question.
Oh,
Yeah. This is, I'm guessing this is AI generated or something, because there's like,
It's gotta
what the
be.
fuck is going
What the
on
fuck is
here?
What is that? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gotta be.
But I was gonna, I'm not gonna bother actually, but I was curious if maybe there was any truth to the idea that because Europe is so atheistic, but the UK is less so, that, but I don't think that's true, because then Russia would be orthodoxy, wouldn't it? Because they're pretty. I mean, there's
have you
very
not
many
noticed how
Muslims in Russia.
Estonia is that Estonia is Shinto? Do you not, which country is this that's
I think that's
Jewish?
Lithuania, maybe? Or maybe
That's
that is-
Lithuania?
that is Shinto.
That's not Lithuania. There's a Shinto sign. There's a giant fucking Star of David. I mean, like, there's a lot of questions about this obviously AI generated crap.
Oh yeah, what country is this even?
No, why would the Seal of Solomon be there? I
What is
wonder.
that actually? Actually, I don't know. Hang on.
Someone in chat will surely know. Is that Romania?
Is
Yeah,
it?
that is Romania. Does Romania have a coastline?
I don't know. The map is probably not even accurate. It's so obviously AI generated. It might just be bullshit.
See, if they put the Adidas one over
see.
Russia, then this would actually at least make a little bit
Yeah.
of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I assume they want they put that
Oh,
on there
yeah, it's
to be
Romania.
like, yeah.
it is Romania.
I assume they
Yeah,
put the
okay.
Adidas on there to be like, hey, look, let's jokingly call this the religion of Eastern Europe, but then they'd still
V's
made
got
Russia
a lot of questions.
Muslim.
A lot of things to answer for apparently.
Catholic Adidas Belgium, says Spooner. This is like a dystopia movie with a sort of slightly comic tinge from like the 70s or 80s. And
Yeah.
the last great war of the religions between Islam and Adidas.
There's another. Wait, what's next to Romania? Because there's another Star of David there too.
There is. You're right. That'll be one of the.
I guess
I was just
Hungary.
wondering that too.
Actually, no, because the map's all.
Is this
Well, why is
Serbia
that
with
in
the?
green as
Yeah, it's
well?
Hungary,
Is that
it's
supposed
Hungary.
to be Jewish
Hungary.
Muslim?
Is
Like, how
this,
does
is
that
it-
work?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
a good
know.
point.
It's
Is it
Hungary,
Serbia with the stolen coastline here that is for some reason Muslim without the star but highlighted red?
Oh, you know what it is?
That's,
Instead of using
that's
sin
Croatia.
chickens, they
Oh,
use
Croatia.
sin goats.
Ah.
That's the difference.
I see.
Some goats.
That makes sense.
The only reason I know is because I'm looking at a map right now. By the way, I get these countries all confused.
But yeah, I love the idea that fucking Estonia or Lithuania is Shinto.
Wait, yeah, what is that? Let me double check.
I think it is
Uh.
Lithuania or Estonia. Yeah.
It's Estonia, yeah. Oh damn, I called that one.
Well done. Well done. And I love how the AI is like, yeah, I'm in, Britain and Lesser Britain, Ireland. That's all Catholic, except the North, where they
Why are you
worship Adidas.
I mean, have you been to the north?
I avoid it
Obviously.
at every opportunity. All right.
Why do you assume it's
Oh,
Catholic
man.
too? It's just Christian. I mean, it's not necessarily Catholic.
No, I if I say Catholic, I meant Christian.
Yeah, well, in Ireland, that'll give you.
Good point. I know that you're a big
That
fan
might
of.
cause some problems.
I know you're a big fan of other denominations except for Catholicism, aren't you, Aiden?
What?
I can't remember which one you were. Actually, I thought you were Catholic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess you feel more kinship with Protestants than with anything else on here, including the Adidasians,
Yeah, well, I grew up Protestant.
except possibly the
So, yeah.
Shinto. You might feel more.
Hi.
Yeah.
It's my
The Scots love
Estonian brothers and
German
sisters.
Countries in the world that are Japanese. Japan, Estonia. Thank you. Understood.
Well, this actually, if we bring in the Finno-Korean hyper war into the mix, this might start to make some sense.
Hmm. Spooner, did you just make this? Because the problem with this image that you've just rendered in AI is that's not the Adidas logo. I think that's the Reebok logo.
It's the Reebok logo.
I like the cross-eyed Roman, though.
Yeah. He's a little confused, but he's got the spirit.
Well, he's got something.
He's got the cross-promotional Adidas Reebok spirit.
It might be genetic. I don't,
And
like
the spirit
something.
is not free.
It actually costs $39.99.
Wolf says one fucking job, Spooner.
Actually, that is one of the Adidas logos.
What?
I thought that was Reebok. It doesn't look like. Is it just a different Adidas
Oh,
logo?
that is the Reebok. Okay, hold on.
Not the common-
Oh, I don't fucking know either.
Yeah,
then.
it is one of the.
Why?
Oh my god! Why do they?
alternate
Yeah, why is one of
ones.
them a fucking leaf?
I guess that's for trying to entice potheads to buy their shit. I don't know.
Something. One
They
of them
just
is
have-
the AT&T logo.
Jesus, why do they have so many logos at the same time?
Oh, different time periods.
No,
So
but
that
it's
was
not
like
just
the
different time
19s.
periods.
Wait, no, it's
They
not.
keep them in,
All-
like they phase them in and out.
Yeah, that one
But some are
again. The
still
one,
going.
the circular one. That's just like the fucking AT&T logo.
It is similar, yeah.
Maybe it's in different markets.
Maybe, but I mean, I guess like this one down here maybe is for clothing where that fits better.
Yeah,
So maybe it's for presentation for like where it's being put.
that's
as well.
that is a really expensive thing for your company to have going on.
It is odd to do this. I'm not aware of any other
Yeah.
company that does this. It has like multiple
Normally, it's
totally
a big
different
push
logos.
to have a. Yeah, normally it's a big push to have consistency
Yeah,
in
exactly.
the logo, so people don't get confused and think it's particularly when it's a brand like this where you think people don't want knockoffs.
Well, we just fucking
makes-
attributed this logo to Reebok because we knew it wasn't
Yeah.
Adidas's main logo. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I knew, and I was wrong. But holy shit, it's not Reebok either.
Adidas are retarded. That's what I'm getting.
I guess I don't know. That is odd. Anyway, yeah. So there you go. Next meme. Oh yeah, this is just a PSA. So people were posting this of the Mormon church shooting, and we looked into it.
Yeah.
It looks like it was half personal, half anti-Mormon, but it like mental illness. It wasn't political per se, but it was somewhat religious. It seemed like we're not sure, but that's what it looked
Yeah.
like. But people were saying, "Hey, look at this picture where he's wearing a Trump shirt," and
Yeah,
he looked to be a
fake.
leftist as well, right? But it turns out that image is fake. It's the real picture. You know what this means?
Although
Unless-
I've now heard this one's fake, so I don't know
Mm.
what the actual truth ended up being on these. Look, I
Well,
think
there were lots
what
of
matters-
indications that he was leftist.
Yeah. There was some weird stuff. It appears to me that he had, like, I know that it does actually seem that this was a mental health issue and a personal
Yeah.
issue with the church.
Yeah. Actually, I
Which-
don't know. The way this is presented to me was that this was obviously the fake and this was obviously the real one. But looking at this now, it's obviously very
Now-
subjective and difficult to assess. But that pattern, I don't know.
Because I
looks
saw
like
people.
it resembles this a bit too much with the shape.
I saw, yes,
Could be
it does.
AI'd
And I
out.
saw people linking to his Facebook page where the one with the Trump thing was the real photo. So I'm pretty sure that
Mhm.
that is actually the real one. And it was not the, yeah, because that one, now when you look at it, it does seem like that's AI covering it up.
I don't know.
but
I mean,
I don't
this
know,
could
it could
easily
be
be
a trick.
photoshopped.
It could. However, again, everything else about the guy,
Oh,
it seems that if
hold
he,
on.
see what I
Yeah,
mean?
look down at the
Yeah, yeah,
bottom. Down here, this line here, this seam.
it looks like it.
It
yeah.
does look like it's been covered up. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the
That's
reality
odd.
is, though, is that there didn't appear, there wasn't like a lot of political messaging associated with it. People had to piece this together. It's why I think they kind of abandoned this story. Also because the Mormons didn't have a spurg out, which I don't know why anyone would expect Mormons to do that, and instead
Mm.
just raised $150,000 for his family.
Yeah, okay.
So-
Apologies, chat. I was misled by the way these images were presented to me, but no, I reckon this one is AI that's covering up the Trump logo
It
now,
looks like
which
it, yeah.
is weird because he wasn't political. Actually, looking
Well,
at
he
this
had
again, the Trump, this text looks fucked. It looks like they looked at the text as AI as well.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
that's
leftists are also
apparently-
known to do pretty much anything to false flag their enemies.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. However, all the other facts, because there was also, he had the Trump Pence sign in his yard, but then it was on a stop sign. So it looked like, I mean, was the message there stop Trump, or was it Trump Pence, or was it Trump Vance? I don't even know if it's an old one or a new one.
I didn't see that one actually, but thank you for telling me.
Yeah, so I look, he doesn't, of course, everything has been, investigated as much as you're going to find out about this probably ever.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why it was abandoned is because it wasn't politically expedient for anybody, really, because there wasn't enough red flags or really evident this guy was, and he also wasn't a registered Republican, I don't think. I could be wrong on that, though. I'm pretty sure he wasn't registered to a political party. So, look, when a mass shooting or event like this gets dropped by the news coverage, it's because there isn't a clear political motive, or if it's just too inconvenient, in my experience.
AFP fact check. So bear this in mind, could be biased. Oh, weird. This one actually has a more accurate Trump logo.
Yeah, the one that you got.
I think this is just a really low-res one. But okay, it has lines through it because American flag. So I guess this is just a low-res version, but it looks like it is actually real.
There's also another thing is that it is possible, because I've known people do this, that shirt is ironic. And I think that's part of the problem with this, is it doesn't appear to be any. Well, why would a Trump supporter go and shoot up a Mormon church?
I mean, yeah, right? even if he was a Trump supporter, he's not a Trump. He's not doing it because of Trump. So what's this? Liberals cry again, I think.
So.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So it definitely could be ironic. I mean, this is weirdly stylized Trump art as well. It looks AI, but then maybe it was a genuine AI shirt.
Well, that's also it.
Real life one.
In that the one in that tweet is. Well, no, that's their one as well. I don't know. What I can guarantee is probably fucking happened is people have been running it through AI to enhance it.
That's possible,
because that's what happened. That's what happened with the American flag eagle shirt that Tyler Robinson was wearing. What happened with that is that people started running it through AI to enhance it, and that actually causes it to lose fidelity because the AI is making guesses.
Yeah. Well, lose certainty, but just increase basically sharpness. It's not reconstructing from known data. It's just making it a bit easier to see.
So it's making a guess about what it thinks should go next when upscaling. Yeah. So you're going to get more errors in it in that way that will make it look wonky.
Mm. As Ravelon says, and as I think we're safe to conclude on, he was not motivated by any culture war stuff. And it doesn't seem to have any relevance to the culture war either. It's personal mental illness and Mormonism specifically.
Yeah.
All right, next thing. I'll try and get through the memes a little faster here. Yes, r/cuckold has been banned with the reason that this community has been banned. The subreddit was banned due to being unmoderated. So basically, they all just sat there and watched it happen.
Yep. Sounds about right.
Well, I mean, they're consistent at least.
Thank you, Dr. Bill. We should watch that movie. It's good. So bear in mind,
they all got off one final people. Time.
They got off from having it taken away by someone else. 1.3 million users they just removed from the subreddit.
Would that not be like the ultimate cuckold fetish? That even your ability to enjoy your cuckold fetish has been kept away from you and removed, and you're forced to sit there and watch as it happens.
Yeah.
The
most satisfying bull to the ultimate cuckold is one that declines the job offer.
Oh yeah. I'm just not that into your wife.
You're being cuckolded by the bull into being forced to have sex with your own wife. Spooner has used the one of the Adidas logos as the logo for his religion in Civ 5. I think it's Civ 5.
Yeah, it's a 5.
Yeah, that is Civ 5. Or that may not be his game actually, but maybe he just found that. Did you have to? Would you have to mod that in, or can you upload your own image in Civ 5?
I think you have to make a mod for it, but yeah.
Ravelon says, speaking of Reddit, one of the H3 Snark, I don't know what that is, mods who's named in Ethan Klein's lawsuit admitted to be actual Reddit employee, which might get Reddit on the hook. That lawsuit might actually cripple Reddit. Why would they not be allowed to do that?
Sure.
Curious.
Okay.
Oh,
so
you photoshopped it in. Okay.
I don't know about that, but what I do know for an absolute fact is that the Reddit mods have claimed that they are independent from Reddit. And then and I'm not joking, in the very next line, in their 700-page filing, plus over 700-page long filing, in the next line of text, after denying that they have any, involvement with financial or otherwise with the Reddit admin team, they then said the Reddit admin teams provided us with software to help us scrub our personal identifying information off of the internet. So I didn't hear about that one, but I did hear about that part where they said we don't have any affiliation with Reddit. Also, they financially assisted us in trying to get our information, make it harder for Ethan Klein to sue us off the internet. They put that in their filing. What the fuck? Your Reddit might be in some deep shit, honestly. I hope they are.
Well, I hope so. They deserve to burn.
Yeah.
I want Reddit to be useful, but if the choices are either it continues being useless for a lot of things and very biased, or it dies and is probably replaced by something better, yeah, let it die.
Well, see,
as
really
Kirk would say, let
to make
them
it
die.
More useful. We bar India from accessing the internet ever.
Okay, step one.
And get rid of the Chinese. Get rid of the Chinese investors from Reddit as well.
Yeah,
really any foreign investors.
Reddit's just so insane. They really should take a hit from anywhere they can get it, because Jesus Christ, Reddit is a loony bin.
There are subreddits that are fine.
It is not run by a guy who's named after huffing his own farts, so you know.
Chuffington?
Oh, I didn't know that.
His name is Huffman.
Oh. Well, that's...
he is also known for huffing copium. Otherwise also known as Spez the Spastic.
Hey, do not besmirch the good name of Huffman in coding, which I don't know much about, but I've heard of. Anyway, let's go to the next thing. Gun Owners of America posts, President Trump signed the first pro-Second Amendment executive order in history, directing the Justice Department to abolish and overturn gun control where possible. We've been keeping score, they say. Today on the Minuteman moment, we're taking a deep dive into the record so far. This is a 60-minute video. I didn't realize it was so long, actually. Okay, I didn't realize this was so long. I thought this was just a meme.
During his campaign, President Trump...
Okay, I won't go through the whole video. It's a lot to say. We'll watch a couple of minutes.
...promised to be the most pro-Second Amendment president in history. While the president has delivered on a lot of his promises...
Ooh, I can hear it twice. Hang on.
Oh, can you? Oh, probably because of the... Hold on. If I just turn that off, that'll help.
Attorney General Pam Bondi's Department of Justice doesn't seem to be following his lead. In fact, they just undercut...
Yeah, I would... if you're going to replace anyone in a high-up position in the federal government, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, they have not been great. They've done some good stuff, but they have been pretty bad on other things.
They have made massive embarrassments out of themselves independently in separate situations that, look, when you're in the kind of position that high up, you have one shot and you fucked up. So, yeah, I think they should be fired.
This further proves that women and Jeets should not be allowed to be in government.
I mean,
I can't argue with the correlation.
Certainly, certainly a correlation there.
The only other factor, the only thing where I'd say, like, I can understand why Trump isn't firing them is something I said to you yesterday, Aiden, or the day before maybe, which is like, leaders have to know things that they can't tell the public, but which change the direction of their decision making.
It's possible.
We have to have just a little bit of trust in the leaders, and I would say that for any leader, even regretfully, maybe there are reasons that this was the right thing to do. Then again, what fucking excuse could there be for the Valhalla comment?
Yiz gave me one. Yiz didn't have any problem with it, which was, no, she said that it's common among people in the military to say stuff. And I had never heard that before, but she said that, like, particularly in the South, apparently that's like a common saying in the military. It's still insane when Kash Patel says it.
The Indian saying it to the Christian. Yeah, I don't think it quite works.
And him being a Christian. And I said that to Yiz, and she didn't seem to agree and said that it is actually a kind of like a more militaristic sort of bro saying, which she'd know more about that than I would. She knows more about guns and stuff, so I would assume she might know more about the military things. I don't know if that's true though, but that was just the contention.
I cannot personally corroborate that. I know a bunch of guys who have served and are in the military. I've never heard them say that.
I may have heard it in pop culture at some point.
But
I may have. But
it's supposed to be like a non-religious, just like see you in hell, Valhalla, brother. But it's because it was Kash Patel that said it, that it seemed like he didn't want to. It came off as like he doesn't want to say "see you in heaven" or something because he's an Indian. That's how it just reads, you know.
Yeah, I guess so. Besides which, mentioning
it doesn't help that it's being said by a man who has lower grip strength than the average white woman.
Yeah.
I didn't mention that as like, this is his biggest mistake. It's just a really memorable one. It's kind of emblematic of the other mistakes.
It is emblematic, but firing them in Trump's perception, being the kind of way he is, I could see would make him look weak because it makes his picks look weak, and he's fucked that up before. And instead, maybe wants to try and rehabilitate them. This is a total guess, rather than just firing them, despite being the firing guy.
You're probably right. Yeah, we'll see. Let's continue for now. But we may come back and review this later. Breaking: Jewish billionaire, longtime top donor to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA cut off funding just days before Kirk's assassination. The Grey Zone reports this individual. I don't know why it's not giving his name in this screenshot or whatever. He was angered by Kirk's increasingly critical stance on Israel and refusal to ban critics like Tucker Carlson from TPUSA events. Pro-Israel allies, including Netanyahu's circle, allegedly pressured Kirk almost daily to fall back in line. Now, this is all allegedly, but we've heard a lot of reports like this, which I think some of them are probably true. And we know that intelligence agencies, or we're pretty sure that intelligence agencies can induce crazies into doing stuff like this. I would not be surprised, and in fact, I'd put it at a greater chance that Israel actually was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. Not just with this, but other things too. I mean,
it's possible. Some people get really mad at even discussing the thought of it, and I understand why they do, because this affected people very emotionally in a very deep way. When you start to be like, "Oh, Israel had something to do with it," they think you're being divisive and you're trying to. Here's the signal that it sends by talking about it: is you're trying to basically move the blame off of the leftist who did it. And try to put it on Israel. And I can understand why that fucks with the narrative. Whether or not it's true, it makes people think that you're trying to divide and conquer a little bit.
If Israel did do it, then they wouldn't have been able to without the insane lunatic left. So if this is the theory, then everything said about the left is still the same. It's just that they had someone controlling them as well. Apparently, Ginger made this edit, removing the name. I'm not sure why, but perhaps he can tell us. So Ginger, as mentioned earlier, I'm bringing you onto the stream. There we go. Welcome, Ginger.
Greetings, everybody.
Hello.
Yes, as I mentioned in the chat there, I made that edit for the explicit purpose of being able to show it to people I was in a live chat with at the time I made the edit, because it would be funnier to reveal the name after the details have been explained.
How Jewish is it?
His name, and this is not a joke, Robert Shillman.
Good old Dick Shillman. Yeah. You can trust him.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder
am
how he
not-
got
Wait, was it
that.
Robert or Richard? It was Robert, not Richard. Sorry. I don't know. I assumed he was a dick. I don't know.
Dick on the mind, I guess.
Yeah, if you do a Google image search of Robert Shillman, you will see his face. It is utterly ridiculous that he has that name.
I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been like gold. There's not enough gold in there. Not any enough
true.
a bunch of unpronounceable words. You know.
Roger, what's the most Jewish real name you've ever encountered?
One that I've encountered.
Ezreal suggests Herschel Lieberman Bergblattstein.
Yeah, Herschel's a good one. Is that a hard, H sound? Herschel Lieberman.
I have known a few Shlomos.
Shlomo Vile.
Shlomo is the kind of the classic,
That's his real name, by the way. Like there were edits where it was changed to Vile Shlomo, but no, his real name is Shlomo Vile. It just changed. They just switched it around.
Why was
in Japan, he would have to introduce himself as Vile Shlomo.
Yeah. Yes, it would be Vile Shlomo Sandas.
Okay, whoa, you're saying that Shillman early life Jewish? My God.
No way.
I genuinely thought that was Black Tear for a moment there.
Yeah, it does look like Black Tear. It does look like Black Tear, yeah. Then again, Black Tear looks like a Jew, especially with the fucking plate on his head in that photo.
It's the beak.
I guess he does have quite a big nose, yeah. Pug, what is this gif? What is being fired at his face? What is that? Is it a beanbag or something? It's a huge beanbag.
Oh, that was a goose.
Ah, rubber chicken. Okay. Not a real goose, I expect. Well, his goose is cooked. Next up.
I don't think it was a real goose.
Good.
I don't fully remember.
All right, this is an older post, and I have looked at it before, but it's worth fucking repeating. Carlos on Twitter said, supporting mass migration into your country to raise GDP is morally identical to pimping out your daughter for cash.
It's not even real money, though. It's just a fucking metric. GDP is just number go up. It doesn't actually necessarily do anything to improve the lives of the people living in a country that's GDP is climbing.
That's also
so it's not
true.
even that. It's not even for cash. It's for a number that may represent wealth for some in society.
I don't care
In
what
my
you
opinion,
say. Millions will die before I let the GDP fall by even 1 point.
in my honest opinion, GDP in today's economic climate is a direct measure of wealth inequality. The higher the GDP is, the more rich the rich are, and the more poor the poor are.
There's probably some truth to that.
To a certain extent, yeah.
Yeah. I generally agree with this take, though. There are other reasons to import foreigners, even on a mass scale, but none of those reasons I think are valid in today's world. So yeah, this is almost true. And as it says, like possibly it's actually worse than this. So yeah, next up. This is interesting. God, this is a long fucking list. Laws that outlawed masculine behavior. We'll try and get over this relatively quickly because we've got a lot to cover today. This is quite long. The 19th Amendment, women's suffrage, shifted voting equilibrium. Men now had to appeal to female moral preferences, incentivize men to adopt female style of reasoning to win elections and social approval. There is some truth to that. There are arguments in favor of it as well, but there's some truth to that. New Deal legislation rewarded support for state paternalism and harm avoidance, feminine cognition, punished hard masculine views of self-responsibility. I don't know much about that legislation, actually, but I expect there's some truth to that. If that is about essentially some welfare stuff, then that would do it.
The New Deal is a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
but this particular part of it, I'm familiar with as well.
Civil Rights Act
what he's talking about.
So criminalized male-only association and competition. Did it actually? Is it not legal in the US to have clubs which are gender specific? I imagine that
not for men.
Well, that shouldn't be the case. Incentivize men.
Women have to be allowed to petition, at least petition to be a member.
Well,
from my understanding,
that's the end of free association. Then that's wrong.
Sure is. Yeah, that's why the Civil Rights Act is a fucking mess. I mean, it's just one of many reasons, but yes.
It's more the Civil Wrongs Act.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus, that guy doesn't look very well, Ezreal. What happened to him? Incentivize men to adopt inclusionist and feminine frames rather than distinction and hierarchy frames. Well, I wonder if he bonked his nose during the ride. I don't know.
No, I think it's just like that.
That's just what he's meant to look like with all the blood on his nose.
Oh, I was looking at a totally different picture. My bad.
Oh, Ezreal,
I was way up higher in the thread. Yeah.
Okay. So is that GIF actually just a demonstration of what actually happened to the guy? Shit, that sucks.
That's what's his name? Is he like soap opera star? Fabio, yes.
No idea.
He's a hunk, or was.
I see.
Back in the day.
I see.
Women found him attractive, or so I'm told. Yeah, romance novel cover guy.
I'm sensing a vibe of now I'm Music Man rather than Metro Man from Megamind. No fault divorce laws remove male bargaining power in marriage, incentivize men to appease female moral expectations to reduce risk of financial or legal ruin. Roe v. Wade shifted responsibility for reproduction almost entirely to women's choice, incentivize men to adopt pro-choice rhetoric aligned with feminine autonomy, lest they be excluded from sex or relationships. Yeah, that's genuine.
Yep.
I believe that one was also structurally invalid as well. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that should be allowed, so it should have been down to the states.
Yeah, essentially like what it relies upon is doctor-patient confidentiality, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. The argumentation doesn't make a lot of sense, and there's no real backing in the Constitution. It was basically done from the bench. So it is an unconstitutional ruling, in not just my opinion. I'm not saying that it's necessarily that you can't have this in law, but the way that Roe v. Wade was argued and was put into law was some mad bullshit as a legal decision.
Title 9 of the Education Amendments forced equal outcomes for women in education and sports, which is complete batshit insanity. Equal outcomes, I mean, this is something we've been discussing for over 10 years in the culture war, but it's complete nonsense. It should never happen. And
it just doesn't make any sense, and it's impossible.
Yeah. Incentivize men to silence masculine instincts about natural differences or face penalties. Yeah, that's a good way of summarizing it. The Violence Against Women Act 1994, titled tilted criminal legal assumptions towards female testimony, which is, of course, wrong. Should be even, at least.
It is not. It is absolutely not, though. It is so heavily weighed towards women. The tilting is unbelievable. They really, the way that the courts basically do work is that a woman's word is worth more than a man's.
Which is how people think and feel anyway. Because gynocentralism, if anything, that should be, I'm not saying this should be the way it should be done, but if any imbalance should be done, it should be the other way around. Give men a bit of a boost because women have a natural advantage. But no, probably just keeping that even is fair. Incentivize men to defer to female moral frames or risk punishment. Again, some of the other ones. Sexual harassment and workplace discrimination laws redefine male-female workplace interaction around female subjective interpretation. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem.
And it's the bringing in of all these human resources things too. Yeah. So that like every single company, no matter how large or small now, needs a human resources department where it has to hire a woman, because only women go into HR, to essentially police any sort of expression of masculine behaviors in the workplace, to hire more women so that she has more girls to gossip with. And it's a obviously self-perpetuating cycle.
You put
human resources and its consequences.
You put the anointed female counsel in charge of all social interactions in your company. Yeah, you're going to destroy all masculine agency.
Yep.
And then incentivize men to self-censor masculine speech and adopt feminine empathy speak. Yeah, similar to what I just said. Same-sex marriage legalization solidified the state's redefinition of family away from reproductive reciprocity towards inclusion. I mean, this was wrong because it overruled religious autonomy. That should name a fucking country in the world where that should have been less possible than the US. You can't. It should absolutely not have happened in the US. They already had the right to get all the same legal allowances. And as far as I understand, and maybe this is not the case, but if a church wanted to gay marry two people, they could. And if that's not the case, then they probably should have been allowed to, a special kind of church. But if churches didn't want to, they didn't have to.
The reason why this happened in the first place is because a bunch of fucking dipshits started just going to places and pushing people's buttons and trying to force them to. And that's been the case ever since, too. I mean, like, they bake the gay cake shit, as an example of it as well. Which is that, look, you don't have that autonomy. You can't say, no, I refuse service based on religious grounds.
Now, I can actually think of at least one country that would be less likely than the US to enable same-sex marriage legalization.
Oh, but the religious stuff.
There's loads, but I specifically mean like to have the state overrule religious freedoms. I mean, in the Middle East, the religion and the state are the same thing. Yeah, but there's no religion. The U.S.'s religious freedoms are like the most robust. So allegedly, the First Amendment talks about religious freedom before it talks about any other freedoms. That's the whole fucking establishing principle, basically. Yes. I mean, it's a big reason for a lot of the discontent in the colonies. So of course it's a fucking key part of it. But that completely goes against that. Yeah, Revlon says marriage was never for the sake of the spouses. Family exists for the sake of the children. Gay couples don't need marriage for obvious reasons. That is a fair interpretation. And that is the practical way of viewing it. Ultimately, but how come they can't just adopt children? Yeah, it's a bad idea too. Homosexuals, like the proportion of homosexuals who would abuse a child given the chance is probably lower than 20%. It's still shockingly high, but I think just the risk of that alone is too much. It's like saying, should you allow sex offenders around children? Should there be laws against that? Yeah, there probably should be, because they're shown to want to abuse them. Homosexuals are not the sort of like 50 to 60% chance of registered sex offenders, but still, it's quite high. So I don't know. Yeah. That's tough to say, but should they be allowed to adopt children? I think legally, probably not.
Look, I mean, it's certainly weird. The practice of child adoption needs to be outlawed. God intended those children to not have parents. To go against the will of God is not the way to do things. I don't know about all that. But Cardinal Son was to bring up that the Obergefell v. Hodges, before that, even California couldn't get gay marriage legalized, or was struggling to. So even the most like left-leaning states in the country were struggling to pass state-level gay marriage legislation, and then it just became national. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. So I think I'm going to stick with that stance, especially as with what Ezreal says. Gays make up 2% of the population in latest polls. They account for half of registered sex offenders. Any homosexuals in chat, like, I'm sorry if this is discriminatory, not to use the left's language, but it kind of is. It again about at the same time, any individual person. That's not how stats works. If we were talking about, should sex offenders, registered child sex offenders, be allowed to adopt children? No. Fuck no. Obviously not. And the likelihood of if they adopted a child that they would abuse it is probably 50% or more, maybe 75%, maybe 100% with some of them. Homosexuals, you can also look at their rates of domestic violence. Is it high enough for us to say they shouldn't be allowed to protect the children? Yes, I think it is. In fact, I think for childhood adoptions, where we're literally giving a child to someone we don't know as the state to look after for the rest of their life. Yeah, we should have high standards for that. So it should be a very traditional family setup. Possibly we should even require that there is an extended family involved or something like that. Also, their rates of domestic violence are way higher than heterosexual couples, particularly for lesbians. As everybody knows, they beat the shit out of each other. Yeah. But the left always makes different rules for this kind of stuff. Like they will talk about how, we need more guardrails on firearm ownership. We need, more mental health guidelines. And then you say, okay, well, then trannies shouldn't be able to have guns because they've all got a mental health disorder inherent. And all of a sudden, no. There needs to be a special carve out for them because their mental health thing is special and different. And then the people that say that call you a tranny for making the argument. I know. I know. Well, you know what I'm referring to, but yeah, it was crazy. But it's not just them. I mean, that's a very common argument. So.
Let's continue.
It's weird how we all universally agreed that the people who thought they were trans were just fucking insane and probably belonged in an asylum until suddenly, we should just let them have guns.
Well, they want it both ways. They both think that they need a bunch of mental health help because they're fucking insane. So they need all this. They need everything catered to and cared for by the government. They need the government to pay for their surgeries and all of their hormone replacement. They need people to be forced at gunpoint to accept them and their mental illness. And they need it all for free because, again, it is a mental illness until that restricts them from something because they have a fucking mental illness. And no, they need that too. So
we would like all the upsides and none of the downsides, please.
Yeah, pretty much. But luckily that shit's, I think, being put away. Excuse me, the people are putting it away. It's not being put away. It's happening because of the will of the folk. There you go.
Hopefully it's put into the chip.
Thank you, Aiden. I do appreciate that. You don't have to. Only do what you think is right, but I do think there's a good argument for wording it in a way that doesn't cause everyone to want to kill themselves.
If you think about it, statistically speaking, universal gun ownership, including for trans people, given the nature of trans people to, self-remove,
Are you saying the problem solves itself, Ginger?
Only half
but that's usually only after that they decide to go shoot up a school.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. That usually happens after at this point that they shoot up a school or something.
I mean, how many of the mass shooters that we've seen in like the last 5 years have been trannies? Oh, right, most of them.
A really shockingly overrepresentative amount, yeah.
So when I did the math on it recently,
from Daniel's defense, funded by the government. They don't need to be able to access the guns. The government will just wave through the approval for them to get it every time.
I don't know. It's almost like the CIA
and guns.
It's just like how bricks randomly show up around areas where Antifa plans on having a little riot. It's weird how these multi-$1,000 guns and thousands of dollars worth of ammunition somehow just end up at these troons' homes where they live off of government assistance and are students or whatever, because that's what they always are. It's very strange. I wonder. Certainly couldn't be the CIA.
Mm-hmm. He was on our radar.
Yeah, of course.
All right, last couple of things here. Corporate DEI mandates and Civil Rights Act enforcement, state pressure via EEOC, not sure what that is, affirmative action and diversity quotas. Masculine cognition is penalized as biased. Feminine cognition is incentivized for career advancement. So merit, hierarchy, and distinction for masculinity. Inclusion, sameness, and equality for feminine. Yeah, this is a pretty good summary. It's kind of adventurous with classifying the way the genders think, but it is generally true. So yeah, good summary. I'm going to link this for everyone's reference. I think there's a lot of truth here. Not all of these policies were all bad, but all of them had a lot of bad things in them.
Yeah.
So
it's been a century of bullshit for the most part.
Summary, each of these laws shifted the ledger of costs versus returns. Costs imposed on masculine cognition, hierarchy, contest, truth before comfort, rewards given for feminine cognition, inclusion, harm avoidance, and redistribution. You got to admit, like, these policies have been implemented correlating with the most prosperous period of human existence by far, but that doesn't mean that they contributed to it. It could have been that we would have been doing way better if not for these. I think there's probably some truth to that. Either way, even if there's been upsides for like GDP, for raw growth or whatever, their downsides are coming back to bite us now, and we need to change.
Yeah. I mean, there's things like the Civil Rights Act in particular, which everyone holds up as this pinnacle of equality legislation, is such a fucking mess. And there are massive parts of it that should be, again, and as I mentioned with the problems with Roe v. Wade, a lot of these laws are fucked, or these decisions, if they're legal decisions, are incredibly fucked up if you look at them for more than half of a second, and they've allowed these sort of loopholes or whatever, these all of the shit that society suffers from now to creep in through them. So they need to be, all of these things are supposed to be living documents, which means they need to be revised and revisited, but they've become sacred, so they can't be. I mean, except for it happened with Roe v. Wade, so we'll see. Roe v. Wade was legalistically nonsense.
Yes. Somnus, makes a good point, actually, because this is sometimes the case. He says there actually is another factor regarding the gun purchases. If they plan on killing themselves, they'll open new credit cards and max them out because they don't plan on living long enough to have to pay them off, so harm credit score has no power over them anymore.
True.
Yeah, I think opening a new, maybe it could be argued in the land of the free that opening a new credit card and using that to buy guns
maybe should be. Yeah, that'd probably be something in there. And then if they keep showing up, I'll continue to think it's the fucking. I still think it's the CIA, just to, like, or somebody is helping these people out somehow get all these guns and ammunition in all these cases.
Like what I just said, if anyone
just how could you do that?
If anyone in the chat thinks that policy would run up against the Second Amendment, then fair enough. I think they should be discussed, but I think you'd solve a few problems with that. Like if someone intends to use guns to do something violent and they expect to die over it, that's a pretty good indication of what they're going to do with the guns when they get them.
I actually have no idea if that's included in your background check when you go to, like, if you go to buy a gun and do they need to include your credit card history or something with a background check? I actually don't know that.
Mufaki, you're right that there's a slippery slope with allowing banks to control what you can buy. That's true. It wouldn't necessarily be the bank's choice. It would just be if you're using a credit card that's either new or you're going into debt purchasing it. The bank could lie about that, but they wouldn't be able to get away with that for very long. So yes, I can definitely see where you're coming from on that. There are some risks involved, but it would be a pretty good way of preventing some of the main routes of accessing it. And the whole idea of being able to use credit cards to get into debt is that you expect to be alive. But if you don't expect to be alive, then maybe you shouldn't be given guns. If you expect to be dying very soon for nondescript reasons, maybe selling you a gun isn't the best idea. It's just a good indicator. Pixar says the laws got implemented during the most prosperous time in history because half of them would cripple us at any other time. We were well on our way to a prosperous society before any of this. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's a distinct possibility. Yeah. The correlation doesn't mean that they were causal, but we at least have to be a little cautious. Solda says the problem is that most credit cards are limited to somewhere between $500 to $1,000 when you open them, unless you have years of proven credit card use on your report. And most of these shooters have rifles with multiple thousands of dollars of equipment on them. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point.
Look,
multiple credit
I
cards,
have a piece of financial advice for everybody in America listening right now. If ever you find yourself in a situation where you genuinely do not have any hope for the future, take out as many credit cards as you can, max them out by taking out cash, go to Vegas, put it all on red. If you win, brilliant, you're rich. If you lose, gun ownership is legal.
I would like to distance myself from the remarks of my co-host Ginger, who has just recommended that you put yourself in thousands of dollars of debt and then kill yourself if you can't pay it off. I'd like to distance myself from these comments and not recommend that you do that. In fact, recommend that you do not do that.
As a member of the tribe, I cannot endorse this. You will be alive and you will pay off your debt, Squam.
I mean, just think what happens if you do all that and then you don't have the guts to shoot yourself. You have to pay off that debt. don't fucking do it.
Well, that's where the debt comes in handy. It gives you the extra push.
Ginger, you're in a particularly macabre mood today. What's happened? I think you got lost in the plausibility of this plan and didn't realize how bad it sounds.
Oh, no. I am 100%. Cards on the table. What I just said, terrible advice. That is precisely the reason why I said it.
Cards on the table. I'm mentally unstable.
I said I have some financial advice. Not that I have good financial advice.
Yeah, it's not good financial advice, chat. Please do not follow that financial advice. Someone says they get the cops to shoot them if they're too much of a bitch to do it themselves. Sometimes that's true, yeah. All right, next thing. Without black inventors, you wouldn't have these. The elevator, which was not invented by Alexander Miles. Fire extinguisher, not invented by... I assume so. I mean, like, okay, every one of these that we've looked up in the past, it turns out isn't true. Every single time. Now, I haven't done that very
elevator,
often, but every time I have it, it's been false.
What the fuck do they mean by elevator? A dumb waiter? Or something equivalent? Yeah.
Veritasium did an elevator video, didn't they? Or someone did, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't a black guy.
Well, I mean,
I can guarantee
what the fuck do they mean by elevator is the question. Because 1867 is a bit fucking early. I don't know. However, yeah, these always tend to be attributed to someone who contributed in some way.
Yeah, or someone that patented it years later and then made it successful. Right. Traffic light.
Yeah, usually it's just some fucking patent troll.
Apparently, Garrett Morgan, traffic lights. They are referencing Garrett Morgan. It's invented.
Yeah, but
Garrett. The first three-way traffic signal was patented by Garrett Morgan. That doesn't mean that he invented it.
Yeah, it's not.
It's also three-way. Wait, is it just the color?
Three-way one.
Yeah.
Or does that mean the three colors? Because like that might be what it means. But again, it's also patented.
Yeah, not sure. Three signal traffic light. Three signal. Okay, 1923. That is the one they give here. Originally located close to the country courthouse. Blah blah blah.
Can I be honest though?
Mm-hmm.
Go back to that list for a second, if you don't mind. There is nothing on that list let's give them all of these things like pencil sharpeners. There is nothing on this list that is like revolutionary that would not have eventually been invented by a white person if they were in fact invented by blacks or an Asian person or somebody else. These are, ironing board. Wow. No one ever ironed anything on some sort of flat surface before the ironing board was invented by a brave African American.
That's interesting. In 1912, the first electric traffic light was developed by Lester Wire, a policeman in Salt Lake City, Utah. It was installed by the American Traffic Signal Company only 11 years before Garrett Morgan patented an improved or different version of it, and then probably put it to market along with two other white inventors, it looked like from the search earlier. So no, it was invented 12 years before that. Sorry, Otis was for the elevators, I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. What about peanut butter? Actually, no, not even that either.
Not even that. Not even they stopped including him as much because they banged on about Carver for so many years, then it was like, well, not really.
Jesus. Oh, okay, John Peake Knight, a railway signalling engineer in London, is credited with inventing the first traffic light in 1868. I assume, though, that is a mechanical one. The first electrical one was 1912 in the US, in Utah.
Yeah,
and then
so it's a bunch of bullshit.
London, John Peake Knight, first mechanical one, 1868. So traffic lights, no. Electric traffic lights, still no. Three-way traffic light patent, yes. So yeah, that's just one example, chat. I'm not going to go through all of them, but they're probably all bullshit.
I can't believe that you're just completely overlooking the incredible innovation of Sarah Boone there.
The ironing board, yeah. I love how the one thing on here that is most stereotypically female is a woman inventor, and that's the only woman inventor on here. Should we look that one up? Because that ironing. Well, how do you even call this an invention? Any flat surface that you iron stuff on, which is how you iron stuff.
Yeah, again. I'm sure it's the patent or whatever.
Okay, so it is being attributed to Sarah Boone there.
I'm going to guess that it is specifically referring to the collapsible and portable ironing.
Yes,
I guess so. Yeah. So Sarah Boone is being credited, though they spelled the name wrong here. Interestingly,
rather than just a board that you iron stuff on.
Okay, so Sarah Boone was a 19th century African-American dressmaker who was awarded a patent for her improved ironing board.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, despite the fact that Google, and I don't know why I'm using Google for this, because I infer that they are supremely biased on this, because every result is Sarah Boone. Every fucking result. Except this one says, improved.
Yeah.
That one word, that one little word there, that tells me what I need to know. Because it's a fucking flat surface. Of course that's been invented before.
Look, they're taking the wins where they can get them.
Oh, see, it's because they're black. They have to steal them.
You know, this whole conversation about the ironing boards is just bringing to mind that one scene from Rick and Morty. You know, the true level scene.
Yeah, Wolf posted it.
I'm too retarded for Rick and Morty.
So,
earlier versions existed, such as the ironing table patented in 1858 by W. Vandenberg and J. Harvey.
Well, here's another one.
1892 patent introduced a narrow curved board.
There was one in 1874 by another black guy, but he was male, so I guess it didn't fit the narrative for the meme.
And it still doesn't predate the 1858 one.
No, indeed. Yeah, so that one's not true either. Frederick McKinley Jones, apparently. This guy was half black and half Irish, but he was still actually a remarkable inventor and entrepreneur. Interesting. So who was the first? 1858 by W. Vanderberg and J. Harvey. And then Sarah Boone's, I guess, 1882 patent introduced a narrow curve board specifically designed to press the sleeves. So it was just an improved one. They're wrong. Once again, these are always wrong. Now, maybe one of these, maybe two of these are accurate, but most of them are fucking wrong.
Plasma one seems to be mostly correct.
Okay.
And that is a very important one.
Yeah, fair enough. See, that's what I'm saying. One or two may be accurate, but most of them are false. And not just false,
it's a
but
plasma
theft.
bag. I can't imagine how complicated. If you've already got blood bags or whatever,
he's the one who actually, at least seems to be the one who pioneered the process of separating blood plasma in order to.
That is impressive.
That is
then.
impressive. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds
impressive.
It's not exactly. A super. It's a process of gravity because the plasma will separate on its own.
Okay.
You centrifuge for it.
Yes, you have to centrifuge.
You use a centrifuge if you want to separate the plasma quickly.
Yeah. Yes, in order to separate more quickly, but otherwise it will just happen naturally with gravity. I think. But yeah,
you're right.
In theory, but I mean, this is before refrigeration was really good, so your blood would likely go bad before that would really separate properly.
Cybersmith says improvements are not trivial. Definitely true. They get credit for their improvements, but are they the inventor? Like the premise of this meme is without black inventors, you wouldn't have these. No, bullshit. Without black inventors, it would have taken maybe a few months or maybe years longer to get the specific improvements that they implemented, which is not, that doesn't sound quite as good for a meme, does it? Doesn't sound quite as good for the ethno-supremacist point they're trying to make here, does it?
No. You know, that point that you just made is actually probably more true than what you think it is. There are multiple examples throughout history of a given invention being invented simultaneously by multiple people who are completely disconnected from one another.
That's why
just
patents
because they
exist.
happen to exist. Yeah, just because they happen to exist in the same time period, exposed to the same previous innovations. Like, for example, I believe this happened with the television. There were multiple individuals who invented the first television using similar principles but implemented in different ways that resulted in effectively the first television being invented by multiple people who were completely unconnected from one another.
Okay, so this is the black man. This is the black man who apparently invented the blood bag.
Probably. He looks
look. Charles Drew, blood plasma bag.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like maybe he's a little bit black. He's got the sort of big white lips.
He's got like a broad.
He looks about
nose.
as black as Sargon.
Yeah.
Was born into an African American middle class. Well, maybe he is. Maybe this is just confirmation of Sargon's swarthiness.
It's that vitiligo. It just got to him from a really young age.
He was probably considered black at the time,
and before he was actually just Polish.
No, I mean, like it says he was born into an African American middle class family.
It does say that.
Heard about the.
It doesn't look like that.
Does it look like it though? Yeah.
Called the Negroes of Europe.
Right. I mean, he's pretty what they used to call high yellow.
Guys, he's not black. He's not black. I don't care if both his parents were fucking dark as the void. He's not black. Look at him. So well done,
Yeah,
guys.
that's
The
your
one
cardinal.
valid one appears to be a white guy. Maybe
Or at least
it's fucking
another
Wikipedia.
one.
It says African American. Is it that they mean South African American?
And that actually could be the case.
Yeah. And
Oh,
these
fuck,
retards
maybe.
that made this think that therefore he's black.
I don't know how they missed the picture of him, but I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the same way they missed all the fucking other data that would have dispelled all of these lies.
Well, they're trying to prove a
5-minute
point.
search.
They're not trying to be
Yeah.
accurate.
A 5-second search,
So-
my man.
Do you think anyone
I'm saying
who
for
has
all of these combined.
Oh, yeah.
no
yeah,
one who has
probably.
ever liked and retweeted this,
Mm.
they would ever look any of that up. They just go, "That's right," and smash retweet. There you go.
Here's the family photo. Yeah, so I can see maybe some slight
They're-
foreign features in the mother, but the
Yeah.
father is at most like a quarter, maybe half black, but that's it.
Well, I think that's the guy who did it. That's the inventor, right?
Is it?
The father, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
him. That's who it looks like him.
Mm.
And he does look like he has a darker complexion, but he's mixed.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, it's you we can go with mixed. That's okay, but he's not black. I think he's probably mostly white at least.
The question is, why did he put his kids in little Lederhosen?
Well, because he's. Are you suggesting
Yeah.
that the white half was from a particular white country? What year was this? I mean, okay, the years on this are accurate at least. So 1945. Yeah, you might be onto something there. You might be onto something there.
Look, he just had some particular ideas as to the way the world was going, and unfortunately, he was wrong.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So he
Well,
was American. So I assume.
Well, there were some
born-
Americans who
Yeah, born in DC. He's born in DC.
some
So he
Americans
wasn't
who held
from
sentiments
Nazi
that way.
America. Well, I don't know. Could be.
Unless
Could
it's
be.
very deep Operation Paperclip, and he,
He was recruited before he was fucking born.
yeah, Nazis. They were, experimenting with shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Next up.
Negradamus.
Have you seen this, Aiden?
Oh my
I think-
God.
Were you the one that sent this to me? I can't remember.
I literally sent it to you. Yes.
Okay, so
What
chat.
the fuck?
This is a message from Jean-François Gariapi. He is the man who speaks like this. He is the man who does this accent, and you'll see. I am going to read for you the first sentence of this tweet, and then you shall pay me to read the rest. It is how this will
He's
work.
he's a neuroscientist. He's alt-right.
Professional eugenicist.
Yes, professional eugenicist.
Chat, there is the link. If you send me, let's do a bid, positive and negative, but minimum of 25, then I shall read this out, the whole thing in JF's voice. But I'm going to read you the first sentence as a preview, okay? Public insemination offer claimable by suitable human female between the months of November 2025 and June 2026. I shall read you a little more, chap. This is a Class 7 offer for volunteering to obtain sperm from me for the purpose of reproduction open to any human female aged 18 to 30 who is willing to join a parameterized romantic relationship filled with love, care, and joy, and crypto buggers made from my ex-wife. It continues like this. And if you want to hear the rest, tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net. Thank you in advance.
How much are you asking
Wolf
for?
says, well, good stream, guys. Let's pack them and go home.
Yeah.
This man is a fucking ridiculous meme. And I am quite happy to continue mocking him.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. Next up. So we'll come back to that, chat. Can someone explain to me this? Aiden, have you seen this?
No, yes, I also sent you this, yeah.
The Prime Minister
I just sent you
has been...
£25, you fucking faggot.
Oh, thank you.
So, to read out the JF thing.
Gaiden, do it. All right, I'll do that in a sec. Let's quick read of this. The Prime Minister has been accused of promoting a disgusting sex act when he mentioned cutting the half-time orange in his speech at the Labour Party conference. I have never heard this expression.
Nor had I. That's why I was confused. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And I just acted like I was like, yeah, okay, that's normal because I'm not from here. So I was like,
Chat, do we do it?
What does that even mean?
We're about to find out.
I even want to know.
I need the Urban Dictionary. This.
Okay, so I did go look it up in Urban Dictionary, and no, I can't find any apparent reference to this. Whatever the fuck.
Really?
This is. What?
Come on, Urban Dictionary.
Peeling the or splitting the halftime orange? No.
Cutting the halftime
cutting
orange.
The halftime orange.
Sex act. Not images.
No.
Sports clubs ban kids' orange slices due to health concerns. Yeah, that's not it.
I think this might have been a troll.
Ban more,
I saw AA post it.
Eating oranges during halftime. Yeah, this does appear to be false. I can't see anything about this.
I don't know. I just saw AA post it.
The Urban Dictionary is in there as a common search thing. Post-war footy snacks. I mean, I think that's the right answer. Post-war footy snacks. So yeah, I think this is fucking faked.
I don't know. AA posted it. Hang on, let me find the tweet. 1 second. Where the fuck is it? What the fuck? Hang on. I just posted it with like a thinking emoji. Oh, there it is. Okay. It might be fake then. It was from this. I didn't know you were gonna put it in the stream.
But it's important, Aiden.
Yeah, apparently. And it's from some,
Is this some reference to the grapefruit technique?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I think that woman who taught the grapefruit.
This is the man who is going to be using the grapefruit technique tonight.
You can tell, yeah.
Thank you for the contribution.
So that you just know.
So yeah, there it is. So is this account real? No, it's parody.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
I think so. It's not verified, and it says proud to know what a woman is since 1986.
It's got 56,000
followers. It might just be a parody, like a funny parody account.
Maybe.
I don't know. It could be.
Oh yeah, I have no idea. Whatever. I just thought it was funny. The part I found was funny was the part I highlighted where it says it remains, whatever it is, it remains illegal in the Channel Islands and the Isle of Man. So whatever the revolting sex act
that's clever.
It's illegal here.
He's put the I think is that the Cornwall flag in Unicode characters because they're block characters and it's black and white. That's clever.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. No one in the chat has any idea what it means. Yeah, I thought cutting the orange might be incitement against gingers. Yeah, I think this is fake, or it's some sort of parody or something. I don't know. Either way, thank you, Aiden, our eternal source of pointless fake news. Yeah. All right,
amazing.
Okay, so let's process these contributions. Britwit says, do the JP voice for the next hour. Godspeed, Cabal prevails. I believe with these contributions, that is sufficient. I will do that for most of the time, for almost everything I say. But if we do a serious story, I will remove it. Gaydin says, do it. Thank you, Gaydin, whoever that is, for the contribution. And then Born Gamer says, use the accent and use the Druid overlay. Now, Aiden, are you familiar with Mystery of the Druids?
Yes.
Fantastic.
How would I not be familiar with Mystery of the Druids?
I'm happy that you've done a version for both
Excuse me.
The Druids, yeah. Ginger, did you realize that the one that you sent was just like, I think maybe an AI or Photoshop version with the mouth closed? It's otherwise the same.
I wasn't aware, no.
Although
it was the same and it was flipped horizontally. It's slightly different. Yeah. I think it might be AI because the AI may have modified the eyes slightly. But I don't have this currently, but if I had something in OBS that could like rapidly oscillate this on and off, I could just have it talking like this.
If you can have it
set auto
so that whenever, if you can have it set so that whenever it detects your voice, it goes to the open version, and then when it detects silence from you, it goes to the closed version.
I certainly could, yeah.
Spot on purpose.
You can do that, do the Discord overlay.
That would make it one of the most.
That's one of the ways you could do it, yeah. That would be good, yeah. Okay. So despite the Druid overlay, I can't believe he stabbed her with the scissors, and that was how they won.
I know.
Hello, Lady Aiden. I am here, and I am here to stay for the next hour.
Oh, holy fuck. Why did I contributed to it, so I have nowhere to blame it myself. Well, the rest of you two who also contributed.
Yeah.
I will choose to blame all of you.
I have no one to blame but myself and everyone else responsible.
JPEG here in the chat has just come up with the perfect suggestion here. You need to create this edit so that it changes whenever you're speaking or being silent. VTuber. That will be the start of your VTuber.
It would be similar to a VTuber, yeah. I'm booming. I'm just granting people Cabal credit for their contributions. Aiden, if you do /C, you'll see that you now have some Cabal credit.
What? Oh, cool.
Fair response to the notion.
What? Oh, neat.
It's a more stable currency than most national currencies, so be thankful.
More than what, like Zimbabwe dollars or whatever?
No, American dollars. All of you have been given your credit, by the way. So yeah, there we go. I mean, so there we go. That is sorted. And now I shall diligently read out my own tweet that I, Jeff Gary Epi, made several days ago. This is a genuine announcement of my eligibility to frick a potato. So if you are out there and you would like to sign up, please contact me via the email given here. I shall now read out the appeal, and I encourage Aiden to keep her mic on so she can be heard laughing and giggling at the retardation.
Absolutely not. But before you do, just please understand that this is the equivalent of the Christian love sign.
I'm not familiar with Christian, but I would take your word for it. What the fuck?
How do you not know who Christian is?
I know who Christian is. I just know about the sign thing.
Oh, he went to his college campus with a sign that said "looking for a boyfriend-free girl, 18 plus," and then it was like "no blacks" and a bunch of other lists of requirements on it. And you should just sit on the college campus and wait for women to approach him. Yeah, there's a version of it, but there was one of them that also said like "no blacks" on it and stuff. Yeah, boyfriend-free girl.
Wolf has made it clear that he says for more information on the new ooze economy, search wizard inflation on Google.
On that point, Uzalu, if you ever implement inflation mechanics into your economy, I will shoot someone.
Well, it happens naturally as a result of the supply. Every time I feed it in, but then again, like every time I feed it in, it causes inflation. But every time credit decays by being converted to influence and then decaying, that's deflation. So it's whether it's level or not, I'm not exactly sure. But there is inflation and deflation happening all the time with the system, like the old system too. Thank you to the new patron. If you've linked your accounts, you should get your rolls within 5 minutes. Please let me know if you don't. Somna says, it's not darkies. That's the meme about the attraction sign. Okay, understood. Britwit sent a picture of the sign as well.
It's. I think there's definitely a higher quality, or at least like, because someone's written down what it says on it. I know.
This is going to be a parody, right? Why have they put solid shit on it?
Because this was 18 years ago or something like that, dude. That's why.
Damn,
this was a long fucking time ago.
Should have thought to put a little doodle of my OC in my girlfriend declaration announcement. He says, as follows, I shall read out the whole thing. Hello, ladies. Public insemination offer claimable by suitable human female between the months of November 2025 and June 2026. This is a Class 7 offer for volunteering to obtain sperm from me for the purpose of reproduction, open to any human female aged 18 to 30 who is willing to join a parameterized romantic relationship filled with love, care, and joy. Human females willing to participate to this round must send an email to jeanfrancois.gaillapi@gmail.com to apply. Details below. Canadian citizens will be prioritized. You must be willing to live in Alberta and abandon any apartment, house, or crappy job you may have. Wait for the fucking next one. Cohabitation will be obligatory. All dogs and cats will be humanly culled. That one
immediately called. Yeah, what the fuck?
The partnership will include delivery of romantic care between you and I, including dining, celebrating each other, being attentive to each other's needs, cuddling, as well as meeting. Quantities may vary seasonally.
See, that makes it sound like you can only get it up during certain seasons. I mean, I don't know what else to take from that. What are you supposed to take away from quantities may vary seasonally?
Good fucking question.
I don't think I want to know what he meant by that.
The cohabitation
I just want to point out, by the way,
go on.
Uzo has been reading this entirely in the JP voice, and it just occurred to me that I have failed to take in a single word of what he said.
It might be for the better.
The voice is too ridiculous for you to note the content. Trust me, the content is
I think
insane.
Yeah, he just said that if you've got any cats or dogs, we're gonna kill them before you move in.
Any applicants will have to sacrifice their lives of their pets, who will be euthanized for my glory. We continue, if you don't mind. This is very important. I put a lot of thought into this. The cohabitation will occur in a picturesque and serene golden plain stretching endlessly under a vast azure sky, where waves of yellow grass sway gently in the... He needs to garden better, basically. He's got a yellow back garden that's overgrown.
No, it's wheat fields, clearly.
In the whispering breeze, like a sea of sun-kissed silk. This picturesque landscape provides a cozy refuge for the soul. A place to wander barefoot, bury a body, feel the soft earth beneath your feet, and lose yourself in quiet reflection. Whether picnicking under a lone ancient oak as a free spirit or simply lying back to watch clouds drift by with your crypto bugger, the plain's idyllic beauty fosters a deep restorative peace where time slows and worries dissolve into the golden glow of the setting sun.
He spent the most amount of time in this post describing his backyard.
Have you ever had the thought that your life as it stood was meaningless? Did you ever feel a deep need to get rammed condomless in the pussy by a worldwide expert of strong family building and wife murdering? This is your opportunity for a change. Send an email to jeanfrancois.gariapi@gmail.com.
And right after that little eloquent, Sammy, he used the word picturesque twice, paragraph about the golden grass in his backyard is just you ready to get rammed condomless in the pussy.
This worldwide expert of This worldwide expert of strong family building does not have a family, has been divorced like 6 times, and some of his previous wives have gone fucking missing. Never mind
she was being mercurial.
I converted her body to mercury.
Oh, that's what he meant by mercurial. Oh, you can do that because I think you can do that sort of. Wait, no, that's not it. You can turn herbs into salt, but I don't know if you can turn salt into mercury. So human bodies got a little salt in it.
Nobody tell Aiden that mercury is a poisonous liquid, and if I filled someone's entire organs with mercury, then they would be hella mercurial.
I was talking about transmutation, but yeah, that would be you would be very mercurial.
Just think about it. What is the most mercurial someone can be?
Yeah, maximally mercurial.
Post-mercurial. Any takers? I know some of you ladies in the audience will have already emailed Mr. Francois.
I mean, he makes a compelling argument. He's going to kill your pets.
Just think of this sun-kissed silk.
He's going to kill your pets, but there's going to be lots of cuddling. So, the choice is yours.
He's going to kill your pets, and that will be a surprising premonition to what will happen to you.
I just read the last line of that for a moment, and I could have sworn it said, send an email to Jean-Francois at gayrapeyemail@gmail.com.
His name is his name, Gariepe.
Yeah.
Yeah, gay rapey. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can someone explain to me what a Class 7 offer is?
Okay. Tina Casino looked it up. They don't know. Nobody seems to have any idea what the fuck the Class 7 offer it means.
Okay, is this a parody from JF?
I mean,
I doubt it, to be honest.
As someone who used to speak to JF occasionally, I have no fucking idea. Because he absolutely would type something like this in all sincerity.
Yeah, he would.
Wait, this is actually JF?
Yeah.
Yes. That's the reason why you're doing the voice.
This is literally
there. Look, use your eyes, Ginger.
Go to his Twitter. It's still up.
I've only ever known him as JF. I've never actually seen the name Jean, whatever the fuck.
Jean-Francois Gariepe.
JF.
I still follow him.
What's he under on?
Well, hang on, let me go find his Twitter. One sec.
I'm looking for it now.
1 second.
Gariepe.
Well, no, I think he follows me. So
Class 7.
Yes, he does.
It's
just JF Gariepe. That's
I have it.
As an expert linguist of the English language, I am putting my authority behind the statement that it is pronounced gay rapey.
It is real. Like, here it is. This is the guy.
Should I be concerned, chat?
He probably follows you from back in the day when we knew each other.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
He follows me as well. I'm following him again from back in the day.
Oh, there you go. yeah, back in the day, right?
But yeah, Ginger, anyone else that wasn't sure,
changed.
This is JF, the origin of this wonderful voice. This is what he sounds like, and this is the post exactly as as conveyed, and this is from a week ago. All right, and here's an example. Pug has now posted twice of JF in action.
So what would your advice be to be like a crazy bitch in her 30s who's on methadone and totally just whacked out?
My advice, and I've said it many times, I will say it again because it applies even more here. My advice is full insemination. That is, have your uterus filled with sperm at every second, all the time, always.
So what would your advice be to be
Now, this is the first time I've ever heard the actual JF speak.
That's why it's so funny.
To me, it seems as though he is doing an inauthentic impression of Uzulu's JF voice.
Would the real JF Gary P please stand up?
Gay rapey.
I guess maybe he was joking here, but again, as Aiden says, it's JF. He honestly could be serious in both these cases.
He's super autistic, and he really does have like his whole thing is just like, yeah, I have superior genes. I am the revolutionary phenotype, and so it is my duty to impregnate as many autistic potatoes as possible. That really is like his fucking actual mission in life.
I will gather up several 50 ACU women and combine their ACUs together into one giga potato with an equal ACU to mine.
His actual like unironic hypothesis is here is that his IQ is so high that he needs to that low IQ women are so easy to dominate and docile, essentially, even though they keep literally escaping for some reason. That
well, not that
that's
last
why
one.
he needs to. Not the last one, but some Mama JF at least is. What was it? Mama JF who died
She
disappeared.
escaped, but she did not survive.
There was one before her though too, who did escape. The one who was ruled in a court of law to have the mind of a child. Yeah, like I think they said like 14 or 15-year-old.
Now, JF
was her mental
back
capacity.
in the day did allege that was just a legal strategy to get her parents control of her. But I don't know, given the record.
Yeah, given the circumstances and the other available data, I'm not so sure about that claim.
Lady Paladin, Nachos in chat has a question for you.
You're gonna pay me to keep doing it? I don't know how that would work, but no, it's gross. Well, I don't know. If you pay me money, give me back my £25.
Just to be clear, Nachos, are you trying to convince Aiden to do the JF voice rather than telling Uzulu to continue doing the JF voice? Because personally, I think it would be very funny to hear both Aiden and Uzulu conversing in JF voices.
Welcome to the JF stream featuring JF and JF.
Oh, hello, JF. It is me, JF. I can't fucking do it now that I'm on the fucking spot. I can't do it. I'm no good at voices.
As JF myself, I would like nothing more than for every person in the world to be exactly like me, but obviously inferior in some way.
Well, there can be only one true revolutionary phenotype.
I will have to engineer an entire class of retired female versions of myself so that I can fuck them. Thank you to Mr. Zyger Eric, who says, back to normal voice. Hail Cauldron, Academic Aiden for Kitten, curse to Brit Twit for shits and giggles. Thank you, Eric Zyger. That is enough to balance the voice back down to, I believe, 0, which means that I'm not doing the JF voice anymore. Congratulations. The bidding war has progressed. All right, let me process that. So first I shall grant you some credit. Rick, Mount, 7944, reason. Go. And okay, Cauldron is now the top of the old TP system, which we're not using that much anymore. It's replaced with the new system. And then Academic Aiden for Kitten.
Oh no! I don't know about that name.
Remember, so Academic Aiden would be at the top of the board right now as Kitten, but 2 people have to support it for it to appear on the board. So someone else has to, for more than £1 each. So someone has to contribute 100 user coins or more to get that up there, but it will be. Cursed to Britwit for shits and giggles. Well, Eric, I'll move the curse to Britwit, but you are able to change what the curse says and what its icon is as well. So let me know if you want to do that.
What is it right now, actually?
I will find out. 8-Ball has it, but he's not the one. He cursed himself. He put that on there deliberately. Okay, so the curse It is currently on. Oh, maybe he also cursed himself because it's not on anyone else. I think he may have contributed to me to put the curse on himself. Is 8-Ball listening right now?
What would it take to mute me for the rest of the stream?
Force?
I just said, what would it take to mute Aiden for the rest of the stream? That was the question.
I'm not doing that. I mean, not for any amount that you're likely to send me anyway.
Oh no! Fucking
Aiden,
no, Wolf, what the fuck, dude?
Aiden, you set the price. How much should they pay me to mute you for the entire stream?
Do I get my £25 back?
What if you didn't?
What if I don't say I didn't? I don't know. Well, I don't know. What would I put the price on muting me? Well, 10. Obviously, very high.
Yeah, okay, but how high?
That's a price is too damn high. I don't know.
Aiden, I don't know. Sometimes if you were to say something dumb like, oh, I don't know, like 500 quid, no one will do that. And then someone like fucking does.
Quid. Yeah, okay, 500 quid to mute me. There you go. I would expect dividends from this, though.
I think I'd be willing to give you something like that, yeah.
The real trick is to have a goal like £500 to mute Aiden, but to have a separate goal of like £400 to just immediately end the stream.
We'll say £500. It would be a bidding war. So
and yet, Ted, I have more time now to play Civ, so yeah.
So if someone doesn't want Aiden here, someone else does want Aiden here, I just get $1,000. We reset to default. Like, chat, I'm not saying this is a good deal, but there's the deal.
Isn't that the literal definition of a zero-sum gain?
Yes.
Next thing, what's this? So, Greta looks like she's 60 years old. The fucking about? Transition from 8 to 60 has been intense.
They still intentionally cut her hair that way to try and make her look like a little kid. I swear to God.
Why is she black?
She's tanned from being in the vicinity of Gaza. Yeah. Of Gaza.
Yeah,
so an Israeli citizen says Israel had to pay for 473 plane tickets to fly Greta and her friends home. As an Israeli taxpayer, why am I supposed to pay for flights of these European idiots? He says. There's a point to be made there. And this Twitter user says, imagine having your tax dollars used to fund some other country's bullshit. Must be infuriating. Yeah.
It sure is.
Poignant when it's Israel.
I can't imagine what that's like. However, I did see a response from a Swede who was just like, no, please, we don't want her. Just keep her. Like, she's been causing problems in Sweden for long enough. You can have her.
Yep. Eric, just give a rank for kicking Aiden and 8-Ball might show up for it. That's a good point, actually. If I make something, well, the thing is, he already has tier 10, so he can have any role that I make available to patrons. So that wouldn't work with 8-Ball. I could say, like, yeah, if 5 people have this role, then Aiden gets muted forever. And then he'd be 1. And then someone else would have
there might be some people very interested in that proposal. Muted forever.
And I can call people, like, failed men and not real misogynists if they don't do it, so it works brilliantly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, so look, you believe in allowing a woman to preach? What are you, a heretic?
Yeah. What the fuck?
How could this happen?
Wargamer says, has nobody changed the name of the curse since they made it? I don't think so. Eric currently has the right to. Eric, if you want to. It's on BritTwit now. It's currently called Quantum Cognito Hazard. I believe that was how it was assigned to Cybersmith. But yeah, Greta's finding her way, like, ways to stay in the news. I only really care about the fact that her physical form is mystifying. Anyway, moving on.
I find I find it very funny that AA and Morgoth are simping for her extremely ironically, but people don't understand its irony, so they're falling for it, and that's been very funny to watch.
I'm not sure how much of what AA does really is irony.
A lot of it is. But it's impossible to detect from when he's being serious, which is the problem.
Tell me the truth. I'm ready to hear it. Every protest that stopped the construction of one nuclear plant 40 years ago caused plus 100 megatons of additional CO2 emissions instead. And that's only if you count natural gas power plants. Counting coal plants as an additional 240 plus megatons.
Whether or not someone is in favor of nuclear energy is the most basic fucking intelligence filter that exists. Like, it's such an obvious thing where someone has some reason to dislike nuclear or just be there, even and particularly if they're mad about fossil fuels and they're not pro-nuclear. They're well filtered.
Yeah, I agree. Like if someone is very nuclear skeptical, that's not quite so bad. But if they are like, we need renewable, we need clean, but nuclear is bad. Yeah, filtered, as you said. Yeah. What was I going to say on this? We're not going to go into a deep discussion on this, but CO2, questionable what kind of effect that has. But pollution, bad. Fossil fuels produce pollution. Because I think the left and the right can agree that that's bad, and nuclear doesn't. More people have died from... I think, is that true? Ginger, you probably know. More people have died or have at least been severely affected by just coal like poisoning than all nuclear disasters combined, probably on a massive scale.
Hey, I can give you a more impressive...
More people have been hurt, received radiation poisoning from the minor amount of radiation in coal fumes than they have from Chernobyl.
Would you like to know the actual statistics on the deadliest forms of energy per kilowatt produced by number of people killed by it?
Well, it'll be hydroelectric after the Three Gorges Dam collapses.
It's hydroelectric and wind are amongst the highest. Coal is also up there. Nuclear is the least. Has the least amount of deaths produced via kilowatts produced.
Yeah.
Okay. A little known fun fact about comparing nuclear and coal. Due to the nature of how coal has its emissions emitted into the atmosphere, and the fact that as just a natural aspect of things being underground tend to have radioactive particles contained within them in trace amounts, there has been more nuclear active elements put out into the world by the coal lobby and energy production economy via coal plants than there have been via the nuclear industry.
Some of the most leading causes of radiation exposure, deaths, and harm have not been caused. I mean, we know the big ones, 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, obviously. But some of the most deadliest radioactive incidents have been in places like India, where they dispose of fMRI machines improperly and then Indians go around digging in the fucking trash and think, this is a cool thing when they break a machine apart and then fucking irradiate their entire town. But yes, it's fewer deaths per kilowatt because wind and energy produce such low amounts of energy. And people die all the time installing solar panels and building wind turbines. So, considering how little energy they produce, they are deadlier.
Can you imagine
not even talking about the environment.
Can you imagine how skewed that graph is going to get when the Three Gorges Dam collapses, though? Assuming it does produce hydroelectric energy, which I assume it does.
Yeah.
Someone says exactly zero people died because of 3 Mile Island. I can't remember if that's true. I thought 2 people died in the initial explosion.
It wasn't an explosion, so to speak, but there was what's the other really big one then? Because I think there were long-term deaths that were attributed to it, or cancers.
I don't know if Fukushima actually... Did anyone die in Fukushima? I don't remember.
I think there was...
No.
There was I thought there was one person who was severely exposed to radiation who did die in Fukushima. At least one. I don't know, though. I don't remember the death tolls on those.
Someone says nobody died because of Daiichi Fukushima either. No recorded deaths from 3 Mile Island. Okay. I think
so it turns
Chernobyl
out
may have had something.
that seawater is a really great insulator against radiation.
Yeah, that's true. It's also a really good way of shutting down the diesel backup, which apparently it just flooded the diesel backup basement, which caused the electronics to fail.
But bear in mind, while Quattro is right about seawater being an effective insulator against radiation, that's not because of it being specifically seawater. That's just a trait of water in general.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The high quantity of hydrogen atoms within water make it very good for absorbing excess neutron radiation.
Seawater particularly because it's slightly denser as well.
Probably.
Not really. The increased density would help marginally with gamma radiation, but when it comes to nuclear reactor incidents, it's the neutron radiation or the radiation produced from the daughter elements through the nuclear decay that you want to be concerned about.
Well, now I know.
When it comes to neutron radiation, pretty much the only things that can stop it are large quantities of water or just a lot of mass.
Erica, it's done. All right, next thing. All right, Cash. Just like we practiced. You are fired. You're fired. You're fired. You, sir, are the fired. Forget it. Just call them a bloody bastard or whatever. You got it, buddy.
Bloody bitch, Ben Chod.
What a chod.
What is that? What is that line you're supposed to say? Ben showed Black Death on your mother.
Something like that.
Black Death upon your mother.
Yeah.
That is the line that makes the Jeet scammers flip their shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you know it's a scammer, chat, and you don't feel like wasting their time, which is honestly the more productive thing to do, then just say that. Only if you know it's a scammer.
There is a really good upside to that. Is you make them want to waste their own time.
I suppose
because
so,
then they will try and repeatedly call back just to curse you out.
Yeah, true. I have
funny.
done it exactly once because I got an email, and I remember it was like I saw it. I just happened to check my email early in the morning, and so I wasn't quite. I hadn't had my coffee yet, and it said something about how thank you for your Amazon purchase and it was like a bunch of random fucking bullshit, like a TV and a monitor and a bunch of electronics, and I went, what the fuck? I didn't order any of this shit, and so I just instinctually called the number, this is quite a few years ago now. And then I immediately, though, did recognize it was an Indian scammer after about 2 seconds, but he started asking me to, well, I tell you what the obvious giveaway is can you install AnyDesk or whatever it is, the fucking desk viewer stuff? I was like, oh, what the fuck? Absolutely fucking not. Because it is the case that if you call Amazon, very likely an Indian will pick up. So that part is not a dead giveaway. But yeah, then I don't know if I said Black Death on your mother, but I did call him Ben Chode and Mother Chode, and then he just started screaming and did call me back.
Fantastic.
So another good thing to note is that if you do this enough times, eventually they will just blacklist you and you don't get scam calls from India again.
Very nice.
Well, to be fair, that was my fault. I called a number on an email that I just immediately freaked out at, which is, of course, the point. They don't want you to actually read and think about it.
I actually have another slightly different technique for dealing with Indian scam callers that I have discovered to be very, very effective. Specifically in making sure that they don't call you back. What I do is if I receive an unexpected call and the person that I'm speaking to has an Indian accent, I let them speak for about 5 or 6 seconds, and then I immediately interrupt them by saying, I know that this is a scam call. Guess how I know? And they will usually try to continue on with the spiel or whatever it is that they're trying to say, at which point I will immediately interrupt them again by saying, it is because you have an Indian accent. Go away. Do not call this again.
Another really fun one is tell them that you're going to send their number to Kit Boga. I'm not even kidding. I've done that before, and they had a complete fucking spurt. Thanks for the phone number. I'll be forwarding this to Kit Boga.
I wonder if you could just
scammer payback or whoever.
Just start talking. Let's start casually talking about. So, watching much YouTube recently? I found this guy called Kit Boga. He's really funny, actually. He does these like calls with these people.
Yeah.
I was thinking of sending him a lot of money. I was thinking of using my millions to fund his channel. No, sir. Bloody bastard. Don't do that. No, sir.
So I was getting a bunch of calls from this quote unquote duct cleaning place. Of course, completely staffed by Indians because it's a common thing that they do here.
Did you say it was called Cooked Indian Place?
Duct cleaning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because this is a scam that they run here pretty often. Less frequently now, but still kind of a thing. But eventually, one day I pick up because I just kept letting it hit voicemail. I didn't want to bother giving them the time of day. I tell them, "Oh yeah, that's great and all, but you see, I live in a cardboard box. I don't know if there's any ducts in here, but if you can find them, I'll pay you." Got them to hang up on me.
Yep, that'll do it. All right. Boostek says, reminds me of the time I got a compliment from a WoW GM for scamming a chink gold farmer. Yeah, that's good.
I have some entirely unrelated and yet good news. Take a look.
Mm-hmm.
I have that story, actually. We may not get to it, but yes. The based one won.
Yeah.
Of the two candidates to become Chinese prime minister, the based woman who looked like she'd be a globalist but isn't won.
I mean, yet to be seen what she actually does.
Sure,
but
yeah.
It seems that
the two, though.
From what I know of her, she sounds pretty based.
Yeah. So this commenter says, this is almost like the Japanese version of electing Trump. Takayachi was a close ally of Shinzo Abe and a hardline right-wing Japanese nationalist. Her victory is very unexpected, apparently. A massive shock. Japan is so back. Congratulations, Pat. Genuinely, congratulations, Japan. Nacho says, no women in power, don't trust.
They're real fucking pissed off about the immigration for obvious reasons because they've had all these nuisance streamers, and Japan appears to want to import a bunch of fucking Indians and Nigerians and shit. Some of that appears to be on accident. Like the Nigerian thing was apparently reported on by the Nigerian press, and then there was a massive protest in Japan about it. Then they had to clarify, no, not really. We're not really building global villages for Nigerians in Japan.
I'd like to remind everyone that your suspicion of it being a female leader is understandable, but female leaders who are good can happen. There have been some in history. Victoria is an example, as far as I know, who was a good female leader. They can happen, so give it time.
Not a long list, but yeah.
Right. Next up, would you agree with this this assessment of modernism and postmodernism? At least the graphic.
Yeah. I agree with the text as well.
Yeah.
What an astute observation.
Yeah, I like this. I like how the way postmodernism is being described is just fucking bottom noises. Which is also fitting.
Four bottoms.
Is okay, you've got the male and the female symbol. Is this the top symbol and the bottom symbol?
I feel like that
probably.
I feel like that the mess of lines under postmodern could be AI to produce a particular Wojak.
The postmodern Wojak.
Somebody get on that.
If you squint hard enough, you see this.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think you do, but maybe. It's not far off, actually. It's got the nose. Yeah.
They're in the lines.
8-Ball has reacquired the curse. 8-Ball is, you don't know this, 8-Ball is a high enough level patron that he is just able to use the Discord decorator system I made to give himself almost any role, almost any vanity role in the server. And the curse that was just assigned is one that he can just give himself. So he's given himself the curse. So yeah, I've been told that my philosophy is a modernist philosophy. I think you probably noticed this, Aiden. I like to cut beneath abstractions to find out the truth that's down there. And I always thought that was what postmodernism is, but I was told that's actually modernism.
Yeah, that's modernism.
Okay, that's fine. It now has a face. Thank you. I mean, there kind of are those shapes there. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. I just highlighted them.
Yeah. The human instinct to see faces and
faces.
Yeah. Okay, that's it for the meme section. We're 2 hours in. It's all right. We'll do a long one.
Chugging it along expediently.
I love, Wolf, how the Japs managed to trick the whole world into putting an evil Jew demon emoji in the standard set. All right. Shall we get to some of our headline stories that we should have covered right in the beginning, probably?
Look, to be completely fair to them, they were an island nation mostly isolated from the rest of humanity. Saw a Jew for the first time and correctly assumed that it was a demon.
All right, chat. Let's do some of our main stories. We've got 2 on the list today. Government shutdown and Manchester shooting. They're the 2 I deemed as the main ones. So let's do government shutdown first. I have just a bunch of stuff on this. Let's just go through them in the order that I opened them. Actually, no, let's start with the article.
It's not the exact 2 things I said were the main news stories of the week to you.
Are they?
Yeah.
They probably are the ones I would have picked anyway, but I appreciate it. I think you were correct, Aiden. Everything you need to know about the US government shutdown from the New York Post, which is a decent source that is not too lefty biased. Democrats and Republicans failed to reach an agreement by Tuesday night's deadline, and the US government is now partially shut down. Democratic leaders in Congress have opposed a stopgap measure funding the government at current levels until November 21st, in part due to its failure to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies that will expire at the end of 2025. Blah, blah, blah. Lots of boring bullshit, I'm sure, as the reason behind it all. But as far as I understand, okay, you know what? This fucker here did a good summary. I think he's in Congress. He did a good summary of why this is happening, so I'll let him explain. Yeah, somewhat biased source, most likely, but this is what he's saying.
Everything happens for a reason, but sometimes the reason is you're stupid and you made a bad decision. And my Democratic colleagues have made a very, very bad decision here. I knew they were going to do this 2 weeks ago when they listed their demands. They're demanding, for example, that we not check people on Medicaid for eligibility by income. Just let anybody sign up who wants to sign up. They're demanding that we give free health care to foreign nationals who are in our country illegally. They're demanding that taxpayers pay for sex change operations. If you list all of their demands and add them up, it's between 1.2 and 1.5 trillion dollars. Now, they know it's an unserious proposal. They know we're not going to accept it. That tells me that this decision to shut down government is not based on policy, Rob. It's based on politics.
It's more or less accurate. The kind of, I guess, important information about it is that all the Democrats are running with this line that, it's just they don't want people to be able to have any health care or something like that. But all of the shit that is being argued about now is stuff that actually goes to vote in December. All that was being voted for this time is the continuing resolution for the next 7 weeks.
Yeah.
So they were stopping this resolution that just continues for another 7 weeks and refuse to do that as some sort of fuck you to Trump. This is what it looks like. But what this actually does in reality is it lets Trump fire a whole bunch of people while the government shut down. And there's nothing they can do about it.
We're going to get to that, yes. I get the impression that Kennedy's assessment is probably quite accurate. But I do have some leftist opinions here as well that we'll go through. But let's see if I can find the video about of what Trump's statement on this was. Because it's not this one. It may have been this one. Because there was a decent summary of what he was saying. Here we go.
A lot of good can come down from shutdowns. We can get rid of a lot of things that we didn't want, and they'd be Democrat things.
We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like.
When you shut it down, you have to do layoffs. So would be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected, and the Democrats, they're going to be Democrats.
Do it.
And the whole idea that the Republicans are doing this is ridiculous because they need, like, the other like cope you see is, well, the Democrats or the Republicans control everything. Yeah, but for this to pass, they still need some Democrat votes. They do not have enough votes to pass this, so they cannot. There is nothing more the Republicans can do to pass this. So the government had to shut down. There were, I think, 8 Democrats would need to vote for it, but they couldn't even get 8 to vote for it because they've staged a mass protest, essentially, of it because they want to get in their $1.5 trillion for illegal immigrants and, transgender surgeries and shit. So... even though, again, it's still, that part still is, it's not even what's being voted on here. That's not voted on until December. But it's why they say they're doing it until they got called out on it, essentially. Then they tried to roll it back and say it was about healthcare for everyone. All that this is, all they're voting for right now is continuing the way things are for 7 weeks.
Yeah, that's what I had found while reading it, yeah. So let's just go through what we have. This was erected in front of the White House. Can someone explain what the fuck this is?
Yeah, it's Trump and Epstein.
Oh, is it? That would make sense.
Yeah, this is, I think, the second work of art or of such similar sort of vein that's been installed in front of the White House, or not the White House, in Congress or in DC recently. Capitol building, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, several of the things I have, it's actually like one of the things I saw that was like, okay, this is the kind of thing that you could get fucking sued for if you said this. See if I can find it. No, that's different. That we will watch that though. That's not it. It's one of these. Maybe if AOC, but one of these was saying like the reason for the government shutdown. I know that's also funny, but that's not it either. Yeah, this was it. AOC, in her infinite wisdom, says the government is in full shutdown and the Republicans are refusing to call the House back into session. Want to know why? Because we have secured the final vote on releasing the Epstein files and they don't want it out. AOC, why did you not talk about releasing any Epstein files while you or your people were in power? You know what? Don't bother answering that. This is what they're saying, and there may be something to this. There may be some vote that was going through that was going to cause this, but I doubt that's the reason. I mean, what do you think? Like, despite whatever is being covered up, there is no reason to believe from any quarter that Trump was involved in any of the child rapes. Everything we've heard from it implies that he wasn't. So, at the very least, he's not involved.
No, this is bringing up the Epstein files that seemed to enter the narrative a little bit later as, oh no, this is actually about the Epstein files, which I want released as well, by the way. But still,
indeed,
this was ultimately all this seems is like the Democrats thought they were going to do something clever here, and I don't think they thought it through. That's really what it looks like, is that they were going to strong arm Trump into getting this shit passed and didn't think about the consequences of it. I have no other way to I don't really understand what else they could possibly be doing here, unless all of this is a distraction from Trump and Israel, which is very possible.
It's a distraction the Democrats would have to be full-throated in favor of, though, really, surely, which seems a little unlikely. I mean, there are a few issues that the Democrats and Republicans would still unite on, and Israel is probably one of them, unfortunately. But
well, sort of. Oh no, not at all, because the Dems have been so subsumed by the loud progressive arm of it. They can't actually be very as pro-Israel as they would like to be, openly because of who they've made their party.
Yeah, but that one's still debatable, I guess. Yeah.
Again, the key issue here is that they have no reason to be making a stink about this. The shit that they're allegedly upset about isn't voted on until December. So even all their stuff about like, oh, this cuts healthcare for all of these Americans and this stuff about the illegals as well, that doesn't get voted on until December. They're throwing this, what appears to be this massive fucking hissy fit over continuing the current plan.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it seems like they thought maybe they could strong arm Trump on this to try and get their shit through on it at a time when it wasn't supposed to be being voted on, maybe. I don't really know. But it was a really stupid decision, ultimately, which is why it makes me think, of course, that it's a distraction from something else.
Well, you can see how hard they're going trying to make it look like Trump's fault is Bernie. This is his analysis. For the first time, despite needing bipartisan support, Republicans have refused to negotiate, it says. I mean, I would if the bill was patently ridiculous, which I think it was it Aiden just now that summarized it? Or was it Ginger? I can't remember.
I don't know.
What's in there probably is. Under the Republican proposal, 15 million Americans would lose Medicaid or Affordable Care Act coverage, with studies estimating 50,000 preventable deaths each year. When you say Americans, what do you mean by that? Do you mean
understand
illegal foreign nationals?
Their argument appears to be legitimately that if you are in the United States, you should be, because it's give us your whatever, your everybody in the whole world, that if you're in this country, might as well be an American. You should be treated like one. That does appear to be the crux of their argument at this point. It's a really shitty, stupid argument, but their base believes that kind of nonsense at this point. So I don't know.
Yeah. Mofaku, I could almost believe that's a real tweet. Calling all Nazi chuds who like apples. Ron Perlman has an apple for you. I just spent 6 months bug chasing in underserved communities. Finally found a zesty black tranny with a moist and toxic load. That's right, Ron Perlman has contracted super AIDS from an oppressed minority. How do you like them apples? Racist transphobes lose again because of Ron Perlman.
Oh my god, I've missed Ron Perlman posting. That's classic.
I could believe that. Yeah, I could believe he would do that.
Considering the shit he used to post, yeah, I could. It's in line with it. Yeah.
There was another amazing parody account titled "Poopy Tastings" that would make tons of posts like that.
Yeah,
just making fun of them.
I built a new sewage system for my neighbors. Now all their feces go straight into my house. The first floor is already flooded with shit. And guess what, Hoss? It's gonna reach the second floor faster than your stupid fucking wall gets done. I'm gonna drown in shit, Donnie. Fantastic. What a gem. What a treasure. Well, Born Gamer, the reason he looks kind of weird is because he is the Jewish golem archetype. Jewish ogre archetype. Sorry.
Yeah, some
from
sort
that
of
meme.
Pale ape.
I guess.
He does. He's very simian-like in appearance.
I can do more of that voice if you like, chat. I've realized that voice sounds a little bit like David Mitchell, who I like, generally. He's a bit too lefty for my taste, but he's not too bad compared to most BBC comedians.
Yeah.
Here's a great one.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, little Donnie, guess what? This morning I was taking a shit and I got it all over my hands. I didn't even wash them. I bet you feel real stupid now, don't you, little Donnie?
The thing is, at some point, it really did become almost impossible to delineate the fake Ron Perlman tweets from the real ones, because that is basically what his real ones sounded like.
There's another.
You found a source of Quattro.
I don't know if that one's actually real. That one might be real.
Yo, little Donnie, I just scooped some water out of the toilet and I'm going to drink it. What do you think of them apples, you orange bastard? This one isn't real because the image is real, but they've written a story to match the image a bit too shallowly. But I don't think this was real, but it's not too dissimilar. I've heard some of the shit he said.
I don't know anymore. Yeah, and there was a lot of like fecal and piss stuff in it too. Yeah. So that is consistent.
Oh, we've got this one as well.
Hey, little Donnie, I just shat into my water heater, and now when I turn my fucking sink on, diarrhea comes out. I wash my face with my own shit. What do you think of that, little Donnie? My neighbors must be very confused.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Ron Perlman was Indian.
He's trans Indian.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. Oh, there's another one here.
Yo, little Donnie, I got a vagina now. Want to grab my pussy? What a fantastic screenshot as well.
Like I said, very simian-like in appearance.
Yeah. I don't know how many of his actual real tweets I ever saw, but I know that they were similar to this. I'd heard from people.
They pretty much were. I can't even remember. Like Trump's tweets all became a meme. Things like many such cases that just became common parlance. But the one I will never forget is Barney Frank looked disgusting in his blue shirt, nipples protruding, very, very disrespectful. That will forever be my favorite Trump tweet.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I also love the fact that blue in shirt, as in blue shirt, was capital in all caps for some reason.
Like maybe if it was a funeral, then it would make sense to highlight the color, but I don't know if it was.
Maybe it's because he's a Democrat. I don't know. It's like his blue
maybe.
Democrat shirt, nipples protruding, very, very disrespectful.
Nipples protruding has unfortunately been stuck in my vocabulary for about the last, best part of a decade.
I know, me too. Nipples protruding. I can't escape from it. Trump infects the language.
Jesus.
We always words that kill. This is the real plot of Metal Gear Solid 5.
The world is merely converging towards Metal Gear Solid.
Well, Kojima predicted a bunch of that stuff, like 9/11, so yeah.
He was involved. Yo, little Donnie, I just let a black guy fuck me in the ass to prove how unracist I am. Bet you didn't see that coming, motherfucker. Haha, even let him come inside me. What did you do? Fuck that whore, Melania. It's not even... It doesn't even have any connection.
I hope
Thank you.
This whole several week-long crash out for basically no reason.
It was like a month-long crash out.
Get all of these sent back to him.
Yeah.
I wonder, did he quit Twitter or whatever? Because I've not heard about him in years.
He did for a little while afterwards.
I guess he's on Blue Sky, if anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, should we attempt to get back to the topic?
Oh, right.
So Bernie says this, 50 million Americans. Now, maybe there is, some of the most carefully constructed lies in the world are from politicians misrepresenting their own legislation. So there's going to be many layers where this could be a lie. Subjective interpretation by think tanks. What does Americans mean? What does lose mean? There's a suspicious or doing a lot of heavy lifting in this message.
Uh-huh.
And what does preventable mean? What does even deaths mean in this context? Where's the 50,000 coming from? Where's the 15 million coming from? And what is this proposal the only way this can happen? Or is there some, it would be done by some of the means? Or is the default something that you're assuming but not what would actually happen? There's any number of ways this could be false. And
again,
it just comes down to whether you trust a politician. And it's a politician. Why would you trust a politician?
Yeah. Well, Kennedy talked about some of it, with there being essentially no inclusion criteria for being able to get Medicaid for a ton of people, apparently. So those people would lose their Medicaid coverage or Affordable Care Act coverage. That's the illegal immigrants stuff. And then, by the way that the Democrats are acting as if the money is not fungible, essentially, in that, I think I have that right, or I have the opposite way around. We're in that, the federal money definitely doesn't get used to give healthcare coverage to illegals in the 14 states in the US that give healthcare coverage to illegal immigrants. But once the money's in the coffers, obviously it gets distributed. So they're trying to claim essentially that the federal money funding for this is not going to their state level funding, but obviously it fucking is. And that's bullshit and everyone knows it. They're trying to pretend like the coffers are all separated and none of the money goes between them. Because this is a state level issue in terms of who whether or not illegals are able to get coverage. And it's 14 states, though, to be fair.
14 states and 88 million Americans covered.
Yeah, 14 pages, meticulously worded.
And then says the Republican proposal would also lead to healthcare premiums doubling for about 20 million Americans. Same problems as the last statement. It's really hard to trust all the assessments that would go into determining whether that's true. I'm open to listening, but I'd like to see, well, I say I'd like to see more data, but it's pretty so fucking dense, it would be almost impossible to determine it. You know, at this point, when it comes to like stuff that I don't have the hours upon hours upon hours to research, I would either want to trust people that do, or I'm just going to trust Trump because he's telling the truth about most of it. For a politician, he's remarkably trustworthy. But of course, not always.
Again, what do they mean by American here? What do you mean by American? You know, where's the guy with the red glasses, right? What sort of American?
Exactly.
Well, because that is the question. What type of American are they referring to? And, you know, we all know. Yeah, we're excited.
Speaking of things coming in dreams. All right, next thing. The American people, Democrats, Independents, Republicans, must come together and say enough is enough, he says. This government belongs to all of us, he says. Not just Trump and his billionaire friends. It's always the narrative they go for. But it's not.
That's actually the exact language.
Opposite.
That's the exact language that Maxine Waters used, where she did just admit that that included everybody, including illegal immigrants. So when they say all of us, they mean illegal immigrants. Well, it wasn't just her, but then there was another Democrat, I can't remember his name now, who came out and just directly said, yes, we are shutting down the government because fuck Trump. They keep trying to put out this counter-signaling messaging that, no, it's the Republicans doing it. The Republicans refuse to negotiate. And then they are so disorganized that half of the fucking Democrats in government have come out and said the opposite and said, no, we are doing this. We know exactly what we're doing. It's on purpose. Fuck you, Trump, Drumpf. And then Maxine Waters comes out and does admit implicitly that it is for illegal immigrants to get healthcare. Yeah, because of course it is. That's not questionable at this point.
There's more on this. Let's go through some of the stuff that we have. Okay, so what this is.
September 30. I'm a business guy. I always pass budgets. And by the way, if you didn't do your job in business, you didn't get paid. You don't show up and do your job, you don't get paid. Why are we getting paid? We shouldn't get paid if we don't do our job. We need to figure out how to work together to get our budgets done. It's as simple as that.
So you're going to offer legislation to not get paid during shutdowns?
Absolutely. I already have a bill. We've got a bill that we don't get paid during the shutdown. Ron Johnson's got a bill that will never have shutdowns. That should pass also. But on top of that, what are the Democrats doing? This is a clean resolution. All we're doing is keeping the funding. Actually, the funding is too high. It's still the Biden funding. But I don't want to shut down government, so I support it. But the Democrats, they want to shut down for whatever reason. How is this good for the country?
So from what I'm gathering, it's sounding like Republicans proposed just extending the existing funding until December. Democrats are like, no, you have to pay for fucking a tranny 50-foot golem to be built in on the border and ravage the southern states until they vote Democrat. Republicans are like, no, we're not doing that.
1.5 trillion is what they're asking for. It was supposed to just be a continuing resolution. All the shit that they're saying it's about, again, not voted on until December. So it really does look like they just decided to shut down the government to say fuck you to Trump without ever considering. Although there were a couple of Democrats, I played one on my stream on Wednesday who went and said, what the fuck are you doing? No, I voted with the Republicans to get this shit passed because they're about to fire. They're going to clean house, you idiots.
I think, when you said that yesterday,
I'm adding inflection, but like that was more or less what he said. He just said it more politically, you know?
When you said that yesterday, I think what I said is just that, at some point, like, yes, I think you said, like, okay, at that point, you really look at what's the real reason for this, what's it distracting from, and what's the potential conspiracy, and that is true. Yeah, there might be one. It might be some grand conspiracy where both sides are working together, or some less grand conspiracy where there's some other factors involved, or they could just be retards. And I think given this current state of the Democrat Party, it's become more and more believable than ever, that their actions are controlled by retardation, non-strategic things, just pure hate and greed and emotion, but not through strategic stuff.
I think they wanted to do a little stunt to show they were going to hashtag resist Trump and did not think any further than that. I from the looks of it, I mean, unless this is all a big planned distraction, I can't imagine what else would possibly explain it.
Yeah.
Other than arrogance and fuck you, Trump, fuck you, Dad, that kind of shit, which a lot of it is.
Yeah. I would definitely lean towards they're just idiots at this point. A lot of them just got in their head, like, we have to resist Trump. Let's do this. That was it. That was the thought. Maybe there is something more to it. I don't know. What could the Democrats gain from government being shut down?
I don't know. That's the thing. They don't have anything to gain from this because they don't control anything.
Yeah.
So other than throwing a temper tantrum and then basically crying victim over it, which is that appears to be the whole strategy. Yeah, it's just shooting themselves, like putting the stick in the bike and then going, help, it's a fascisms.
Nacho says, started as a distraction and they were too stupid to game it out. Well, distraction from what? For the Democrats, though? What were they distracting from?
I think the Israel stuff.
Maybe. Ted says, I would say the largest motivation of the Democratic Party, at least of the members, is the preservation of luxury beliefs that are no longer tangible. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. They support free healthcare for migrants because they want to look morally superior. Yeah.
Well, they want voters.
I mean,
they want an infinite flood of people who will come in and be perpetually loyal to them. They did this. This is not their first rodeo on this. The Democrat Party did this in my home state of West Virginia and a lot of states that in Appalachia that were coal mining areas. They all unionized. They trusted the Democrats because the Democrats operated with the unions. They supported the unions. They then turn that around and use it to destroy all those industries in favor of green energy and exporting or importing goods not from American steel workers, but instead from China. So instead, what ended up happening is that you've got a bunch of people, even today in West Virginia, who of the older generation, who will vote Democrat to the day they fucking die because they think the Democrats did them a solid 70 years ago, 60 years ago. So that's what they're banking on with the illegals. Multi-generational loyalty. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, have a relevant image. The Washington Post are crying.
Says President Trump's second term had already brought misery to the nation's 2.1 million civilian federal workers. That is way too many. Now with the government shutdown, 750,000 federal staffers have been furloughed and many others are working without pay.
Post office is doing fine. So actually the things that matter are still running.
Maybe the Dems think that Trump is going to fire too many people and he's going to regret it, and then they can use that as a demonstration of, and that's why you should trust us. And then Trump does it and succeeds because he'd like
Obama
to.
shut down the government. Obama shut the government down for 14 days. For 2 weeks.
Hang on just a moment. Do you think that Doge has something to do with this?
Potentially.
Elon's just whispering into the ear of the president, just make them shut it down. We'll save so much money, Trump.
Well, it seems that the impetus for this was all Democrat trying to add some stuff that was unwelcome to an existing bill. So I think they would have to be motivated originally in some way.
No, it's actually dumber than that. Again, the stuff that they are saying it's about is not what it's about. That doesn't get voted on until December. This is, again, it's why I cannot comprehend what the political maneuver is here. Because it would have made sense for them to throw this fit in December, but instead they're doing it in October.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Again, like these shutdowns happen almost every year to a certain extent. And whether or not it's a big deal and people give a fuck about them depends on how it's being used politically. And right now they want to cry about federal workers being on vacation.
This is poll from New York Times. Views on whether the Democrats should or should not shut down the government if their demands are not met. Even among Democrats, it's not the majority who say yes. Plurality, yes, but not majority. And then independents and Republicans are obviously way lower. 27% of the country thinks they should. 65% thinks they should not. And here is Chuck Schumer to tell us why this isn't good data.
But before you play Chuck there, I'd like to point out something in that report, that New York Times report, that's very important. How is this question phrased? Whether the Democrats should or should not shut down the government. So the New York Times' own poll puts the blame and the onus where it belongs, on the Democrats, even though the Democrats are shouting it's the Republicans' fault. They could just pass it out. They literally can. Even the New York Times poll betrays the fact that this is their responsibility and their fault.
You could certainly argue that, yeah. But I think that's probably what Chuck Schumer's about to say.
I know the leader is going to show a poll that says that Democrats will be blamed for the shutdown. There are many more polls that show Republicans are blamed. The question in that poll is biased. Biased. In the New York Times, but it's biased.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mainstream media says we whine.
True. I don't always believe the New York Times. You can be sure of that. Neither do you. Okay.
Dude,
it is fair. Like he could be right, but it's the New York Times. I mean, what are the chances? Like, arguably, the question is biased.
Yeah. It is because it doesn't say whether that people in the House should do it, or
Okay, here's the thing.
Congress should.
It's biased on a question that perhaps when they asked it, they didn't think would even be in contention. Like, obviously the Democrats are doing this. Wait, what do you mean the Democrats are saying they're not doing it? Now we look biased against our own side. What the fuck?
Yeah, and it's the New York Times. That's, of course, the audible laughters because, they're biased. Yeah, that's a ridiculous contention that the New York Times would be biased against the Democrats. But I think you're right. It's that when they probably conducted the poll, they didn't know that the pivot was going to be, actually, no, we are not doing the thing that we are obviously doing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they put this premise forward when it wasn't biased to say it, and then the Democrats changed their fucking narrative, and then suddenly it was biased.
And the New York Times couldn't keep up. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that's what happened, but it's more plausible than the New York Times heel turning against their own side.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you, Mr. Schumer. List of non-essential government expenditures that would save tax. I'm actually not sure what all. I mean, this is very dense. So this is things that someone's saying that could be shut down. Remaining COVID funds. 23.6 billion unexpired, unobligated COVID-19 funding.
Yeah, this is a whole other part of it. Yes.
Another 42 billion has expired, no longer eligible for obligation. Moved beyond the COVID pandemic years ago. That's very, very true. $1 trillion secret slush funds. Says most of us feel lucky when we find the surprise $20 bill in our pocket or some change in the couch cushions, while Washington is estimated to have ended this fiscal year with trillions of dollars left unspent, nearly 1.6 trillion of which was not obligated for any specific purpose. That's insane. That's a huge amount. With trillions of dollars stashed away in secret slush funds, why is Washington borrowing another dime? These accounts should be thoroughly scrubbed with the necessary funds cancelled. I mean, that's excessively criminal, surely.
How many trillions was it? Or
1.6 trillion.
Was it? Well, 1.5 trillion is the amount of money they're asking for. So what a coincidence.
I didn't know that there was so much of a surplus. Why the hell would you do this and then borrow? You can sabotage. That's the only reason.
Apparently. But yeah, the COVID stuff is a whole different part. And I don't know what the fuck what is the continuing COVID spending going on? Is it people with long COVID? I guess. I mean, there are Taylor Lorenz lunatic. She thinks she's got long COVID and wears a mask in her house and stuff.
Jesus
Are you sure that's not just a side effect of the thing that so many people were forced to take?
And no, Taylor Lorenz is a lunatic who is a very lovely 59-year-old woman who desperately wants to have sex with Hassan Piker. So yeah, she's fucking out of her mind.
All these people who claim to have it, they're all vaxoids, I've noticed.
Taylor Lorenz
why that
is the only person that I'm aware of whose age on Wikipedia is an estimate. Of like a living person, you know what I mean? Yes, historical figures. But as far as I know, really? Taylor Lorenz, yes, unless it's been changed. But if you go back in the logs, you will definitely find it. For at least a period of time, Taylor Lorenz had a list of a range of possible dates, years in which she was born, because she constantly lies about her age. and has updated it so many times. So I think it says like between like 1979 and 1985 or something like that sometime in this. Yeah, between, does it say 1984, 85? It used to be a wider range, I think. But yeah, like, is there any other living person who has a Wikipedia page where they don't know the year of birth? Told you. Yeah.
Interesting. So there's more on this list, though. Vacant buildings. Maintaining and leasing government office buildings costs $8 billion every year. Even after the president's return to work order, not a single headquarters of a major government agency or department in the nation's capital has met the Use It Act's 60% occupancy goal. That is really absurd. Consolidating office space reduces operating and deferred maintenance costs. Okay, so with that one, I could kind of see it, because what is the most active period of like government activity? The start of a war, let's say. If 60% is not being achieved right now, maybe that's sensible. Maybe it would be 100% during a war. And if you reduce, like at the start of a war, some massive event, but if you were to reduce the size of government buildings, maybe you would find that they were too low. It's the government. You want them to at least have the space available. So that one is more debatable, but there probably is a lot of waste there that is just genuinely waste. And it's not like they couldn't requisition quick office space when they needed it either, is it? So not sure about that. Yeah, as Micah says, they can rent space as needed. That is true. But there's probably some setup, probably some security stuff they've got to do before they allow that to be used for government purposes. It depends on the type of facility. So, yeah, that one's more debatable.
Well, okay, I can tell you exactly. My dad worked for the Social Security Administration for 45 years. He worked in a government building. It was pretty much the largest building in the very small town in West Virginia that he lived in, but it was the capital or the seat of the county. So that's where the federal building is. And not only, so it's like the post office was there, the Social Security office, all of the government stuff was there, but still they had non-government agencies that worked out of there as well, because it was the largest office. That actively does happen. So yeah, you can rent it out. You have to still go through the metal detector and shit. But like, yeah, you can absolutely do it. It just needs to, I mean, where you used to be able to, I don't know. And in small municipalities, I think it still happens. So yeah, rent it.
Just reading over there are actual arguments about the birth date for this Taylor Lorenz person on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
So this person saw that there was no birth date, added the birth date, came back after it was rolled back, and then saw that there have been several very active discussions on the birth date. You don't need a citation for a birth date if it's publicly available. The day and month have been made available by the subject themselves. The date was included recently along with a source. What was the issue with that previously? Doesn't matter when. Okay, well, what is the problem with that then? Oh, is the suspicion that the source is lying about when she was born?
Yes, because she lies about. She has changed her own account of when she was born many times.
That is
she
weird.
Constantly updates it so that she was younger and younger and younger, because she doesn't want to. She does not want to be 40. That's what it is.
I see. Even though the two ages that are on Wikipedia would put her at either 40 or 41.
I think she used to be trying to move it back even further, but this is now too, by the way, because this was when she started doing the birthday shit was a couple years ago, and it's still in place. Taylor Lorenz, like one of her big journalism thing is she talks to teenagers on TikTok and reports on it, or on or in Roblox. Yeah,
she doesn't.
So she pretends to be a teenager.
I was going to say she doesn't look 40, almost as if she's trying to look relatable to teenagers.
Yes.
The only thing on her face that looks older than she otherwise looks is the lines around her nose and lips.
I think it might be an older picture too, but yeah.
Well, it's not that much older. It's 2 years old.
Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I missed that. Okay. Unless she submitted an older picture and said it was from 2023, because Taylor Lorenz is a lunatic who might do shit like that.
That's a good point. So yeah, the vacant buildings one, probably there's some validity to that, but it's also only 8 billion apparently. And that's all of them. So the waste is probably much less than that. So that's one of the minor ones anyway. Non-essential federal employees leading to the Schumer shutdown, which they're calling it. The Congressional Budget Office revealed to me that around 750,000 federal employees will be deemed non-essential and furloughed, and their compensation for not working incurs roughly $400 million a day. Iowa's small businesses and farmers don't have the luxury of hiring non-essential employees, and neither should the government. It's well put.
Yeah,
OMB should work, with the Office of Personnel Management and all other federal agencies to right-size the federal workforce. That's one way of saying downsize, but same thing probably, to prevent taxpayers from subsidizing so-called non-essential work. Sure, yeah. Electric vehicle charging station boondoggle. In 2021, the Biden admin allocated $7.5 billion for a nationwide network of electric vehicle charging stations, only to build 60, I heard about this, didn't I? Only to build 60 charging stations across the US in the 3 years since the enactment. Where'd the money go? Secretary of Transportation Duffy.
Into a bunch of people's pockets, I think.
Rightfully froze the program's funding. However, funds have since been unfrozen. This wasteful Green New Deal program should be ended and the funding rescinded. I'm not even against electric car charging stations. It's a developing technology. It's not quite ready yet, but it'll get there eventually. But I don't think the government should be funding them, though. But still, $7.5 billion and they only built 60. Nah, that's not right. Something's gone wrong there. Doge and my Senate Doge caucus leadership, they say, uncovered a disturbing trend of federal employees leaving their job without having their charge cards and accounts tied to official duties properly deactivated and closed. Fantastic. Last year, the federal government held approximately 4.6 million active purchase cards and accounts with over $40 billion in spending on them. Over 11,000 transactions on these cards and accounts went to known high-risk merchants, including casinos, nightclubs, and bars. Deactivating these accounts and declining these absurd payments is long overdue. We must ensure that when federal employees stop working, associated government-issued cards do it too. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. That's pretty obvious. Golden State Gravy Trains taking taxpayers for a ride. It says, I commend the administration and Secretary Duffy for saving taxpayers $4 billion by cancelling funds for California's $100 billion over budget and decades behind schedule high-speed rail project. That's nothing but pure embezzlement, I'm guessing. Without a single rail being laid. Really?
Like
Jesus. Yeah, is that so just funding the entire corrupt government infrastructure of California? That's a huge amount of money. But there are more gravy train projects that account for $14 billion in spending that need to be derailed. Consider these absurd boondoggle price tags. Honolulu Rail Transit Hawaii, $1.9 billion. Purple Line Transit Maryland, $1 billion. Trans Bay Corridor Core Capacity California, $1.3 billion, another California one. You know, there's 3 California ones here. Subway Extension to Silicon Valley, California, $5 billion.
Weird that.
San Francisco Transit Center, California, $3.3 billion. Minneapolis Light Rail, Minnesota, $900 million.
But California keeps threatening to leave the Republic, and if it leaves, America will fall apart because we rely on California's GDP so much for the rest of the country. It's almost like GDP is a fucking scam, just in terms of number bigger, therefore good. Yeah. Look at how much federal fucking assistance it gets.
Yeah. Going $1 billion over budget isn't a rounding error; it's a train wreck, and OMB should work with the Department of Transportation, to rescind all federal funding for these projects. Probably, for these. Say again, sorry?
I said, based who wrote this?
I'm looking into it now.
Oh, Vought. It's Vought.
That's 2 Vought, I think.
Oh, okay.
We'll get to this absurd picture. It's from Joni K. Ernst, United States Senator. Okay.
Based.
Republican Senator. This is from a woman, I think.
Yeah, a woman wrote this. God damn.
She's doing well. All right, let's continue. This is a good list, actually. U.S. Postal Service electric vehicles. 2022 Dubious Inflation Reduction Act directed $3 billion for the U.S. Postal Service, USPS, to purchase electric delivery vehicles. However, much like the Biden admin's failed electric vehicle charging station endeavor, only 200 of the electric next-generation delivery vehicles made it onto the road in 3 years. The CBO estimates that today as much as $1.3 billion of this funding remains available, quote-unquote. All orders need to be cancelled and any remaining funds need to be rescinded and marked return to sender. Nacho is once again demonstrating that the most misogynist people in Cabal by far every time are the women.
As it should be.
Bogus bonuses. Federal employees and government contractors are being rewarded with financial, but by the way, I'm not judging you. Financial bonuses despite poor performance resulting in delays and cost overruns. OMB should work with all relevant federal agencies to immediately cancel all bonuses for federal employees that are not contractually obligated. Silly Science, the National Institutes of Health and National Science Foundation and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, have all devoted valuable taxpayer funding towards silly science projects in recent decades. They asked and answered essential questions. Taking a brief intermission because the next page is going to be hilarious. Laugh if you like, but we'll get to it later. Here you go. Ranging from how fast can a shrimp run on a treadmill to does this sour cream and onion flavored potato chip look like Elvis? Aiden, please defend this science.
No. Where's my government grant? Where's my iconic slave role?
True. It's because you're actually more useful than that, and that's
I know.
why.
That's the problem. I just accidentally did
if you spend your time on a bunch of inane bullshit that nobody cares about, then you'll get grants out the ass.
Well, I just like accidentally into this like incredible bit of fucking information as it relates to the health of a civilization, and yeah, just because I read a Star Trek paper, I read a bunch of Star Trek papers. That doesn't get federal funded, but whatever this shit is, yeah, that does. Money well spent.
It says the question is, what are we learning from the billions of taxpayer dollars Washington is spending on research and development of questionable projects that have little to no real scientific value? OMB should require NIH, NSF, and NASA to put forward justifications for all existing projects and cancel those that do not benefit American interests. That sounds quite reasonable. How fast can a shrimp run on a treadmill? Like, okay, I know that science often needs to delve into areas that don't seem immediately valuable, which could build up to value later.
But that
What's
kind
the
of
value
fucking no, there's fucking none. Look, and I'm like the queen of pointless fucking research. But at least mine involves human subjects, which you might be interested in knowing more about because you have to live with them. Who fucking cares about how fast a fucking shrimp can run on a treadmill? I feel like he may, or she, excuse me, may be oversimplifying that, but it still sounds fucking retarded, and I can't imagine the possible government-funded application for it.
Holy shit, Marcus Lewis.
Now,
got a picture.
To be fair,
No way.
I will, hang on, I did immediately think of actually, there was a professor at my university, not in my department, of course, but he got a massive government grant, and he came in to have a talk with the grad and doc students about how to get government grants. And what he did was train moths to find bombs.
That's cool.
Which is really fucking cool, but you can see the obvious government interest there.
Yeah.
You know, that would make sense.
I mean, I don't know, like, how many of these would you need to strap together to power the phone?
I've just been reminded of something quite sad.
Oh?
A lot of the funding that has been horribly misused went to Fauci and his treatment of beagles.
It did.
That wasn't even the
Never
only.
forgive them.
It wasn't just that. So much of Fauci's research was fucking disgusting. And he, by the way, as far as I understand, is still involved in gain-of-function research in some capacity overseas. Like, I just heard something about it a couple months ago. Of course, they never stopped that shit. But he himself still, I believe, has his hands in it. Because of course he fucking does. Because he looks like the embodiment of evil. Like, just look at the dude. Yeah, trust me.
I am the science.
Yeah, dude.
The science
oh my God.
is, of course, spelled with a dollar sign.
That shit made me want to fucking shoot myself. Holy fuck.
He's got to trust the science, but, you know, I am it.
I'm just enjoying the cute running shrimp.
It is a cute shrimp. But what is it going to do? What is its running going to achieve?
I don't know. It's hard to even conceive of like side effects that could be useful for this even.
You know, I bet
no
that
idea.
The people behind this started up a service to text people cool animal facts. And it's pay to subscribe.
Shrimp check. It's as shrimple as that.
Oh, layman lives on. You got to get shrimp pilled.
My dude.
100% sociological.
Studying biomechanics for robots, says Eric. Yeah, I guess maybe. So
What, to make a robot shrimp?
Something, and like if this is really cheap, if this study only took a couple of tens of thousands at most, I mean even that's too much for what you're doing. But Like if it's hundreds of thousands or millions, then that's
application? Absurd. I can't even fathom what the application is of getting a shrimp to run on a treadmill.
No one says you won't be laughing.
They did surgery on a fucking grape.
No one says you won't be laughing when you get hit by a light speed shrimp. Like even the surgery on a grape.
They do move at light speed. The mantis shrimp it moves so fucking fast that it causes
cavitation.
Yes. It's awesome.
No one says you won't be laughing when you get hit by light speed. Oh no, that was the one I already read. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, no. With the surgery on a grape thing, I don't know anything about that.
Distracted by the shrimp.
But maybe it's a test of really precise surgical equipment. I could see that. Grape is the test subject.
That actually is what it was. It was like, look, we can use a robot to do that. So that actually the surgery on the grape thing made more sense than the fucking shrimp on the treadmill. And I love bullshit research, and even I can't understand what the possible application of this is.
Yeah.
And then SRB research came out of were more boys born the year that Elvis died. So look, a lot of research is absolute fucking bullshit, but there is some rationale for it. I would love to read the rationale for the fucking shrimp.
Yeah.
Just a rationale for shrimp, not for the shrimp on the treadmill, even just rationale for shrimp.
All right, let's continue. It says, the question is, what are we learning from the billions of taxpayer dollars? I know that already. Government swag. Federal agents collectively spend $1.5 billion every year on public relations and propaganda. This includes koozies. What is that? Keychains, coloring books, graphic novels, and costumed mascots. Imagine
a cozy, getting a cozy for a mug.
It says koozies.
A koozie
is
a foam thing you put a beer can or something like that in.
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine you're really into graphic novels, but it's specifically government department propaganda graphic novels. Jack, are there any good examples of government department propaganda graphic novels that we can have a look at? It says, let's bag the swag. I've compiled an entire list of government mascots.
Isn't that what it's called?
I don't know. Most people have never even heard of. Franklin the Fair Market. This is Franklin the Fair Market Fox, everyone.
Oh, I thought it was a weasel.
like no one else we know. Fair Market Fox and Sanctuary Sam.
Sanctuary Sam.
That's the illegal immigrant mascot, isn't it?
The seal?
Fucking delete. Well, I guess it's
Sanctuary Sam
him.
Has got to be the seal, because if it's alliterative.
Is that Woodsy the Owl? Wait, no, is that South Park? Or is that real as well?
Franklin the Fair... Which one is Franklin the Fair Market Fox?
The one on the right, the fox.
But there's a... No, I think the thing on the left is a fox too, isn't it?
No. Actually,
what is that?
Chipmunk?
No, see, that's a fox. Look at it. That's a fox. It's it's like one really fucked
Aiden,
up, like with autism.
It does say U.S. Mint.
U.S. Mint.
So
but that also looks like a fox. Okay, well okay, so
this
that
one looks
the one on the
more
right's
like
got
a fox.
He's
and also look, fair markets
on
equal.
lean. Okay, yeah, but also it's lean.
Literally just a way to fun fursuits, and I do not approve.
Look at how fucking dilated its eyes are. That motherfucker is fucked up.
Oh god, you know what it reminds me of? Oh, I gotta find it.
It says, I wonder how many government mascots are considered essential employees and how many are being paid not to work. Imagine like the hardest hit by government shutdown, Franklin the Fair Market Fox.
Here we go, I found it.
Well done. Yeah.
Same energy.
Yeah, definitely Fent Fox. Yeah, the right wing doesn't need any gay fucking department mascots. Trump is the mascot. Tell me I'm
what
wrong.
a mascot he is.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely the mascot. Yeah.
Says every cloud has a silver lining. Consolidating agencies cloud computing software licenses could save $750 million every year. that's short and sweet. I like it.
How much do you think it annoys the left wing that whenever they try to take the piss out of Trump, if they actually do a good job of it, the right wing fucking loves it?
Yeah, that's a.
They had the fucking the JD Vance balls, and everyone laughed.
Well, everyone liked the JD Vance balls. Did you see
that
they put up the other?
The JD Vance ball.
Who doesn't? I kind of feel like it's cursed, though. To be fair,
you feel like it's cursed because it's politicians making memes, because you're a fucking contrarian.
I am not.
You just proved that you are.
It's not like I'm aware of that or anything. No. Incorrect. Did you see the thing? Was it the Democrats put it out or somebody did? It was the fucking like explaining the government shutdown in the form of kitties, and it was Trevor Moore's kitty history, but like a really shitty version of it because Trevor Moore's kitty history was based.
What?
You neither saw the meme that the Democrats put out of like all of trying to explain the shutdown to their voters in the form of a TikTok meme where they replace everyone with cats, with little kittens, and explain it to them like they were 5 from their perspective, of course. And even that appeared to be taking the kind of taking inspiration from Trevor Moore's song "Kitty History."
No, I have no idea why.
Which is incredibly based. What the fuck? How have you not seen Kitty History?
How many times are you going to ask me how have you not seen?
Okay, well, you can watch the Kitty Explains Government Shutdown then. You can look at what the Democrats put out.
Aiden, 2 things. First
Twit
of all,
posted it.
Uzalu has never seen anything in his entire life.
I've noticed, yeah. I know.
Secondly, Kitty History, yes, is based, but good God, they make that joke go on far too long.
It does go on too long. But it is, well, it's because he has to get out all the things he's based about. But you can, Britwit posted the.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but why couldn't he just split it up into multiple videos?
Is this a personal attack?
No.
Chat, press 1 if Aiden should split up her 2-hour video into 2 hours of sequential shorts instead.
No, I don't know how to do that.
Right. China's mad scientists. Dr. Fauci funneled taxpayers' dollars to risky coronavirus research at China's Wuhan Institute of Virology. My investigations, they say, discovered millions more sent to other institutions and labs in the communist country for secretive, risky research. Cutting off funding to the labs of our foreign adversaries is a no-brainer. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
You know,
it was absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Take away the money and give them Fauci instead. United Nations overpayments. The United Nations charges the US higher membership dues than any other country, and then Washington voluntarily contributes $15 billion in additional contributions. UN staff helped plan to execute Hamas's terrorist attack on Israel. They really hadn't heard that, actually. In which American citizens were murdered and taken hostage. A 2024 UN plan promoted cash handouts for migrants to cover travel expenses and included a map with a red line leading right to the US border. It says our tax dollars to the UN are subsidizing threats to our own national security. Very well said.
Insane, yeah. I didn't know that one, actually.
Aiden, you have been depicted.
Yeah, pretty accurate.
I mean, I love how Mofaku had one fucking job and spelled contrarian wrong.
No, it's better that it's spelled wrong.
Fair enough. Maybe it is.
Contratian.
Aiden, is this bird your spirit animal?
Probably. No, everyone just calls me a bird. No one really specifies.
True. I'm now specifying. Defenseless spending. It's time to declare war on waste at the Department of War. The Pentagon has never passed an audit. I love that. Never.
Yeah.
And is unable to fully account for its budget. Department of War wastes $125 billion on bloated bureaucracy and inefficiency. Go on, Ginger.
I think I know what bird you are, and it's a snow-tit.
Noted.
No, not a snow-did, a snow-tit.
Oh.
Why a snow-tit?
Look it up.
It's because it's I just assumed it because it was called...
With safe search off, perhaps?
If you want.
Oh, no. Oh, that's cute. No, I like that. Thank you. That's a compliment, I think. Thank you. That's a very cute bird. I was thinking something...
It's mostly a compliment, yeah.
gangly and vile like a seagull, you know.
I mean, it is a very cute
Like a
bird, but
trash
it
bird.
also looks kind of fat, and I think that may have been an insult.
No, well, I don't mind. It's cute. It's round. That's
It
cute.
is cute.
round
It
things.
is.
Round animals are cute.
I've never seen that bird before. Almost as if ornithology is a big deal.
Yeah.
The
There we
focus
go.
is
I
Aiden
think
weighs like 80 pounds.
Eric has nailed down the aesthetic I was going for.
Indeed. So, Department of War could save $527 million by streamlining the duplication of unnecessary overlap within its storage and distribution centers. DOW overpayments are legendary, and the department's still overpaying nearly $1 million for spare parts. This includes nearly 8,000% off-the-shelf markup for a soap dispenser and $1,220 for a coffee cup. One has to assume that either that's someone sending them a like very frivolous invoice because they know it's the government and they figure they won't check, or it's just
many such
literally
cases.
embezzling off the back of a coffee cup.
There's so much government spending that they do shit like this all the time because they know it, generally speaking, isn't going to be looked at. So, I mean, it could be either or. It's kind of impossible to say. But either way, somebody lined their pockets.
A lot of it's grift and graft because they have to go through certain vendors, legally speaking, they're required to. Quote,
yeah, still, the coffee cup shit's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah. While millions of Americans are working 2 or more jobs to make ends meet, some federal employees aren't working at all. Dozens of Department of Energy employees with nothing to do spend the workday napping or playing chess, dominoes, and cards. It seems oddly specific. Hundreds of other federal employees spend years with no work assignment while on paid administrative leave, costing more than $31 million in salary payments a year. Congress passed a law to fix this problem years ago, but implementation is lacking. Put federal employees to work or send them home for good. Yeah, like any job.
I mean, I think they probably use those specific examples of chess to not denigrate the Department of Energy employees too much. It like gave them, but they're although napping's pretty derogatory.
Yeah,
but,
they're either napping, playing chess, dominoes, and cards, or fucking each other homosexually in government buildings.
Well, that's just politics. It's all gay.
Yeah, we're jacking off in Second Life. We were investigating a government sub-department of the Department of Energy recently, and we found that there was a fucking sex cult going on of just paid, but unworking government workers that we were employing. That's the kind of thing where you go into a government like it's the next SCP, government building of people who are paid but not given any work. Government.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else it would be.
Yeah. Stop giving away the farm. It says your call for a budget-cutting crusaders asks for individuals willing to work 80-plus hours a week. Those types of hours aren't unusual for our nation's farmers and ranchers, yet the U.S. Department of Agriculture has been in the business of subsidizing cricket farms or teaching pigs to play video games rather than supporting the hardworking Americans who feed the world. That one's probably the weakest so far because it doesn't give any hard data, and the things that you've listed them doing there, whilst we may disagree with them, they're probably nowhere near the majority of its spending.
So I actually do know what the pigs playing video game stuff is about.
Okay. I mean, that could be useful actually as an intelligence test.
No, here's actually what it is. They're not teaching pigs to play video games. This is a way to try and animals that are raised in very close conditions. There's obviously arguments about the welfare of those animals. So there's been proposals for several years now, because this was even a proposal when I was still in grad and doc school. We were reading about it back then, to use virtual reality headsets of like digital worlds, which would seem like a video game to a boomer, so that the cow or the pig thinks it's in a big field when it's really in a fucking box.
Do you know how big America is?
Also,
just put them in a big field for real. God damn it. How could it be?
There's a whole bunch of reasons why people do it. It fattens them up faster too. Like they can't walk around as much. There's reasons for it outside of actual space, economic reasons.
Why is this full stop or this comma hyperlinked?
What pornography does it link to is the real question.
Well, it's an image, so I don't know. But that's a weird little mistake they've made there.
I think what you need to do now, Uzulu, is track down the original and click that link.
This is the actual person, but she doesn't link to the actual document. She's just sent screenshots. This is her, by the way.
Yeah.
She looks very strange. Combat veteran, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Rare for a woman of that age, isn't it?
Yeah, crazy. Yeah.
All right. Require common sense project management principles. For every $1 billion Washington spends, $102 million is wasted as projects go over budget, are delayed, or fail to deliver. To be fair, something going over budget is not waste. Often budgeting is besieged by reality. Implementing the most basic management systems could have saved taxpayers $688.5 billion from the $6.75 trillion the federal government spent the last year. Fix is straightforward. Require every project to have clear objectives and measurable benchmark. Yeah, there should be measurable goals on government work, just as any responsible business would. Yeah, that does seem a good idea. She says, this is by no means an exhaustive list, and I will be providing many more recommendations soon. My team and I stand ready to help you make some prime cuts during this Schumer shutdown, says Joni Ernst. I like Joni Ernst, at least from what I've seen here. This is all good stuff. It seems like it, anyway. So yeah, I do hope that this is looked through and that it's potentially safe, because the US government's horribly bloated. What's this, Aiden?
I just saw it.
Yeah, I did hear about that. I wasn't going to look into it yet because I don't have the scientific backing for it. And now I'm not going to do it today, but another day probably.
No,
yeah,
I don't know. I just saw it.
That is odd.
I wouldn't trust that shit. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, remind me about it another day and we'll look into it.
Finally, women will be no longer necessary. Yeah, women obsolete.
Well, you give it some time. AI girlfriends are nicer than most women these days. It's not a good thing necessarily, but there's going to be a trend in that direction.
Well, you know, if you want to make the robo waifus real, you could.
Well, this is about making fertile femboys. Was the proposal there?
Oh,
that's gay. We're not doing that. Not what we're.
Yeah. See, so that's it's not robo waifus. That's men can produce eggs apparently. Have fun.
Let's not.
Let's definitely not. Yeah, there you go. There's some fun news.
Speaking of men who can produce eggs,
I don't think a shutdown advantages anybody. So I hope we can find compromise. It's difficult to do that with a guy who was more interested in playing golf over the weekend.
So let's comment on the golf thing. If it was how it sounds like, and the Democrats just, a little bit, Democrats just sort of rushed in with these ludicrous proposals and the Republicans said, what? No. Democrats refused to back down. And then Trump's like, well, fine, fuck it. I'm going to go play golf then. Fine. That's no problem. And let's, I don't know the stats on this
I
actually,
misheard.
but Obama and Bush both played a lot of golf.
Yeah, I misheard. I thought he was playing golf. They all play golf, but Newsom is 100% trying to beat Trump online, so I thought he had also picked up golf as part of that, but I just misheard.
Was it you and me, Aiden, that were discussing Newsom recently about how, the Democrats have learned 10 years late that memes are important for politics, so they're trying to make Newsom into the next Trump. It's not going to fucking work.
Again, that's why I would suggest watching that fucking, here, I'll just repost it, the insane, the Democrats put this out officially to explain that, well, there you go. If you want to understand the shutdown, this is it from the Democrat perspective for their voters.
But I'd have to use TikTok.
Hang on, I know it's on Twitter.
Thank you. I could always just download it as well.
The TikTok fucking sucks. I get that. Let's see. Yeah, here we go.
Thank you. I mean, I say thank you, but I don't think I'm actually.
No, I don't think you're going to thank me.
Thing to watch.
I have unfortunately seen it.
All right, this is going to be cringe.
Just like 25 seconds.
Republican and Democrat kiddies cannot agree on what should be funded. Democrat kiddies want you to have health care. Republican kiddies do not.
Oh yeah, that's bound to be an unbiased perspective. Republicans want you to die when you get unwell. Democrats just want you to be safe and happy and cuddly and fine. Yeah, that's bound to be what it is.
At least they are finally tailoring their message to their actual voters.
Fucking people with the IQ of kittens, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that's unfair to kittens.
It is unfair to kittens.
True.
Do not. Republican kiddies control the Senate, House, and the White House, so they're using that to cut your health care and give money to billionaires.
Yeah, that's bound to be it. That's bound to be it.
That's it. Yep, that's it's explained very concisely.
Yep. No, this is clearly not one-dimensional propaganda.
Democrat kitty tries to negotiate, but Republican kitty keeps running away. He has a vacation to get to. Suddenly, the money you pay for your health insurance has tripled. Thanks, Republicans.
This is so badly made. This is so badly made.
This is the Democrats' answer to the White House memes.
The absolute bangers that Trump posts, and then there's just this. This is crap.
The left cannot meme.
The left cannot
clearly
meme.
not. This is also like
even the style and presentation is crap, but the message is just so one-dimensional, so blatantly one-dimensional.
I mean,
we
it's
want you to be
Indian
safe and
TikTok.
happy. Republicans want you to die horribly. Yeah, it's bound to be that. Yeah.
It's Indian TikTok slop, quite literally. But again, it speaks to their voter base.
At least the ones they hope to retain, or have any hope of retaining.
I guess. Yeah.
Speaking of retards.
I'll continue.
Did you see what happened there? Let's watch it again.
Playing golf over the weekend.
Do you think Democrats?
He was in the middle of his sentence, took a break for dramatic effect, and then the audience interrupted his break to ask a question. I mean, it's like, I don't know.
That's why he's Field's favorite.
You don't have a lot of control over that from his position, but there's a certain amount of presence and charisma that can direct people to know that you're deliberately taking a break. I guess someone in the audience just intuited that, nope, he's done. That's it. He handled it badly, says Nachos. He sure did, because look what he says next.
Do you think Democrats?
I'll continue. Not only he played golf all the weekend after canceling a meeting with Senate Democrats. The President of the United States canceled a meeting with the leaders in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, and then felt it was more important, hours before a shutdown, to play golf. And then, rather than having a serious meeting, decided to troll those leaders with a Trump 2028 hat that he put on the Resolute desk and sent out a tweet.
Sounds like it worked. Sounds like you got trolled. Get fucked.
He sounds pretty trolled to me.
You sound pretty trolled to me. Like, make a fucking decision, Newsom. Are you the new Democrat troll, the new face of Democrats? Oh, the Republicans, they all hate us, all these young Or are you serious?
They are really pushing for him with the meme shit. Yeah, but it's like, here's the thing about memeing. You cannot dish it out if you then complain about and cry and bitch and whine about memes. You cannot have, he has spent the last month all caps fucking posting shit an intern is shit posting for him. Yeah. Saying all kinds of shit and doing this memeing and they're all, the Dems are clapping and shitting and pissing and crying and coming over it. But then like the second the Republicans do it back, they go, oh, this isn't a proper decorum. I can't believe you would post a meme at me, sir.
How dare he post a picture of a hat on a table?
Yeah, what the fuck? You look like a weak bitch, and the whole thing that they're doing with Newsom right now is trying to make him look like he's flippant and doesn't care, and he just memes, which is an insane thing to do with someone like Newsom anyway.
Yeah.
But obviously they can't actually take it; they crumble instantly.
This harmful thing they were trying to do was an attempt to troll us, so we've decided to take it seriously. It's like harmless, I mean, not harmful. Yeah, when it's harmless and you know they're trying to troll you, the last thing you want to do is take it seriously.
Yeah.
Yep, Nighthawk, there's the ever-present quote directly from Sun Tzu himself, meme them until they cry, then make memes about them crying.
Indeed.
Thank you, Sunsu.
After he sent out an AI video doctored with a racist video of Speaker Jeffries in a sombrero. These are not serious people. I don't think it's...
Neither are you, Gavin.
I have a question.
Gavin,
why does he
serious
sound
people
like
can...
gay RFK Jr.?
I have a... Oh, wait, what about RFK Jr.?
Why does he sound like gay RFK Jr. all of a sudden? I don't remember
know.
him sounding that gravelly.
Nor do I. Maybe he's just trying to be other people.
I know, it's because he's been fucking crying his eyes out and screaming and his voice is all hoarse.
The thing
I think he does have a gravelly voice usually.
The thing that another very consistent bit in their like talking about this is that they keep saying Trump posted an AI alterated video. He posted an AI manipulated video. It was clearly done in like Adobe After Effects or Premiere. I could do it in my software. They just fucking put an overlay of a mustache and a sombrero on him. And it's very clearly just an overlay. It's not AI manipulated. And they're calling it AI. Now, he did then post an AI manipulated one. But the first one was just a fucking very obviously edited video, and they still called it AI, which is why I think then Trump doubled down and actually did post AI. Because they were crying about it.
I got it somewhere here.
Again, they have no sense of humor.
Stream.
And you can't meme if you're not able to.
Wouldn't be leftist.
Yeah, and if you can't meme, or if you're going to meme, you have to be able to take it back and not just be like, that's not very polite.
Yeah, indeed.
The only thing they're good at taking it back is back shots.
I had opened this on the stream, I don't know where it is now. Very annoying. Why does that happen sometimes? It's the very first thing I had open at the start of the stream, and I can't find it now. Yeah, I don't know. I'll find it later. But yes, Trump did post the Mexican thing with the dancing. It's one of these. I think so, though. It was in this.
What? I might have it. Hang on, because I had it on Wednesday.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, I don't even have it anymore. No.
Wizardry will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect the health care of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault. Wizardry.
Yeah, AI manipulated. Can you like, this would really confuse someone.
Yeah,
that this has been manipulated by. And the other one didn't have Trump, the Trump mariachi band behind him. And they just they didn't even use anything like this. They just clearly overlaid the sombrero and mustache over his face.
The Trump playing the instruments, that's AI. But other than that, no, it's not. And as you said, like what's the problem with AI? Manipulation is that you might deceive people into thinking it's real. Well, that's not the fucking case here, is it?
Exactly. So and that's why they won't say what the AI manipulation is. And Nighthawk posted the original one that's the one that they originally got so pissed off about.
Right, that's why they were calling it racist.
Every single time
this is not Mexican.
More reason you have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
I'm sure that you'll like this one, Aiden.
Yeah, I saw that.
Enwa.
You Enwa. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our trans bullshit.
The voice is AI.
Yes.
So
all right, let's hear what Chuck Schumer has to say.
No way to sugarcoat it.
I continue to hate AI in all of its formats.
Let's hear what Chuck Schumer has to say.
No way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too.
That's very good. I like that. And Trump posted it. The president of the US posted this. It's fantastic.
It's just fucking funny. So yeah, the AI was voice manipulated, but they kept calling it AI manipulated and then talking about the sombrero. So it made it sound like they even said whatever. The point
The
is that
sombrero was not the AI part.
No, it was the voice. But either way, they keep saying AI manipulated to make it sound like it means that it's something that a normal person would not be able to detect is a joke or fake. I don't know if anything about this video gives you any kind of impression that this is a fucking joke.
To be fair,
it's difficult to detect.
The Quattro are like this one. Some normies are actually fucking retarded and will believe stuff like this.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes, they are that retarded. And you know what? It's based to trick them with this. If they believe it, that's their own fault.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, they've got to adapt, to be honest, at some point.
Look, I mean, if they're dumb enough to just believe something because a politician says it, they deserve to win infinite Darwin awards, all right?
Not to argue with that. All right, next thing. Well, next, same topic. New photo shows House Democrats in full attendance to stop government shutdown while the Republican side of the chamber is empty. You know, when you say, hey, I want to stop this government shutdown, you don't declare then in that statement what it would take. I want to stop this government shutdown by eating your children. Oh, okay, so you want to stop it, but there's a small extra little jot on the end there, a little sub clause on exactly what you mean by I want to stop it. Yeah, I think the Republicans, I don't know this, but from what I'm gathering, the Republicans have said, well, fuck you then. We'll just go and do something else. And then some of them are saying,
they can do.
We shouldn't be paid while this is happening. Don't pay us. We don't want to be paid, but we're still going to fuck off and leave because the Democrats are being totally unreasonable.
Well, there's literally no reason for them to show up because there is nothing more for them to do.
Yeah.
There is nothing the Republicans can do at this point besides the absolute nuclear option. But then Trump will be called a fascist for doing that. So there is definitely a way around it. But Trump will be called a fascist for doing that. And why would he do that when they're doing it to themselves?
Yeah.
No point.
Yeah. And I mean, like, chat and guests, you probably know the answer to this. Why did the Democrats show up?
There's one fucking photo op.
Exactly. There's one main reason for this photo.
For the tweet about it, yeah, so that they can fucking go, oh, look, we're doing our jobs. The Republicans have all gone home. They're not willing to negotiate with us. Well, they already tried that. Yeah. And maybe if we sell you a bunch of bullshit, you'll believe it.
Yeah. Ezra was posted a comic with, I may require 18 different prescriptions just to leave my house without having a crippling anxiety attack. But my opinion should dictate how society is run, says the average leftist. Yeah, you do get that, don't you? There's some degree to which you have to have either some key specialist knowledge or you have to have like a pretty stable life yourself to go out there and tell the world how it should be run. It's still true that the truth can come from any source, but it's something to look out for, especially with the modern left.
I love how this is the most obvious photo op opportunity ever. If you look at the crowd, most of them are looking right at the camera.
Oh, are they? I'll have to see from zoomed out. Few of them are.
It's not just this, though. Yeah, they don't appear to be actively looking at the camera too much, but they were all, Maxine Waters and all of them were out on the steps, giving all their little pre-planned speeches and still managing to fuck them up. Yeah, it's a photo op.
Yeah.
We're the only ones out here actually doing our jobs. We're trying so hard. The Republicans are so evil. They won't negotiate with us, even though the things that we're talking about are not the things that are even being voted on right now. It's literally a continuing resolution.
Oh, they tried to negotiate with the Democrats, but the Republican got shot.
But there's literally nothing else that the Republicans can do. They can't negotiate anymore. They either had to pass this or not, and they've chosen not to pass it. Again, it's not even the thing that the new additional spending that they're saying, oh, this is going to cut out, which is, but it's additional spending. Yeah, so it's just all, it's all fake and gay.
And the Democrats in this position would obviously say everything they're saying now. It's just the most beneficial lie to tell from what sounds like it. But once again.
And it looks like even the New York Times wasn't clued in on what their lie was going to be.
I love that.
So yeah.
I can't tell who's chewing who anymore.
The only takeaway I'm interested in from all of this situation right now is just whilst the government is shut down, it's saving money.
Yeah. It's also still wasting a lot, but it's saving some, I expect. All right. Okay, map shows 14 states offering health coverage to undocumented migrants, illegal aliens, and here they are. Oh, look, most of them are
Shut off any fucking federal help
Yeah.
to them.
That's a good argument to present, definitely. As to show this to a liberal next time they try to gaslight you about this government shutdown. Yeah, no, they definitely have wanted this.
Genuine question about this shutdown, by the way.
Mm.
If the government shutdown were to persist for, say, the next 6 months, would there be any noteworthy downsides to such a thing happening?
I actually don't know, but I expect it's not as simple as just government bad. I expect there is stuff that they would need to do during that time, and otherwise things will go awry, but I don't know what those things are. It's a fair question, though. If government remains shut down and Trump just implements policies by executive order instead,
Yeah,
I mean, that's called
Trump
fascism,
to
but at the
just,
same time, it's Trump, so how bad could it be?
Yeah, I kind of want Trump to just do things that would result in perpetuating the government shutdown for as long as possible, just to see what the effects would be of all of those entrenched money wasting, propagandizing systems just failing to function for a few months. What would the noteworthy effects of that actually be?
To be fair, to clarify, that what I just said wouldn't be fascism; it would be dictatorship. Not quite the same thing. But yeah, it's worth. Yeah, as Nacho says, let's find out. I wouldn't object to finding out on that front. I don't know what that would do.
We had the longest government shutdown in the history of the world. It was the best time in our lives.
Yeah, genuinely, like when the Canadian government was shut down, most people couldn't even tell the difference because actually the only difference that we could tell is that things weren't getting actively worse.
It's the thing, again, for most people, like the postal service is still going to work, and it's still a really good band. And so, yeah, most people aren't going to be affected in any way unless they work for the federal government or I guess know someone who does. My dad's retired, so I don't give a fuck. And he lived through them many times. I don't think he ever really gave a fuck. I think he was annoyed during the Obama one, if I recall correctly, because it was like 2 weeks, but still.
We had the government.
That was also Obama.
We had the government shut down for almost 2 years. It was the best time in our lives.
I remember that.
It was good.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm genuinely thinking, is the best thing that could happen to any given nation to just have the government shut down for as long as possible? Because that really does seem like it would be the best option.
I mean, whenever they say, oh no, it'll be a government shutdown, my response is always, you're acting like you've established that would be a bad thing. Again, I don't know enough to say whether it really is or not, but I'm with you, Ginger. I'm very dubious as to whether that really is a bad thing.
We almost had the independent Flanders at that point. Fuck.
Well, best of luck on that.
As Mafaku has posted, I don't know if you see this, but this is the exact kind of reason as to why government shutdowns here are actually beneficial for everyone.
Stops making things worse, indeed. Yeah. So I'm saying, like, you make a dog leader of a country, they'll implement no policies, and that will literally be better than the globalists.
Yes.
Yep.
Bar is that low.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, maybe so, Nachos. All right, let's see what this is. So this is Brooklyn Dad, one of the least honest accounts on Twitter, who says, fun fact, there was no government shutdown under President Biden, not one. Trump had 2 in his first term. Yeah, do you know what that correlates with? Trump being the leader and the Democrats being whiny little tantruming bitches like they are now. If you look into it, that seems to be the correlating factor.
They didn't put sticks in the fucking wheels while they were in power. Oh, wow. Gee, Brooklyn Dad. I wonder, by the way, I think he has AIDS. Confirmed.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Doesn't he? I'm pretty sure he legitimately has HIV.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Paused.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's paused. He got his,
there was something else. Like
loaded.
he is being paid by Act Blue or something like that.
Yes.
That was revealed at some point.
Yeah, I don't know if it was Act Blue, but yeah, basically he's a paid for DNC shill.
Yeah.
But there's so many of them. There's tons of them.
His paid for shill. He sold his kids toys for crack money.
Nice.
Does he have AIDS? Or did I dream that? Oh, he does? Okay.
I know he has some STD. I don't remember which one it is.
I'm just gonna imagine it's AIDS. Because he types and posts like he has AIDS.
Sorry, I was looking at something else and clock what you just said. He posts like he has AIDS. What a brilliant expression.
Oh, he does.
Has STDs.
And then, as the government shutdown drags into day 4 with no deal in sight, I think this is today, an expert warns that 2 key pay dates, October 10th for federal workers and October 15th for the military, could pile pressure on Democrats to strike a compromise. So basically, yeah, if you want federal employees to get paid, then stop.
Yeah. Well, at this point, they're going to have to like concede everything too, because now they're going to have to basically come out and now they do have to negotiate. Again, the Republicans literally cannot pass the continuing resolution. They do not have enough votes to, despite controlling it. They do not have enough votes alone. They need 8 Democrats. Just in addition to the couple that have said that they did vote for it, or actually, I don't think did any Democrats vote for it? The guy who revealed the information was an independent. Now that I thought he was a Dem, but he was an independent who basically said, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, and then blaming this on the Republicans. This is so dumb because this just lets them clear house.
Yeah,
like for them, it's just an unplanned vacation.
Yeah.
Well, the Dems have to fucking show up and still virtue signal. They don't even get to use their time for leisure. Their ideology demands it. They have to be fucking performative all the time.
Yeah, it's always a big fucking show.
Yeah. I think I did see something. I may have had something open earlier, which showed the vote totals. And yeah, it was significantly in
he might have voted for it. Just I actually, despite Fetterman having been like an obvious brain damaged retard, he still manages to do better than like most Democrats, which is unbelievable. He actually has brain damage.
Dude,
and he's still better than the average Democrat.
Fetterman for next leader of the Democrat Party.
I mean, he is emblematic of it. And actually, like I said, seemingly somehow better than the majority of them.
He's much better than the majority of them.
Yeah.
He's one of the only ones in there I don't think is a psychopath.
Yeah, strangely.
I feel when the man with literal brain damage is smarter than the entirety of your party put together.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, it's worth bearing in mind that when a person has a brain stroke, what that actually is a small portion of their gray matter having blood temporarily restricted from it, resulting in a small partial die-off of the brain. It's entirely possible that all of the most retarded aspects of a typical Democrat have been removed from Fetterman's brain.
I have holes in my brain, and it didn't do anything to affect my cognitive functioning. It totally depends on where the damage is.
Oh yeah, no, we haven't noticed any problems.
That, I'm sure you've seen those Reddit posts where they're like, "Oh yeah, I found out I have holes in my brain," and it's just most of the brain missing.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's insane. Where it's like, yeah, like half of his brain is just dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
What, you're saying people without a frontal lobe end up on Reddit? Oh, I'm shocked.
Yeah, weird. I know. Well, that of course was the obvious response. Yeah.
Mm.
Typical.
Brains. What's that?
That's getting down-dooted. Well, that's the government shut. Sorry, that's the government shutdown story. I don't think I have anything more on this one.
You
but
shut
if you
down
guys
yourself.
do,
While you were trying to finish up there, you shut down yourself.
I did.
Poetic.
I see. Very good. Thank you, Aiden. Very insightful.
By the government confirmed.
I wish. Breaking, the Trump administration has just cancelled $8 billion in Green New Scam funding per OMB Director Vought. Take full advantage of the Schumer shutdown. States losing funding. California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts. This is $8 billion going away from Green New Scam funding.
She said Delaware.
How do you pronounce the one after Colorado?
Delaware.
In between. The next one directly after it.
Hawaii.
Sure.
Connecticut.
It's Connecticut.
No, it's Connecticut.
You don't actually you don't pronounce it Connect.
Yes, I do.
Well, you do. Okay. No one else does.
Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland,
Yes.
Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington.
Easy.
It's a shame that Kansas and Arkansas aren't on here for me to pronounce.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
The thing you have to bear in mind, Aiden, is that as non-French identifying individuals, we like to pronounce all of the consonants in our words.
I do. I know. I'm aware of the Worcestershire sauce debate.
You mean Worcestershire sauce?
Yeah.
Look, you still managed to mispronounce massive two shits.
What?
Massachusetts.
No, Massachusetts. Yeah.
Hold on. How did you pronounce that? Worcestershire sauce.
Because if you listen carefully, you can hear the 12 people who live in Arkansas being mad at Uzulu. So true.
Worcestershire sauce.
True.
I actually really like Worcestershire sauce.
I think I have some actually in my cupboard.
I put that shit on everything.
Mm-hmm. Then again, I've seen you chug hot sauce.
Yeah, I do that too. And I drink vinegar because it's fun.
You cannot escape from your southern roots.
Wait, hold on. Chugging
with the hot sauce part, no, I don't. I think that vinegar thing's all German. I don't know what else explains that one.
Can confirm the chugging
Aiden,
of hot
out
sauce.
of 10.
I still have some of the hot sauce just in the
Yeah,
cupboard.
sorry. Well, if you ever need some, there is some red hot.
Aiden, I'd like you to give me an out of 10 rating for Coleman's English mustard and Branston pickle.
Okay, I do prefer American mustard, but I like Coleman's. It's for me though. It's an 8.
You mean American mustard, which is just like
10,
like watered down honey mustard?
No, not honey mustard. The French's. I've got like I even have some like nearby because I was eating a cheeseburger today because I was being very American, and I had to put mustard and ketchup on it.
This woman has terrible taste in mustard.
And then what was the other thing? A Branston pickle. I've actually never had it.
You've never had Branston pickle?
No.
Branston pickle.
Everything else
you need to fix this.
Branston pickle is pretty good.
Probably.
It's the perfect accompaniment to a ham and cheese sandwich.
I think I guarantee. I'm pretty sure because I've looked it up, and I'm pretty sure it's very similar to relish.
I think it is a relish. I don't know that for
sure. To what Americans call relish. I mean.
Yeah, Branston pickle is basically pickle relish. It's it's what's referred to as a sweet pickle over here in the UK.
To be fair, I think all of y'all's pickles are way too sweet for me, so I have to get Polish ones. But so it's American relish is also sweet. Pickle relish. It's probably basically the same thing, which I really like. So, but if it's too sweet.
As a southerner, I also drink vinegar and chug hot sauce. It's a normal thing from South.
Based. Let's go. I don't know if we're in the South, so I don't know what to evoke. Roll Tide or something. I don't know.
English mustard is superior, and if you can't handle it, you are inferior. How it is.
I like both on different things.
Fair enough.
Once, when I was visiting my family for a Christmas celebration, I was setting the table for our Christmas dinner, and we always have English mustard in a little serving dish as an accompaniment to the Christmas dinner. Now, what I did was I took a big dollop of the English mustard and placed it onto the table and in its dish. And by the time the meal had come to a close, there was still a little bit of mustard left inside that dish. I said to my younger brother, I'll give you £50 if you lick that clean. And at the time, my younger brother had literally no income and was desperate for the money. So he immediately licked the entire thing clean. And I learned it that day that my little brother is a psychopath.
I'm glad that I missed the beginning
nice.
of your story, because that's disgusting either way. Whatever it was he was licking, and I don't want to know.
English mustard.
Yeah.
That I didn't want to know.
I've done pretty much that, because I really, really like mustard. All types of mustard.
Yes.
I really like condiments.
Well, I shall have to give you the standard English immigration test. Just a teaspoon of mustard straight into your mouth and swallow, and you have to survive.
There would be absolutely no problem with that. I would do that for fun.
You probably would, okay, to be honest, because of the hot sauce I've seen you chugging, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Marmite. What do you think of Marmite in?
It's okay. I'm not particularly impressed either way.
You're not allowed to have a neutral opinion. You have to either love it or
wait a minute. But what's the shit? Not Marmite. That what's the thing I really like? The beef spread. That's like
Bovril.
Bone. I really like Bovril. Yes.
I think I've tried that actually.
Bovril is basically just meaty Marmite.
Yeah, that's why I like it. That's why I like it more than Marmite, because Marmite's still got a strange flavor to it, whereas the Bovril, and which is illegal in America, by the way, because of mad cow stuff. So, and even the Bovril that you get now is not like real cow or something like that, because I looked into it a while ago for some reason.
Fair enough. Well, we've done the government shutdown story. Shall we look at the shooting story? This one is going to be a little heavier, but worth going to. Actually, before we do that, let me clarify on this, because this is a really bad story, but it's not quite as bad as it sounds. So, Keir Starmer blocked a ban on cousin marriage. Then it says, that's right, the UK government is actively promoting incest. Now, this is bad, but it's not quite as bad as it says. The first line here is true. The second line is false. At least is not directly implied by what happened. Because what's happened is, I'll play the video first and I'll explain.
And marriage between first cousins carries significant health issues, many of which aren't even knowable until post-birth. When practiced generation after generation, there is a significant multiplier effect. In addition, the real impacts for the openness of our society and women's rights in our country are also significant. After all, there are significant dynamics in sharing the same set of grandparents. On Friday, this government has a choice to let my bill go through to ban first cousin marriage to committee stage. Will the Prime Minister think again before instructing his whips to block this legislation?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've taken our position on that bill. Thank you.
That completes Prime Minister. Now, that was Starmer trying as much as he possibly could to make no association between himself and incest for the papers.
Yeah.
So, you could argue that implementing a bill banning the marriage or relationships between people where it would be incestuous would be a violation of freedoms. And I wonder why it wasn't already illegal. I think there's definitely an argument to be made that it should be banned. But maybe marriage being a religious institution means that it should be up to the religion. But then marriage shouldn't be applicable to non-Christian religions if that's the case. At least not state-recognized marriage, etc., etc. There's debates to be had on whether that should be banned or not. But deciding to side on don't do anything, don't ban it, is not the same thing as actively promoting incest. And I think that's just a little bit much to assert. The reason he's not banning it is because he's simping for Muslims, let's be honest.
No
it's not
shit.
because he's endorsing incest. And I hate to defend Starmer, but that is a bit much. So, and I say this because it's defending the reputation of my country. We are not actively promoting incest. Now, the NHS arguably promoted it, but I think they removed that. So that was bad, but that was still conditional. You know, it was still like, here are what the benefits are. They weren't saying it was good overall, but it was still a bad thing to post. But
it was an insane thing to post about that whole like, well, actually, there's some benefits to consanguinity. It's something, at least from the report from Bradford that I saw, that was the most recent I could get my hands on. It's up to 60% of Pakistani immigrants in the UK are involved in a consanguineous relationship. So it's about half of them, you could probably say, in some form, are cousin marriage or something.
In England and Wales, incest is a criminal offence under the Sexual Offences Act 2003, which replaced an earlier legislation such as the blah, blah, blah. The law defines incest as sexual activity between individuals who are related as parent, grandparent, child, grandchild, brother, sister, half-brother, half-sister, uncle, aunt, nephew, or niece. This includes both direct and collateral blood relatives. Okay, so that's, So cousin, I think with cousin, it's like, it's on the bad side of the line, but it's a lot closer to the line than these examples. So that's one where it's like, okay, I could see why it wouldn't be illegal.
Hang on,
and making it illegal is not a bad idea, but it's a bit more debatable, at least.
I've got the data from Bradford right here in terms of the actual effects that has on health issues. Where is it? It'll be here, and then one sec, because I just had to do this. There it is. Oop.
For possibly the first time on my streams, we are now sourcing Mumsnet.
So 60% of Pakistani couples are related by blood. Revealed consanguinity had dropped. This was, I believe, a 2015 report, or no, maybe this was like 2019. But it's no, this is quite recent, right? Because it only recently dropped to only 43%. In this one study from Bradford. And then between 20 and 40% of child deaths are possibly due to genetic disorders associated with consanguinity. So, it's pretty fucked. And then of the ones that survive, they tend to have horrific fucking disorders because it's not just, again, one generation, it's generations upon generations doing that.
Yeah. Toast in chat makes a somewhat reasonable point. Functionally, this is a good thing that they marry their cousins. The problem is that they are here, not that they are extra dysgenic. Unfortunately, the state will end up looking after them. The state
will look after them. They are more likely to be infertile after a certain point for obvious reasons. But then that's just a permanent net drain on the state. Yeah.
Well, Reform are talking about reforming that. So maybe that won't last very long. But
See, this is the reason why I say... This is the reason why I say that... all individuals, regardless of race, ethnicity, or anything along those lines, that have arrived on our shores since the year 2000 and their descendants need to go back to where they came from.
I'll check on there. That's a 2022 report. Okay, just want to be clear about the year on that.
Yeah, Ginger, I would generally agree. There probably are a few exceptions, and in some, like, women are not really part of the problem, and there are some legal immigrants who have followed all the rules and have actually, like, it's actually very difficult for them in many cases, somewhat unfairly. So that I would make some exceptions, but generally speaking, yes. That said, I'd also make I'd also make some allowances for time, because some institutions and industries would collapse if you did that all at once. But yeah, I generally agree.
I don't agree about it's okay if it's women. Women are the spawn points, as Pug calls them.
Yeah, but if the men are gone, they're not anymore.
Now, I want you guys to consider.
Yeah, they are.
Islam is a ideology for terrorists. It should be designated as such.
That is pretty much true.
Overnight.
I mean, that is pretty much true. It's originally what it's for, yes.
Fucking odds that that the dude who killed or did the attack on the mosque name is fucking Jihad.
I know.
His name is Jihad of Syria. Yeah, I know. I knew it was coming up, but yeah.
Wolf says just ban halal slaughter, problem will solve itself. Halal slaughter should be banned everywhere forever.
Yes,
but unfortunately, that
obviously
won't solve the problem on its own because they can just taqiyya their way out of it.
They'll just do it. They'll just do their own,
But yeah, it should be banned from happening in the UK. It should be banned from import in the UK. Yeah.
Deport anyone who does it.
I mean, it's criminal. So if anyone does it, gets deported, yes. But just specifically on halal, it should be and from the UK's perspective, banned in the UK, banned from import in the UK. Maybe even sanctioned countries that do it.
Dude, there's so many bans on foodstuffs, in terms of colorants even. But for some reason can't do this fucking completely unethical torture of animals.
Same thing goes for most kosher methods as well.
Yes, as well. But where do you think the laws came from, by the way? The carve-outs for the halal food came directly from the carve-outs that were made to UK law by the Jews, carving out for kosher stuff.
Oy vey. It's almost like Jews trying to worm their way in. It becomes it's for every other bad actor to worm their way in.
Well, I'm just saying that's where the carve-outs come from.
Yeah. I do not care how many people want something. If it's horribly unethical, then it shouldn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's very, very few even potential exceptions to that.
I'm trying to think of one.
If your god or your prophet or whatever the fuck is a desert-dwelling child rapist, I do not want you on my land.
Just focusing on the halal stuff. If your god says that the only way you can eat this animal is if you cut its throat and let it bleed out slowly in horrible pain, that's fucked up. I don't think you can operate in modern society.
Yeah.
Look, if you can't have a bacon cheeseburger, you don't belong in the West.
But you need to have your animal prepared so that it died slowly and in excessive, unnecessary pain.
Whoa, Quattro.
Which,
I'm not sure.
Makes the meat taste worse, allegedly.
Yeah. Quattro, I'm not sure that's a reasonable thing to say. A cheeseburger? No, a bacon cheeseburger with beer.
Well, that's why I said bacon cheeseburger.
Yeah, you got to have beer as well.
A bacon cheeseburger.
Okay.
Beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I have one complaint about that policy.
Mm.
A lot of beer is quite vile. I would also offer as an alternative.
I love mead.
I would offer as an alternative a nice little shot of whiskey.
It is the UK, so it has to be a stereotypically British drink: cider, whiskey. And there's a few other options, potentially. But those are the main ones. If you can't neck a bit of scrumpy, you're not really a Brit, okay?
Yeah, see, the thing is that should be the first hurdle that any immigrant into the West should have to clear. If you can't do that, you don't belong. You're not even up for consideration. It doesn't matter if you're coming for asylum or whatever your reason is, even if it's the most minor of things. You can't do that, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, taqiyya, so they could still do it, but less would.
Well, what's that?
They're all allowed to do taqiyya.
Guess what? That just means that your bloodline is weak, and therefore we can't have you either.
Yes, they're allowed to do taqiyya, but not all of them would. Not all of them know about taqiyya. They know about the restrictions on food, but they don't know about taqiyya.
They don't know much of anything.
Well, that's true.
That's why they inbreed so much.
I'm just saying it would reduce the numbers in. Yeah, it could be the same number, but it will probably reduce it in practice. But yeah, I think there's less latitude in the US to do this, but in the UK,
Toast is right too.
In the UK, there's a lot of latitude to say the official religion of the British Isles is Anglican Christianity. No other religion is allowed to set a foothold here. Mosques are banned. I would be fine with that. I think pluralism is okay in casual, personal settings, but it's not when it starts to become institutional.
I think it should become law that if any mosque or any Islamic structure is to be built, a pig must be buried there before they can.
Again, these are all very fun, like onions to vampires kind of suggestion, or garlic to vampires kind of suggestion. Sorry, but it's
I mean, you've got Shrek.
Takia just kind of gets around it either way.
Somehow Shrek became involved.
According to Islamic law, if a pig is buried there, they cannot build anything there.
I mentioned to Aiden recently. Go on.
Which means that if you were to say, I will not endorse this for legal reasons, but if you were to say, bury a bone of ham in your Muslim neighbor's yard, he would have to move out if he found out.
But as Excited Toast brought up, they break their laws constantly, and then they feel bad about breaking their laws, and that's a major cause of radicalization. Is that the only way I've sinned so much, I've broken so many of Allah's laws, that the only thing I can do to win back his favor is to go fucking Allahu snack bar.
Yeah.
I mean, it is an obvious problem and solution in their minds, right?
Well, see, then you just do what I said earlier and designate Islam as a terrorist religion and organization.
Yeah, I mean,
and then therefore it makes it infinitely more difficult for them to get in.
Yeah, but that's like
because then
intolerant or something.
I don't fucking care.
I know.
I mean, tolerance is for those who have earned it, right?
You should be intolerant.
If you've done nothing to warrant it, then you don't get to benefit from it.
Well, you shouldn't tolerate things that are being
human. Then you don't get to be in the West. Simple
as. Tolerance is given, it freely. Like I am agreeing to tolerate you at a minimum, not being forced upon you. That's not tolerance anymore.
Exactly. Thank you, Mafaku, for that original Plato quote. Tolerance is the lube that helps slip the dildo of dysfunction into the ass of a civilized society. So true, so true. Yes, tolerance, the idea of tolerance being a bad thing, it's not universally, but like everything, if you take it too far, and we are observing today what it looks like when tolerance is taken too far.
Tolerance is reserved for the kinds of people that actually you can coexist with. Not people who are trying to actively genocide you and remove you off the face of the earth.
If you're being fucking annoying, I have no reason to tolerate you. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the right of association, but that's been done away with. And that's how everybody actively feels about it. If someone's being a piece of shit and an asshole, you are not obligated to tolerate them.
Of course, the other side does exist as well. We're not very familiar with it these days, but too much intolerance can lead to a society becoming, yes, pure, but also brittle and unchanging. And the universe will punish you for being stagnant much more than it will punish you for being corrupt. So that's bad too. Let's not do that. But yeah, we're seeing today what the problem with too much tolerance is. So yeah, let's have a look at the, speaking of Islam, let's have a look at the shooting, shall we? So here's a news story that gives us an introduction to this. British police may have shot 2 of the Manchester synagogue attack victims, one fatally, officials said. These shots appear to have been inside the Heaton Park Congregation Synagogue at the time. I have a solution for this situation, actually. Synagogues banned as well. Because they're not Anglican Christian. So let's have a look at the details. This is the BBC article on it. BBC will tend to be actually quite good at reporting when it comes to stuff that is not, cultural or controversial. So we'll have more sources than this, but this is probably a good place to start. 2 Jewish people were killed and 3 left in a serious condition after a car ramming and stabbing attack outside a synagogue in Manchester on Thursday. The victims have been named as Adrian Dolby, 53, and Melvin Kravitz, 66. One of the victims was hit by police gunfire as a tragic and unforeseen consequence as officers shot the attacker, Greater Manchester Police said. Now, we're going to go into the details of exactly how this shooting happened, but I have been hearing a lot of people saying, and I think unfairly, that this is like gross incompetence on the part of police, and that people need to be held responsible, and that there were politicians need to be punished for this. And yeah, it's not good, obviously, but in a high-paced situation like this, I could definitely understand. You see someone who looks foreign, maybe he moves fast, moves in the wrong way, and you just reflexively shoot him, especially if he was nearby. But what it sounds like they're saying is maybe there was a crossfire situation. So we'll have a look into it, but I want people to not be too harsh about this. We'll see what the situation is, but it could be due to
pure facts.
This is actually quite a reasonable scenario.
The pure facts, however, that a Muslim went to a Jewish synagogue on Yom Kippur, started stabbing motherfuckers, and the police managed to shoot one of the Jews who was being attacked.
It is funny.
Or two of them, is like the most UK series of bits of information that I've ever heard. Like,
sounds like something out of a parody.
Yes.
So,
this is why I say that reality is more absurd than any fiction.
Spelled Yookay, of course, was what I mean by that. Just absolute fucking backwards shit.
So the suspect, who was shot dead at the scene, has been named as 35-year-old Jihad al-Shami, a British citizen of Syrian descent. Yeah, it's like
apparently al-Shami means of Syria, essentially.
Yeah. It's like if someone
Jihadi the Syrian.
It's like if someone called their son Massacre.
Well, or Crusade.
Apparently, it translates roughly to Holy Warrior of Syria.
Yeah.
I think that one might be jihadist more so. Because jihad means literally struggle, but that struggle can be violence and often is.
Serious struggle.
Yeah. It's a serious struggle session.
The only struggle they like is the struggle snuggle.
The Syrian struggle snuggle.
If the Muslims are going to start attacking Jews, now I want to be very clear, I'm not endorsing any part of this, but if the Muslims are going to start attacking Jews, maybe the Jews will take notice and be like, oh, actually, we don't support illegal immigration anymore.
Unfortunately, they don't appear to have done that at all. No. Instead, they're blaming the English for it. Wow, what a shock.
This is the thing with Jews that they do, is that they have this level of retarded hubris. They think that every policy that they get implemented will never come and affect them. And then it inevitably does, because that's how reality works. And then they go, oy vey, how could you do this to us?
So would the German equivalent of this terrorist's name be Deutschkampf?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's German war or warrior, isn't it? Kampf? Oh, no, struggle.
Kampf is struggle.
No, of course it's struggle, yeah. So that's, German struggle. Yeah, that's basically the same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the attack occurred during worship at the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue on Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish religious calendar, and is being treated by police as a terror incident, well, understandably. Here we know so far. How did the attack unfold? I love how you've got a tactical officer with nail varnish.
Well, yes, they've got. She just got her nails.
She's very competent.
It actually looks like she's showing them her nails, being like, check this.
I'm sure that she's very
I just got my nails did.
I'm sure that she's better than me at shooting people, but not better
you're
than
sure
a man
that a
in her position
female
would
British
be.
police officer is competent.
Aiden, let me finish. Listen to what I actually said. I'm sure that she's more competent than I would be. So I'm not in a position to say, man, she must suck at her job. But I'm sure that she's
setting the bar very low.
Less competent than a man who might replace her would be, yes. Frontline position should never be taken up by women. Police responded to reports of a car driving towards members of the public and a man stabbed at Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue at 9:31 BST on Thursday. Officers declared a major incident and arrived at the scene in North Manchester within 7 minutes, shooting dead the suspect at 9:38. That's not too bad. That's 7 minutes. That's quite a good time. A large number of people were worshipping at the synagogue at the time and were held inside while the surrounding area was made safe. Worshippers and security staff demonstrated immediate bravery and helped stop the attacker from entering the building, Greater Manchester said. It's not bad. There's the synagogue with the seal of Solomon, as Quattro reminded us that it actually is. Middleton Road, named after Kate, or other way around probably. And there's the timeline, very short timeline. In an update on Friday evening, police said witnesses had described seeing a man acting suspiciously outside the synagogue before the attack, who then walked away after being confronted by security. That's interesting. The police say they do not believe the incident was reported to them, but about 50 minutes later, the individual returned in the vehicle and began this horrific attack. Okay, so he was scouting before he came back. Okay, thank you, Bike. Remind us to cover that if we don't. We have a lot of other things to cover today, though. Shah, a local resident, said she was driving past the synagogue when she saw a vehicle just sort of pushing past and driving straight for the members of the public. She then saw a man jump out and start running towards people with a knife, and he just started going on a bit of a rampage. Despite being called Shah, she has a very English way of describing this.
Yes, I know. That is just a bit of one.
Yeah, just spot of rampaging. Yeah,
as you do.
Well, see, she might have integrated. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
It's the subtle thing. It's the Nazi 3 thing, isn't it? With the meme. It's the reverse of that. And she's actually done it right. Calling the scene traumatizing. Gareth Tong, another eyewitness who was driving his delivery van near the scene. You know what? Shah, but she said a bit of a rampage, so she's English. Gareth, Welsh, deport. The eyewitness who was driving his delivery van near the scene told the BBC he saw a man bleeding out on the floor. What do you mean rude? You're American.
Yeah, but my family's Welsh. I still have living relatives in Wales.
You can use this. I'm saying deport the Welsh to Wales, where you can be a Welsh citizen, right? Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
It's almost as good as where you are now.
I don't get affected by shit here anyway. We get did you get the fucking thing installed on your phone?
What thing?
The digital ID shit. People said it was automatically installed on their phones.
Wow, that would be pretty bad. If that happens,
check your apps and see if it's that was fake. That was fake. Okay, because I saw people saying that on Twitter.
Yeah, no. If that happened, I would be reinstalling an operating system that wouldn't do it.
Yeah. I'm glad that's fake, at least for now. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Again, we won't be affected by it here. No, Wolf said it's fake. I just saw it all over Twitter. People were posting pictures of it. So sorry, fake news.
Listen,
I wouldn't have been able to confirm. I did check.
My current government, who I remind you, no one wanted, is a quirk of the voting system. We were punishing the Conservatives at the time. They are evil, but they're also lazy. However they implement this, it's not going to be a method that is like high effort like that, or a method that is highly apparent.
Even Palantir pulled out and said, nah. Now, I don't know really why they did that, but Palantir went, that looks too evil for us, fam. Now, of course, my hypothesis there is that if the conservatives aren't coming back in. So when reform gets into power, they're going to have their own version of digital ID to stop the boats, and they will work with Palantir probably, because that'll be, we'll have come to a resolution about this and actually worked it through, and it's not that stupid labor plan anymore. Watch.
That is pessimistic.
Watch. Yes, but pessimistic is a safe bet.
We don't. It's a bet that allows you not to be depressed all the time, but you still end up being depressed all the time because it's so depressing. Like, okay, it's a bet that allows you not to be depressed by the outcome because you were already pre-depressed by the prediction.
Well, holy shit! I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah,
but it's just what I expect.
But okay, we don't know yet what reform is going to do. Yes, it is safer to assume the worst, but that's not necessarily the correct answer. We don't know what they're going to do.
Palantir will offer their services at a discount, I'm sure, since reform is so much more reasonable.
Within a few weeks, we'll know which direction it's going to go, most likely. And I will be right there, telling the truth, admitting whatever needs to be admitted. But I'm cautiously optimistic it will be better than the pessimists expect.
I hope so.
So yeah, I mean, Farage has already spoken out against digital ID, if that helps.
Yes, he has.
So let's continue.
Right back.
No worries. Then we looked over as the guy who had a knife and he was just stabbing the window, trying to get into the building. That is fucking comical. Stabbing the window. Okay. I feel like this guy might be a little bit special.
I feel like he may have trained on like COD or something. It's like a video game. This is destructible, material.
Yeah.
He was just trying to deal enough hit points to the window to get it to break.
Yeah, if you just keep banging it, eventually it'll break, like in Minecraft or whatever.
Yep. That's how that works.
Yeah.
Inside the synagogue,
Maybe-
Rabbi Daniel Walker described running into the foyer and seeing a terrorist trying to batter his way into the synagogue. That's so funny. It's just tap, 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 let me in, let me in, let me in. He told the BBC the attacker was body charging the doors, throwing heavy plant pots at the doors, doing everything he could to get in as he and others held the entrance doors shut. I love how his plan was just, I'll just jump at the door until they let me in.
Well, you remember that part about the inbreeding we just got done talking about?
Yeah. I think there might be a connection. Outside, Mr. Tong said that once the police arrived, they gave him, the attacker, a couple of warnings. He didn't listen, so they opened fire, adding that the man holding the knife went down on the floor. The man then started getting back up, and the police shot him again. Mr. Tong added, describing it as nerve-wracking to him. I'm sure it would have been, but I'm glad they did shoot him. Rabbi Walker said at some point after the police arrived, 2 others were hurt inside the foyer. I'm guessing that they shot at him. A couple of the shots missed, passed clean through the door and hit the people blocking the door. That's what it sounds like, which sucks, but I'm not sure how much I can blame the police for that.
Yeah, even I don't know. But in this case, it's just, again, an insane just collection of information for how incompetent and fucked up it makes England look as a country on like an international stage, you know?
Quote, if one particular gentleman hadn't acted as quickly as he did and got the doors locked, I can't imagine what would have happened, he said. Rabbi Walker said that. Good. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Like, I knew while looking at this story that there's probably at least 1 or 2 people in the audience who were like, damn, only 2 Jews killed? But most of my audience are, I think of the position that, less people killed in jihads, the better. A bomb disposal.
How did Trump describe it? He said it was like you have two house guests who have gotten into a fight in your living room, and somehow it's your fault.
Yeah, it's your fault that once you break it up, you hurt one of them more than you intended.
Yeah.
0 savages. A bomb disposal unit was deployed after suspicious items were spotted around the suspect's waist. Police later confirmed the device was fake. That they do that. An SAS helicopter, dubbed Blue Thunder, was seen flying above the area later. The aircraft and the troops it carries are part of a national airborne counter-terrorism response. The attack was later declared a terrorist incident. Sounds like they probably weren't needed, but it's based that they exist. There's one of the victims. Melvin Kravitz, described as a very nice guy and calm. The 2 Jewish men killed in the attack were named as 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz and 53-year-old Adrian Dolby. Both were from Crumpsall, a fantastic name, where the synagogue is located, police said. What a fucking fantastic name. A statement from Greater Manchester Police named the man who died after police fired gunshots while attempting to target the attacker as Mr. Dolby. He had been helping to hold the doors of the synagogue shut to prevent the attacker entering. Police said, it sounds like they shot through the door. That does suck. Mr. Dolby's family paid tribute to their hero who died during the act of courage to save others. The family is shocked by the tragic sudden death of such a lovely, down-to-earth man. So the police do bear some responsibility for shooting through the door, but it's not like they just shot someone because they mistook who they were or something. That's
I can't find the meme, but it's something like the fucking Anglo on my way to fucking rename Langwin Gok or whatever, Cummingham. It's basically just that in action.
Chat, do not come in ham. Mr. Kravitz was a worshipper at the synagogue when the attack happened. Greater Manchester Police originally said he was a security guard, but later issued a clarification. He's finally described as a kind, caring man who was devoted to his wife and family. He will be sorely missed, they said. They said it has been advised by medical professionals that one of the 3 victims was being treated in hospital, also suffered a gunshot wound. So it looks like they hit 2, killed 1. Did the police kill more? No, I think they killed like either the same amount or slightly less.
It's the same. I think it's the same amount, isn't it then?
I think
Wait a
maybe
minute.
the same number of kills, but the guy injured more with sabbies. Or was it?
KDR is teams match.
Yeah. Was it like, hold on. 2 Jewish people were killed and 3 left in serious condition. Okay, so if the police shot and killed 1.
The teams are randomized for balance, I think.
If the police shot and killed 1 and shot and wounded another, so that's 1 kill and 1 damage. So they had the same number of kills, and the Muslim got 2 more injuries than the police. So the police almost equaled his damage.
Yeah, but they
But
have
to
the
be
same
fair,
KDR.
Yeah. If they hadn't shot him, he might have been able to do more, but it sounds like he'd been blocked by the doors anyway. So, yeah, honestly, like, the police couldn't necessarily have known there were people behind the door.
No, I don't.
But they kind of did fuck up here anyway.
Yeah.
Especially if they weren't being actively attacked by the guy. So they had a little bit of time. It's not like they were being charged by him. So yeah, they kind of did fuck up here. Maybe it would have been better if the SAS had landed and had dealt. Well, I mean, there was one there, but she probably arrived after the fact.
Who took the shot is what I'm wondering.
I don't think they'll tell us, but it could have been. Yeah, it's not the least excusable accidental civilian murder or killing, but it's not good anyway. It does need to be investigated.
How much do you want to bet it was a woman? A week or two after those two women, a Muslim woman at that, maybe, and oh my God, if it was a Muslim, and there's a good chance it was. There's an unironically decent chance that the person who shot him, who shot the Jewish person on accident, it was a Muslim woman or a Muslim man.
Maybe,
either way,
people that it was an accident if it was a Muslim,
right? Because I don't think I've seen anyone say which officer did it, although I imagine that would have to come out.
I'm not sure, but it should.
Accidental death.
It definitely should.
An innocent person was killed by the police. I mean, obviously trying to enact to save them, but it happened nonetheless. Under any other circumstance, that would be a huge fucking issue. But I get the feeling in this one it's not going to be.
When I first saw an image of this individual, I swear to God, the first thing that came to my mind was Alex Jones, but Islamic.
We've got some more pictures of him to look at in a minute.
It does look like he was wearing some kind of explosive. They've said it's not.
Yeah,
so I don't
they said it's fake.
I don't know. I guess it was just supposed to look like one then, yeah.
Yeah. He may have been influenced by extreme Islamist ideology. No shit. So he
wow, you think that's possible, UK, BBC?
Yeah. But this is Greater Manchester Police. It's understood he entered the UK as a very young child and was granted British citizenship in 2006 as a minor. So not one of the recent ones.
No, but that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, though. Then they sin and they're disconnected from their native culture and they feel bad for being a sinner because they've been raised in sin from their perspective. So they go out and do this shit.
Yep, that's probably true. It said establishing that the full circumstances of the attack will likely take some time, which is fair. I mean, the Islamic motive is pretty obvious. Then again, there was that one time where it was an Arab, but it wasn't for Islam. So not absolutely certain, but almost certain. His family said in a statement, "We fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what happened. Our hearts and thoughts, blah, 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 victims and families, blah, blah, blah. Suspect name has not appeared in initial searches of police and security, blah, blah, blah. Non-counter-terror criminal history. He had a non-counter-terror criminal history, including a recent arrest for rape, which resulted in him being bailed." Yeah, that was the next fucking penny drop on this. He was arrested for rape and he was bailed. Now, I don't know if he was convicted, but he was a Muslim. Sorry to be fucking judgmental. Muslim immigrant arrested for rape. Chances are he did, but we don't know. A police source told the BBC Al-Shami was on police bail for an alleged rape when he carried out the attack. Greater Manchester Police had 6 other suspects had been arrested on suspicion of commission, preparation, and instigation of acts of terrorism. Police initially said they had arrested 2 men in their 30s and a woman in her 60s. They later said 1 man and 2 women aged between 18 and mid-40s had also been arrested. Lots of arrests for an incident where it seems to be a lone knifeman. That's odd. A woman aged 18 and a 43, and a good spectrum. Maybe the woman in her 60s was, well, it wasn't the parents because they said they distanced themselves. I guess it could have been. But like women are the ones who sew on the suicide vest. They're the ones that encourage the jihad. They're the ones that pressure the men into doing it. They are arguably just as culpable or approaching as culpable. So maybe that was her. Maybe an aunt or something. If the parents weren't on board, but they might
remember the shit that happened in Dundee, the axe girl, right? Wasn't it even then when it looked like it was difficult to tell because of the fucking chaos that ensued, was that there was a woman involved in that as well? Because of, I mean, duh, of course they are. At some point.
I'm not sure on that. That was never very clear. And I'm still
I don't even
not
know if it was ever confirmed, yeah.
what the story on that was. Because
nor am I.
What the general prevailing narrative was is probably what happened. But it's not certain
you mean
enough.
The real one or the prevailing narrative that it was that they were just walking around
the prevailing
some
right-wing
girl
narrative.
attacked them. Okay, yeah.
But there is I think there's a chance which is big enough for us not to instantly lionize her that she had no particular reason to be carrying those weapons or brandishing them, and that she was just a bit nuts. But as I said, that is the less likely thing. And the image obviously is powerful, so I don't resent that. But we don't know what happened, and that is a possibility, though slim, that she was not justified. And that the guy messing with her or filming her didn't actually do anything. But I think it is more likely that he did.
It came to mind because that woman was there as well. Yeah.
Oh.
So just
watched joined hosts and then disconnected. So
must have been a misclick.
It probably was a misclick, yeah. Okay. Let's continue. Yeah, okay. So I have lots of images, but the BBC provides some here. Bear in mind, if you are watching with children or a nervous disposition, you might want to look away now. We're going to show some pictures that have some gory bits. The BBC is probably going to censor parts of them with blur filters. I do have the uncensored versions, which we'll look at in a minute. An image of the attacker verified by the BBC was taken from just outside the perimeter fence of the scene on Thursday morning. The man's appearance matches that of the man seen, etc., etc. Photo from the scene shows the body of the attacker. There it is, being examined by a bomb disposal technician. Yeah, they have blurred out the guts that are spilled on the floor. It is quite gruesome. Yeah, just checking for bombs, which is an understandable thing to need to do. Quite a long blood trail there. I guess that's a blood trail. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure. Here's some of the locals being rattled. What did you say, Aiden? Sorry?
I said it's hard to tell if it's blood or what. Yeah.
Indeed. Political and religious leaders react. Do I care? Not really.
Fucking bullshit, dude.
Oh God, Starmer attended.
Cope with it.
What's this white police uniform? I've never seen that before.
I don't know.
I also haven't seen it before, but it looks very gay.
I don't know. It's kind of stylish.
What? Stylish?
All right. Let's have a look at some of the posts on Twitter about this. Is that an update, Wolf? Because I'd like more information on that. Faraj al-Shami openly praised Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel, calling the fighters Allah's men on earth. Yesterday, his son, Jihad, attacked a Manchester synagogue and murdered 2 Jews. His family has no place in Britain. Deport them, enough is enough, they say. Well, I mean, this one's dead, so you can't deport him. But deport the family, sure, why not? Especially if they immigrated after the year 2000. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Wolf. I will open that to look at later if we get to it. Let's do these first. Okay, this Twitter user says, when I first heard about the Manchester synagogue terrorist attack, my immediate thought was to blame the young lads at the Chapel Royale here at the bottom, or Royal, I suppose. Instead, it turns out some Syrian guy named Jihad al-Shami did it. Fucking hell, sometimes this stuff just blindsides you.
I know.
Mm.
Who could have ever seen that coming?
It is usually the choir boys, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, in some cases, if your name is Axel, or wasn't that, who did they say was the choir boy? Who the fuck did they keep calling the wasn't Axel Rudicabana? Was that him? Yes. Oh, it was him. Oh, the one who questionable humanity. I mean, you know what the Welsh choir boy. God, unfucking believable. I couldn't remember if that was him or not. Yeah, it was. Because he's one of the most strangest looking specimens I've ever seen.
he wasn't actually Islamic. In fact, he came from a Christian family, don't you know?
Yeah.
Just ignore the fact that Islamic terrorism manuals were found in his belongings and were believed to have been the primary cause of radicalization for him.
Just a coincidence, I'm sure.
After all, just like that guy who shot Charlie Kirk, if his entire family is Christian, then surely he is too.
Yeah, let's watch this. Let's watch this video. Video at the moment. The Manchester police do the terrorist.
They've killed him. No, they've killed him. No, they've killed him. Fucking hell, dude.
Everybody else, get back! If you're not involved, move back! Get away!
I love this old guy just fucking standing there.
Just gone.
No, fuck you. I've been here for 90 years. I'm watching with a front row seat. Fair advice, but nope, he doesn't fucking care.
Everybody else, he has a bomb! Go away!
He's got a bomb.
Okay, he has a bomb, yeah, which he didn't, but they, every reason to think he did. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, now the old guy's moved.
Well, there's now a bunch of bodies on the ground, so yeah, the bodies.
Never mind, he's just wandering around. Oh Jesus, yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't see all this.
I did warn you.
Yeah,
that's not strawberry jam, guys.
Oof.
Stabbed him. No, he's got.
I love the fucking Northerners giving us a play-by-play. He's gone stabbed him, and then he's gone over there.
It's good.
Bob, get the fuck out of here. Mate,
it's terrible, but it is the. I'm sorry, now the commentary is.
Mate, I'm just jumping out of this in a minute. He's gonna blow himself up. He's trying to press the button. Fucking shoot him!
Oh, there he goes.
Oh fuck.
He's got bombs on him. He's got fucking bombs attached to him. Fucking hell.
He's still alive.
Yeah, he's rolling around.
I may have fucked up then.
Unfortunately, the fella closest to the cameraman isn't alive.
No, I think he's.
Oh my god.
He doesn't look alive.
No.
Get the fuck out of here, while he's got.
Holy shit.
Wow. Fucking hell.
Yeah, reasonable reaction. It looks like the guys that shot him here were male, but they were not shooting at a door, were they? I don't see where the... Is that a front door there? I guess that is a front door there. So I guess the shooting that penetrated the door, which is likely what happened, had already happened by the time this video was being filmed. But it looks like it looks like they're both... Well, at least the one that was shouting is male. I don't know about the other one, but he looks male. And then here's another picture.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else we have. There's a bit more footage. I think this is all the aftermath. There's that woman again. And yeah, we saw that video already.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, my thoughts and those of my officers and staff.
Oh yeah, he sounds like a classic Northernman. Why is this like I hate to? Why is this Southerner in Manchester Police? Why is he running the department? I'm sorry, as a Southerner myself, why is he running the department?
With families of
discrimination
have been affected by today's horrific incident.
Classic Northerner. That is the least Northern English accent possible.
Pretty much.
To be fair, he sounds about as Northern as I do.
You'd have to go to Cornwall to be any less Northern than this.
On what is the Jewish community's holiest day, Yom Kippur. This attack has been officially declared as a terrorist incident, and the investigation is now being led by counter-terrorist police. As has been confirmed by CT policing, we believe that the identity of the offender has been established, but until we are certain of this fact, it is premature to set out this detail at this juncture. In addition, I can confirm that 2 other individuals have been arrested in connection with this incident, and urgent inquiries are ongoing. We can confirm that 2 members of our Jewish community have sadly died as a result of this attack.
Is he going to mention that they killed one of them?
Following a rapid response, armed officers...
At the time of this announcement, that was probably not known.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing it several hours later, maybe the day later.
That's weird. Why did these victims have gunshot wounds? The guy was armed with a knife. Oh.
The coppers
intercepted the offender, and he was fatally shot by officers within 7 minutes of the original call. 4 further people remain in hospital, having suffered a variety of serious injuries, and their treatment is ongoing, and our thoughts are with them and their families.
Most used word, ongoing.
Yeah.
Last thing I have on this, that's the uncensored version of his bloody guts all over the place. Yeah, indeed. Suspect, jihad, British citizen, Syrian descent, 2 men are dead. Yeah, so that's that covered. As far as we believe, the victims were probably shot without them being seen by police until they were shot. But while that is more understandable than the most ridiculous case, it is still not good. Either way, the 7-minute response time is quite impressive. Not just response time, but like he was dead within 7 minutes of the attack starting. That's quite good.
However, if that means that, again, it's hard to tell if anything was done rather sloppily, and that maybe trying to assess the situation before just shooting was a bad idea, because it appears to have been. I don't know. But again, I have no fucking idea what it's like to be that kind of situation. So it's a terrible look.
No, I'm sorry to say, but when it comes to incidents like these, Aiden, time is of the essence.
Yeah.
You've got a man who clearly is not a skinny individual, who has some heft to him, attempting to stab people to death.
Yeah.
The shoot first, ask questions later is the correct response under these circumstances.
There's got to be some kind of guidance, though, where if you're shooting someone, you got to know, and they're not like charging at you, because if they're charging at you, then sure. But if you're shooting at someone and you got to know what's behind them, you got to, what are you going to hit if you miss? And there's got to be some guidance where, like, if it's a window, you can likely see what's through it, so it's less of a concern if there's no one appears to be there. But if it's a door, then you genuinely should be careful and try to shoot in such a way that you don't hit the door. Because those doors, as far as I could see from the video, were black doors, opaque, so you couldn't see through them. And probably what happened, again, speculating on this, is they shot at him, maybe 1 or 2 of the bullets missed and hit someone on the other side of the door, which killed them.
Yeah, that seems quite likely.
Yeah.
So they just should have, and again, if the attacker was charging them or someone else, then don't wait. But if you have time to delay, then try to get an angle that produces the least door penetration. But again, I don't know if they had the time. I don't know. And again, they saw him banging on the door trying to get in. They didn't know if he was just about to break through or not. Even then, if they shot him and hit, the bullet could pass through his body, depending on where they hit, and then through the door, and then hit the guy on the other side. Depending on the caliber, I guess. Not my area, but I'm sure that rifle calibers can do that.
They were using pistols, weren't they?
No, I think they were rifles. And Pug says they have windows. There were windows at the front of the building, but the center front of the building were doors. They were black, opaque wood, I think. But there were
Is there
also
any
windows.
particularly gun-savvy people in the chat who can give a more educated opinion on that?
I'll go and find the footage so you can see what they were
Who's a bit thicker? I'd wager so long as they hit him center mass, there's less chance to penetrate him.
Yeah.
And exit the other side.
So, okay.
But, I mean, if you're shooting in a bit of a panic, yeah, it's likely you're going to hit the door because you're going to fire 2 or 3 shots to try and make sure, and the door's not going to block much of any damn thing.
Yeah. So I think this is confirmation. You can tell the guy on the right's got a rifle. Left might be a pistol, but then, yeah, look at the doors. Even the window on the side there looks like it might be blocked out by something. The windows at the top are visible, but they're of a higher level. Those doors are just black wood.
Yeah, those are blacked out. Or it certainly looks like it. So
I guess he was up on the stairs. They came over, shot him. One of the bullets either went straight through him and then hit someone on the other side of the door, or just missed and went through the door.
Must have been. I mean, it's something that makes sense.
God, imagine dying
The
to...
option might have been if somebody was hugging the wall and they tried to shoot basically across the front of the steps. But there's no guarantee if he's rushing at somebody. Again, he might be running at you, giving you a better shot, or he might be running perpendicular, which means, again, you're shooting into a potential crowd way behind him across that wall.
It's a difficult situation, but it looks like they may have had the facility, the leisure to just run to the wall and shoot in such a way that it wasn't going to penetrate the door. But I can't blame them too much for that. My earlier speculation saying this does look bad was possibly not with the knowledge that he was right up against the door. Given that he was, that's difficult. I from an amateur perspective, that does seem difficult to fix.
Oh, hang on just a moment. Take a look at that picture that Pugs just posted. Faces in the windows of the doors.
Yeah, it does have little windows, but they probably hadn't seen that. Probably focused on the attacker. Again, like the whole premise here is, they could have taken more time to be careful, but as you said, Ginger, taking time in situations like these is not a great idea. So yes, those little slits in the doorways there, they are little windows, but that's not very much visibility, and they probably have they're pretty darkened to some degree as well.
And from a distance too, I also might just not think that they would. I don't know. I think it's not like the catastrophic levels of incompetence that the headlines would portray, but because I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure how they would have known that, even with the windows.
I don't know their training, but I would wager they should have been trained to assume that a guy's beating on the doors. You assume somebody's holding the doors.
It would have been, that would be the safe assumption if you don't want to hit someone. But it's not unreasonable to assume the door is just locked, but that there's no one behind it. It would be, as I said, if they had time, they should have repositioned to make sure their shots wouldn't go through the door.
And they did think he had a bomb.
Yes, that's also true. So this is a bit more debatable.
Mofaku said that, but several people brought it up in the chat as well. Is that if you think the guy's got a fucking bomb, you want to keep him, you want to stop him before he gets inside.
Yeah, that's true.
Just want to point out, by the way, it is no small feat that the Jews managed to keep a guy of that size and religious fervor out.
There were more than one of them, but yeah.
I mean, that is if he was really throwing himself at that door, I'd say it's somewhat of a miracle that he didn't just break straight through it.
It's weird to me that he took the chance of starting his stabbing spree before he got in. Surely his goal would be to get in and cause as much damage inside as he possibly could. But he started stabbing before he got there and gave them time to close the doors, and then his spree was cut significantly short. Don't take this advice, terrorists. Don't watch me. Go away. Leave my country. Or get shot. Yeah, that's that story. We've been going now for almost 5 hours, so I think what I'll do is, since we were just talking about it, I'll have a quick look at the Dundee Axe Girl story, which may have seen some progress, because it came up.
I don't think they're... Yeah, I don't
But
think there's
then
been a
we'll-
ton since they got arrested. Yeah, that's the last
then
I heard of it.
We'll wrap up soon. Maybe I'll cover one or two other things. None of the above. Daily record, if you'll please. Nope. Can I archive site? This usually doesn't load for me. I think it's my VPN. That doesn't appear to be working. Okay, yeah, Bike. We'll do that then. What I will do then is I'll read out this summary that Grok gave. The summary essentially is that two Bulgarians who have Arab names were arrested in connection with the incident, and they had no prior crimes, but ongoing. We'll hopefully find out what happens later. So, okay, this is something that just happened.
Maybe.
Vehicles again used as weapons in attacks against DHS law enforcement officers forced to fire a weapon on an armed woman in Chicago. So this, I assume, is the consistent ICE siege that's happening every night.
Yeah, probably.
This morning, Border Patrol agents were conducting a routine patrol near the intersection of 39th Place and S. Kedzie Avenue when they were, when they were attacked and rammed by vehicles and boxed in by 10 cars. Wow, that sounds organized. The officers exited their trapped vehicle when a suspect tried to run them over, forcing the officers to fire defensively. This is an evolving situation. FBI is on the scene. It's literally not helping the left. It's just giving Trump a magnificent casus belli. Like, you're not going to scare ICE off from doing their job.
I'm too tired to figure out the details of it, but somewhere in here there's a joke about all women drivers being technically armed.
Statement from Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. What? Go on, Aiden.
Well, I don't know. No, I just don't know because it's tactically absolutely terrible for them.
Yeah.
But I guess at this point, it appears to be that it is just. I mean, it's not that this is unheard of in the United States, but it's on a certain level of Tim Pool will hear this somewhere, a civil war. In that it's like, yeah, there's just fucking violence in the streets. It was like this, like in the 80s and stuff as well. So I'm not saying this is totally unprecedented, just in terms of the race riots and shit like that, and just crime everywhere. But this is, at this point, yeah, I don't think they care about being tactical anymore. They think that ICE is their mortal fucking enemy.
Yeah.
And that if they don't do something, these people are gonna have their lives destroyed, or whatever. That it's life and death.
I have returned from the far off land of Absentia.
Welcome back from Absentia.
Apologies for my extended delay.
Sorry. So, while conducting routine patrolling in the greater Broadview area, this, by the way, Quattro, is an event that just recently happened, apparently. An attack on ICE in Chicago.
This one.
While conducting routine patrolling in the greater Broadview area near the same area of Chicago that law enforcement was assaulted yesterday, our brave law enforcement officers were rammed by vehicles and boxed in by 10 cars this morning. Agents were unable to move their vehicle and exited the car. One of the drivers who rammed the law enforcement vehicle was armed with a semi-automatic weapon. Aren't they meant to be illegal, Democrats? Law enforcement were forced to deploy their weapons and fired defensive shots at an armed U.S. citizen who drove herself to the hospital to get care for wounds. I assume she was arrested when she got there. The armed woman was named in a CBP intelligence bulletin last week for doxing agents online. Interesting. Thankfully, law enforcement officers were seriously injured in this attack. Unfortunately, J.B. Pritzker's Chicago Police Department is leaving the shooting scene and refuses to assist us in securing the area. There is a crowd growing and we are deploying special operations to control the growing crowd. Trump, you already have, but can you send in more National Guard just to secure the city? Because this is insane. This is an ongoing siege.
Yeah. I don't know how else you describe it.
Look, if the local police aren't cooperating, send in the National Guard. Lots of them.
Oh, this just means that you need to designate leftists as terrorists, which they are.
All leftists as terrorists would be a little far, but Antifa is good enough because these kids probably are affiliated with Antifa. And if they're not, find out what they are affiliated with. Yeah.
But Antifa is just an idea. It doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination. You can't designate an idea terrorism.
It's a very organized, structured, and well-funded idea.
For some reason, I don't know. Yeah, strange that.
Comparing ICE day in and day out to the Nazi Gestapo, the secret police and slave patrols has consequences, she says. The men and women of ICE and CBP are fathers and mothers, sons and daughters. They get up every morning and try to make our communities safer. Like everyone else, they just want to go home to their families at night. The violence and dehumanization of these men and women who are simply enforcing the law must stop. We are praying for our law enforcement and their families. This is an evolving situation, and we will give the public more information as soon as it becomes available. Yeah, that's fair. It's America. The solution is more guns with like being held by good people. That's how you solve problems like this in America. So that's what Trump needs to do.
I won't get into it. Don't worry about it.
What do you mean?
No, individual people having guns, I don't know how much it actually helps. I'm not against the Second Amendment by any capacity. I just think that the idea of a good guy with a gun is a bit overstated.
Sure, that's not necessarily what I'm saying, though. I meant to say a National Guard.
Just remember, the
yes.
Jew fears the samurai.
True. Yeah, get a katana.
One sword keeps another in the sheath.
But if the federal law enforcement who are just doing their job are under siege from local anarchist agitators, and the local police are not doing their job,
it's best for people to be armed. Yes.
Sending in the National Guard is an excellent idea, and that's who I meant by good people with guns.
Okay. Yes, I agree with the National Guard completely. Yeah.
Just last week, an internal threat intelligence bulletin, great, was circulated about the armed woman for doxing law enforcement officers online. I just want to be agent YouTuber, blah, blah. Mexican flag as bait. Oh, she's a Mexican as well. Found him.
What a
He was
surprise.
a black guy, interestingly. Black guy that they doxed. Department
Again,
condemned the
not
use
surprised.
of vehicles. So it's become a growing trend. Well, we'll keep an eye on this one too. Maybe get an update when I next stream. Quite a lot of other stories I didn't cover today. Quite a lot of good ones. So I'll try and stream tomorrow again, chat. But if I don't stream, assume it's because I'm doing something which is useful and important, which is sometimes true. Sometimes. All right. Well, then, chat. I believe that is where we'll wrap up. We've been going for almost 5 hours now, and that's pretty good time we've made.
Oh, wow.
Yep. If you enjoy these streams and want to see them continue, you can contribute or become a patron. There are various benefits to becoming a patron. If you type in /IAM-list, then you can get a list of all the nice decorative roles that you can add to yourself with colors and icons. There is also benefits of being able to influence the Ball Aid system, which allows you to forcibly rename users by getting them to the top of the board, or to add roles to them by getting them the highest in any given category. Thank you if you'd like to contribute to any of those causes, chat, and let me know, because currently Cabal credit assignment is manual, but I will make that automatic later. That'll be it. I'll hopefully see you all tomorrow, and I will see some of you hopefully in Pit 1 in a few minutes, where we'll chat for a bit. Right. Thank you to my guests.
Not be there, I'm afraid.
No worries. It's quite late. Thank you to my guests, Quattro, Ginger, and Aiden. Hopefully have you guys on again at some point. And I'll see you all down there. Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night.